incredible showing from Vale. An actual PB on the stage. Wow. Huge GGs.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having us as well to commentate.
En tout cas, gros GG.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully.
Ben Satan
Yeah, sorry, I
herself
just
and
like a bit
Nacho.
panicked.
Even.
Yeah, I was Nacho from the main Nacho series, and yeah, keep watching the marathon. Donate.
It's like, I think Infinite stole Nacho into the void. Well, that's okay. We had a great time commentating with you all, and definitely stick around. We've got some amazing runs coming up really, really soon for you. We are nowhere near done. Next is Next is Beton Brutal. Nice. And then Elden Ring after that, which we are still working towards that incentive for. So make sure to donate towards that extra DLC boss when you donate towards SpeeDons. Thank you all so much for watching.
Sur le même PC en même temps.
Le même setup, même clavier.
1700 balles, c'est maintenant.
Il manque très peu de choses. Donc quand vous faites un don, vous pouvez participer à l'incentive et du coup ça rajoute directement dedans. On a aussi une incentive qui arrive pour après. Pour le Spider-Man, mode Fiesta. Alors, je ne sais pas ce que c'est, mais
le mode Fiesta, en gros, MP vous a mis une description sur le tracker. Globalement, on va avoir une démonstration d'une version de New York avec des assets spéciaux créés pour SpeeDons. Donc il y a des gens qui ont bossé pour montrer une version un peu modée, j'imagine, de Marvel Spider-Man. Donc ce sera juste après Elden Ring. Donc n'hésitez pas quand vous faites votre don à bien cliquer sur les incentives pour aller valider en fait les bonus.
Approximativement à 5h30 du matin.
Ouais, il reste un peu de temps pour Spider-Man, mais attention, Elden Ring arrive vite. Beton Brutal est une run quand même, ça va envoyer. Beton Brutal, l'estimate est à 25 minutes, donc ça va y aller. C'est
vraiment.
C'est du rapide.
Alors, on a eu beaucoup de dons pendant la run. On a eu 5 €. Vas-y.
On a eu 5 € de radio. Allez, les médecins du monde, on a peut-être besoin de médecins du monde là. Parce que moi, je suis pas sûr de voir.
Ça va.
C'est bon? Vas-y.
On a eu 50 € de Béboul. Tropipou, je suis la mascotte de SpeeDons. Béboul, c'est pas officiel, Béboul. Hein. Je sais pas, là, ça se barre, hein, vraiment.
On a 50 balles à l'instant. Appel au ravagé d'Elden Ring. Je vais dormir, mais par pitié, je vais voir la VOD de ce combat épique. Bourrer les dons. Bravo, je tente de partir, c'est sport. Hein, c'est sport. Non, il meurt encore.
Non, maintenant, je te jure ça. On a 5 € de Naoufal qui nous dit donner pour voir la fête à New York. Et oui, pour l'incentive sur Spider-Man.
Et du coup, on me signale. Voilà. Beton Brutal est déjà prêt, donc on vous fait confiance. Il reste à peine 1000 € pour débloquer l'incentive d'Elden Ring. On l'annoncera en bonne et due forme si vous y arrivez, donc allez-y.
On y va, on bouffe. On vous dit quand c'est bon.
Et bonjour tout le monde. J'espère que vous allez bien aujourd'hui. Là maintenant, ce matin, on ne sait pas si on est le soir ou le matin. Non, pas encore le matin, c'est un peu tôt. Mais du coup, on va faire du béton brutal, 2 maps du coup, vu que vous avez fait ça pour l'incentive pour le jeu. Et on est avec quelqu'un pour...
Salut tout le monde, ça va? Ça fait plaisir, putain. Je suis très content de vous présenter Beton Brutal. C'est une run qui va être un peu particulière quand même parce que c'est un jeu qui n'a pas de checkpoint. Donc si on tombe, on recommence, quoi. Donc l'objectif, ça va être de le moins
good
possible
evening
de tomber du tout,
to
évidemment.
all the English speakers out
principal.
there.
Et puis,
And some of our francophones
j'espère
in the
que
chat room as
vous allez apprécier la run.
joining us this evening. I know it's very late in France. We have Caligo here. He's going to be giving us a run of a game called Beton Brutal. It is a 2023 PC 3D platforming game, much in the styling of Minecraft parkour. You could describe it as a one of these difficult climbing games. And we're actually just going to, it seems like we're jumping right into it. So, of course, I'm KZ Fru. I've played a little bit of this game. And I've not beaten it yet. I've got about to 380 meters out of 500. It's very tough. You will probably see why. And I am joined by the illustrious Blood Thunder. Blood Thunder, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. I've also played a significant amount of this game and not quite beaten it. So if you've never seen this game before, it is directly inspired by Minecraft. So if you've played Minecraft and you've messed with the parkour, you're going to see a lot of similar features. It does expand a bit on it, as we might see kind of later in the climb and into the DLC maps, which there was a bid war for. This is the base game, Beton Brutal, and we're going to have the follow-up with Bath. We're not going to be seeing the birthday one, but that's all right. Maybe next time around. So yeah, there's just a lot of climbing. We have 500 meters to go, and you can always see in the top left how high up we are. So we're going to just navigate all these platforms, take these ladders, climb up. There's actually kind of a cool trick, one of very few in this run, coming up here soon, which is kind of just known as a wall climb. Some of these walls are not actually 90 degrees, they're like 89 degrees. And by getting into kind of like the corner of the area and spamming jump, you can start climbing them, like right here.
Right there, yeah. Just kind of it's a strange little, there's a lot of use of like edges, and you'll see it especially in the DLC where there's a lot more like bespoke models that you can kind of just find some interesting slopes or vertices that you can get up, which I did ask Blood Thunder. It's not really a feature of Minecraft parkour. As I understand it, Minecraft is its blocks. So very limited in your geometry there. Nonetheless, we've made it up to just about what I would say is the blue stage. A minute 50 at the blue stage. We did see Caligo take a couple of small falls early on. Of course, and honestly, that's not like any indicator of anything other than this game is a knife's edge, like most of the difficult climb games. You are, frames away from peril at any moment, and certainly I'm playing today because I was trying to beat this video game before I came to commentate, man. I got most of the way there, and I encourage you, if you feel like you're up to the task of handling this sort of thing, game is $7 on Steam, man. Give it a whirl. Especially if you're familiar with parkour games or difficult climbing games or Minecraft parkour as Blood Thunder is, because I mentioned that I struggled a lot with these ladders, and Blood Thunder was like, well, that tells me you're not a Minecraft parkour man, buddy. And that is true. So I'm also wondering, we're going to see some jump pads later on. Just how many bells and whistles do we really have here? We're going to see a lot more than just these jumping and ladders, right? I think we're going to see pretty soon some jump pads and maybe
there's some ice physics. There's some jump pads. Most of this is we're still in the blue section, as you noted. The game's kind of broken up. Every 100 meters, it's kind of a new section. So we're in the blue, we'll go to the yellow, to the red, and then kind of back to like I think it's either called the white or the black, depending on who you ask. But obviously, they're supposed to get more mechanics, more difficult. And as you noted, like a small fall happens here and there. And none of these jumps, at least right now, are particularly difficult. But it's one of those things, if you just mess up one jump, oftentimes you're set back 50 meters, 100 meters. Once you get higher up, every little fall just adds up so quickly. So it's, while this one jump may be pretty insignificant when you think about it, it can still cost you tons and tons of time. This was one of those games that, like, if you happen to fall, which hopefully we don't see here, that's typically for a runner just a complete reset. A really scary jump. So yeah, these jump pads aren't supposed to be used to really gain height. You kind of preserve height from one jump to the next. Even for the most part, you lose it. So you're just going for a small trick there where you get bounced up to the very corner of that boost pad and then can boost off of it and get up. But really quick recovery, another scary jump there.
Very nice. That's quite a skip. Oh, no. Oh, we're good. We're all good.
So yeah, we did get up into that yellow, we unlocked new mechanics, and then one small fall sends you 70 meters back, which won't take too long to reverse, but yeah, it does kind of hurt the ego when you get that kind of fall.
Yeah, it's very much, gravity is the antagonist here. And perhaps, you could get real philosophical. You could say hubris or carelessness. Like, you read about these guys that are climbing Everest in like 1890, or these guys that are like trying to get to the South Pole, and they're like, well, that was really hard, bro. Just something to say about kind of the ascent here and how that can impact you. Because this game doesn't have, it has a practice mode, but you can't make any checkpoints while you're running, while the timer is going, while you're doing a run. It's all just up to you, man. And
we're going for this tricky jump again?
Oh man, that's a tough one. It's not something I've been able to land. A fun feature about this game is that there's many little cuts and cheeky ways you can kind of get around some of the there's ways you can just skip ahead, and they're not even necessarily skips. There's like more obvious routes, and then more routes where maybe you have to do some more advanced techniques, like this circle strafe jump right there, like that 180 onto that ladder.
Yeah, like this right here is a big example of just like a shortcut that's intended. The devs put it in there, knowing you can do that. It's not like a glitch or an exploit to get up there, but it's if you just take a second to look at the edge of the screen as he's running, there's so many areas we completely bypass just by kind of knowing either a fun jump like that, or we've like scoured through a lot of like hidden ladders exist behind foliage, for example. So if you like really scour the small details, you can like find those really nifty shortcuts which help cut down on the backtracking. Like this is not really supposed to be something you can do, but
I'll be honest, I don't know how that works mechanically, I'll be honest. I was trying it earlier today. I'm like, I can't get on the ladder, but he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, the red section here has one of the more like notable ones, at least for me. You kind of start climbing up on the wall and on these like hanging spikes, but there's one spot right up here that I've always found is really fascinating because getting off the wall, the little climbs right here, jumping up on this part. You just skip like a huge section, all of that over there on the left of the red, you just bypass. It cuts out a lot.
I got a confession for you, BT, is I played a lot of the red section today, and I played a lot of that section, and you go around and you do a lot of these like hanging from the chains that you got to do, and all that stuff you just skipped. We've seen a couple of the chains here and there. You're a big fan of them. He skipped ahead to basically all the progress I made today in the red section, with just that strafe jump to that to those nail sections. So it really speaks to being able to explore your environment a bit more. There's many routes. There's many varying like skill levels, of course, and even things that are just purely hidden, like some ladders or some chains that are covered by the foliage here. Very interesting environments we have.
Yeah, speaking of the hanging chains, like this isn't really difficult for runners. They have a setup for doing this, but it makes your hands sweat just looking at it. Like it's a pit in your stomach.
Yeah, if you are with us,
you have to go through.
Oh yeah. So we got some signs here. We got a little bit of sign posting because, of course, as you go higher up, the direction you have to go gets a little less obvious. Beton Bath, which is a free update that is basically like the same amount of content as the base game, if not more, because technically, the records on B-Day are a bit longer than the records on this classic map known as I think it's just called Brutal. And then there's Bath that we will see later. Bath is paid DLC. That is a $5 DLC. It is also more or less the same amount of content, and it is advertised as an advanced course. So I have not played Beton Bath because I've not finished Beton Brutal because it is a trial. I know someday soon you will summit Beton Brutal, and so will I. And we're on the ice. I want you to explain the ice.
Yeah, so the ice is another feature that's kind of taken directly out of Minecraft and kind of expanded upon, but so we're doing another fun wall climb here. Just to get a little bit more height. So with ice, you can build up a lot of speed by jumping, and with something above your head, you can just keep jumping really fast, build up a lot of speed, and go flying up this wall. And this mechanic of building up speed is intended by the devs, just not really in this manner. You kind of use it in an unintended way, but yeah, this whole section, once we hit this white-black section,
that's insane.
So we're going to see a lot more ice, but we don't really use it to build up speed, except for like one more area. Just very fun jumps. So as you can see here, as we kind of see in the future maps, or at least the bathroom that we'll see, there's still 500 meters for climbing, but they make more use of their space. So a lot of times you're traversing either just horizontally, or you even have to go down to build up on the other side. So even though there's still 500 meters, I think the same kind of content, but overall, there's just more jumps, there's more to do. Yeah, we're building up more speed here on this, just big jumps.
Yeah, you're storing some like potential kinetic energy there that you can then use, I guess, when you're on like normal ground or just off the ice generally. I think that's seems to be how it works.
Yeah, so even though we're only like 40 meters from the end, we still have actually quite a bit left to do. And once again, you know, any big fall here would just like really set you back.
It does kind of tease you like that. You feel like you're just that close, but no, there's a bit more to do. There's even you got to go down. You know, it feels like you got to do even more. Of course you do. It even feels like you're losing progress, which you're not really. Kind of making your way is a big part of finding success in the game. But we're coming up on the end here. I forget how the end exactly works. I feel like. Is it this map where we fly up to the end? No, that's Bath, I think, is where we might see that.
Yeah, we're ever so steadily getting there, just some more jumps across the ice. And it's just so scary to watch. Even though he's like in full control, he knows what he's doing, he's not going to fall. It's just watching him.
Oh, yeah.
Nerve-wracking the entire time.
Yeah, it is a game that inspires that feeling of peril. Like I was turned to, metaphorically speaking, a sobbing, crying baby when I was like at 350 meters. I'm like, dude, every jump is agonizing. But then there's also, you know, there's so much to be said about seeing yourself get better, because like sections that really used to scare. What is going on?
So it's a little Easter egg to XQC in there. Just showing it off real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, another a fun big ice boost up there, and that is the end of Beton Brutal.
Very good.
Very nicely done. Just one fall in there, and we're just immediately going into Bath. This is the paid DLC one. A lot more just kind of unique geometry to climb. You go with these trees and the whole rock thing in the middle. This one's just so much nicer to look at, just aesthetically.
Yeah, the art in this one, it gets a lot more surrealist, you know, where Beton Brutal proper maybe cemented itself around the thought of theme of the concrete tower. We're still kind of in that same vibe, that same environment or layout, but yeah, we got palm trees here, we got some Roman columns here, we're going to see a lot of interesting things, and it's just really, what a unique space to just exist in. I said earlier that we had taken a fall there, but that's not really too bad, maybe 15, 20 seconds of progress. It doesn't feel good though, probably does more psychic damage than anything. It would for me anyway. I'm like, oh man, I got butterfingers right now, what's going on?
Yeah, you know, you and I are no stranger to doing live events this day and age, but performing this game at a live event, it's got to just be so terrifying. And any little fall, you know, just might just rattle you. So being calm, coming back from it, is just so impressive.
Yeah, I should say I was turned into that metaphorical baby at 400 meters in the comfort of my own home. I am not under the intense nature of doing a live performance with eyes on me. So, I mean, honestly, mad respect to Caligo for bringing this one to SpeeDons, because, geez Louise, I mean, I think the pool of people that would be able to pull this off is very small. I would not be able to do it. I can't even beat the damn thing. I'm trying, man. I played like 3 hours today. I'm on like attempt 90. I think I saw the other day, at least in one of his VODs, Caligo had like 3,000 attempts on Brutal. The first map. So, you know, perseverance, diligence, of course, these guys spend a lot of time honing their craft, and it really shows, and especially not just the execution, but fighting some of that human nature, you know, fear, instinct, or whatever the hell else goes on in your head when you are.
Yeah, they had a pre-recorded interview with the runner earlier on that I was able to catch, and he mentioned Beton Brutal was the first speed game that he had picked up to run, which is just one insane to think about, but, you know, the fact that like he's put in that much time, is not able to show it off and do extremely well. You know, a couple small falls, not a big deal at all. You know, we don't make mistakes, but it just absolutely killing it. Like once we get to this, you know, these are very tricky jumps, and just
we got some
it
interesting.
Looks so easy.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of this ladder jumping that, again, you know, goes back to Goes back to the Minecraft physics here, and we're doing some ceiling climbing. Fun little thing about each of these new maps is that they do come with some new bells and whistles. So in Beton B-Day, I don't know if we'll see it here, but in B-Day, again, a free update released for its 1-year anniversary, that map has wall running, which is an interesting new mechanic. Now, I don't think that's in Minecraft, but again, you know, it's fun to take a concept and kind of add your own twist on it, and just expand upon it, these guys certainly have, or at least this the solo dev certainly has, because there's a level editor and there's just like a community of players making maps and trying to, I guess, just design. More fun, difficult ways to fall, really, is what we're looking for.
There's a whole genre of, what people call like rage bait games, like Only Up, Jump King and that, but like, if you want a game that, for the most part, it's not frustrating because of the mechanics, it's just frustrating because of the hard nature of the level design that you can get into, and all the custom community maps, even just the base game and DLCs is going to take you a very long time to get through. This is
I liken myself to be somebody that kind of understands movement games. Those amongst you, if you know, understand the origins of KZ in my handle. I'm referring to a jump map community in Counter-Strike. And that plays a little different. I wanted to talk about the slides. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, that's tough. That's tough. All right, we're still going. I don't know exactly how many meters that was. It always feels
that was a pretty big fall. I do know the runner has some backups. I don't know if we'll be seeing those, if he's going to climb all the way back up. Either way, it's impressive. But yeah, once we get to the slide, that is kind of a new mechanic that's added in as well, which is, well, honestly, it's so insane. I thought we get to see it in this run.
Yeah. We had just gotten to kind of the point where you would see big skips. Just really insane stuff, because the slides, you basically unlock just a way to build up so much vertical speed. And that is what Caligo was doing, as I'm sure each one of these misses here feels like a lick on the soul, honestly, is probably how it feels. As somebody who's been there, been in the shoes, been doing climb map runs, and just cannot seem to get that one that is struggling, that is just, it seems different every time. You come up with 3, 4, 5 ways of approaching it, and it still does your head in. But yeah, I mean, we're along for the ride here. Caligo has taken some falls here, but that adds to the drama, man, because honestly...
It seemed like he had a smile on his face for all those jumps and stuff, so... too worried about stuff. But, like we said, he's put in a couple thousand attempts at running these. He's experienced all of these falls hundreds, thousands of times. He's no stranger.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking about
a little frustrated with stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just me personally, I'm like, I would be losing, because I am not nearly a veteran of this game that Caligo might be. And again, first speed game, what a one to pick. It's like, hey man, I'm gonna get into cycling, so I'm signing up for the Tour de France. It's a crazy thing to do, but I respect it, because movement games, I don't know, there's something to be said just about the trial and error, getting to the top. I remember suffering on like 200 meters. Each jump felt like my heart rate was exponentially increasing with each and every jump over the middle of the pit, where I know the only way to start over is to start over.
Yeah. So there's actually one mechanic that we're not seeing here because it's turned off. That doesn't really play a part in the mechanics of the game, which is why it's not turned on for runs, but that's called vertigo, which is like the more you look down, some screen effects happen and triggers some spooky stuff that happen around the map. But like, if you're playing with that as well, it could really add to the stress of just doing a very simple jump. It's like,
yeah, it's true. There's some spooky stuff in this game that BT is right. We will not be seeing, because of course focus on the map and the movement here, but there is some of that there's some psychological horror aspect even, and you know, there's other things too, like camera movement and stuff, or camera sway, just other things that can really just ground you in the environment, and it feels like you are there. You are actually that high up. All right, let's see this again.
So it's kind of like the ice physics where you're just spamming jump in a very small space, and you just get launched when you hit jump coming out of the slide, which is just so cool to see. You know, as movement lovers, having cool tech like that is just awesome. We haven't really touched on the water, but it's basically like a just little floating pockets you can climb up through. So the game even tells you to use scroll jump to get through this. Like, you just need to fly.
Yeah, that's crazy. We got these play slides that are, you know, I'm feeling like we're being shot out of a cannon on that one in particular. It's so cool.
It's got a nice view there of all of the stuff we've climbed up or bypassed so far.
Oh yeah. Look down when you need to is my recommendation.
And we still have 200 meters to go, right? Like,
yes.
We're not out of the woods by any means.
No, we are, you know, 60% of the way there. Of course, we had some backtracking to do, or you know, running back to do, but that is the nature of the game, man. So as we continue up, I think we're going to see more and more abuse with this height we're getting, because with height, the more height we have, and the longer we can fall, the more bounce we're going to get out of some of these jump pads. And I know you can do some big skips on this map with those jump pads. So I'm wondering what we're going to see from Caligo here. I even heard of something rumored known as the Lotus skip that we might see.
I think we might see that. I think it's kind of more of a backup strat, so hopefully we don't see it, but yeah, it might sneak its way in. Yeah, we're talking about just like more geometry, just jumping off of like lawn chairs and stuff, which is just like...
The lawn chairs on the side, yeah.
We kind of talked about it when we were going over commentary stuff before, but like every time you get a new PB in this game, you get a little bit higher and you see the thing coming up ahead of you. Even if you don't get there, it's just like you have to think about that your entire climb up. You're like, oh, I got to jump off of lawn chairs now. Like, how am I going to do this?
Yeah, there's parts of this game, or parts of the first map, the one that I have yet to summit, where I've not explored the top 20% for myself yet, because again, you can only practice up to what you have actually made it to, which I think is a fascinating design choice, because it does mean that you are continuing so much. Here's a bounce. There we go. Nice. Okay. So that's what I alluded to earlier, is some of these jump pad skips where you fall down on basically that lily pad there is what I think that was. And we're just doing some strafes around some of these columns here. Nice little
You know when you go to like a fast food place and they have like the drop the coin and you got to land on a platform that spins around? That's what that section reminds me of. Or just the coin floating down. But past 400 meters now, getting very close to the end. But yeah, we still got some pipes to go through. Don't worry, we're going to hit a bounce pad, go flying up here. Like, just having the route that in is just like, all right, I can get launched, I can bounce off this pad, drop down again.
Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot of this right now, because those pads are very easy to kind of get to. They're right in the middle of the map there.
Yeah, just even knowing what's coming up, knowing he's not just falling off, it's just still so scared. You're like, oh no, he's falling 200 meters. Like, okay, no, it's fine. You kind of like forget for a second. You just see a fall and you're like, oh no, this is heartbreaking.
Yeah, because every time I'm falling, it's bad news. It's not what I want to do. Here's another big one. Again, BT mentioned that these don't give you speed. They don't even like neutral your speed. You know, you can't bounce at the same height forever. This game does actually obey the laws of physics in that way. Momentum, what is it? Energy cannot be, whatever. I don't know. I'm not giving you a science lesson right now, man. What am I trying to do? Okay, so that was a sick backup. So we're very close to the end, and that is a tight jump that he's got to do.
Very good awareness to realize he's not going to make it and go for the backup in time.
That's
So yeah, you can
so
see
hard.
it. You know, if he doesn't hit that pad, he's actually gonna fall. But
Okay,
get a little height off the wall.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't time. Okay, nice. I mean, we're just about there.
I mean,
I think this is going to be it.
terrifying.
I think this is it. If we just make it, there we go. Okay, should just
Couple
be
more
these to the
climbs.
top.
Yep. Just a little back and forth action,
You don't want to fall now.
making it look.
There we go. Great work, Caligo. Now, I know that's 30 seconds over estimate. Let me tell you, I can't believe that you could pull that off on a marathon. I'll be honest. With no, like, we didn't have
no
to.
backup saves, no
Yeah.
loading of checkpoint kind of stuff. Just
Yeah, it was us in the game, and Caligo saw us the way through. You know, cheers to the helm, because honestly, it might not even look like it. I promise you, it's probably one of the hardest runs you'll see this marathon. Maybe not as hard as Super Punch Out, because Caligo can look at the screen. I don't think Beton Brutal blindfolded is ever going to happen, is ever possible. No one, please do that. Please don't do that. I'm serious. Do not do that.
yeah, it's just one of those impressive things because there's not a whole bunch of skips, but it's just like he's just that talented with the base mechanics to get through it that quickly, that cleanly. It's super impressive once again.
65 heures, donc c'est 65.
All right, so that's going to be it for us. We got a little special treat for you that we're going to slide on in. But again, thanks for joining us this evening. This has been Beton Brutal. It's a Minecraft platforming-ish video game, $7 on Steam. I encourage you to try it out for yourself and see just how sick what you saw was.
You can find my stuff at twitch.tv/BloodThunder if you like speedruns and stuff. Not a Beton Brutal, I'm not going to run that. But we'll also be back for Dishonored in a couple days. Me and KZ will be rocking the mic there as well. Where can I find you, KZ?
I don't really do anything, but you can find me on Blue Sky. I mean, I'm working on the game. That's kind of fun. BenjaminFru.bsky.social. Thanks for having us, GDQ. Take it away.
Je m'attendais à exploser mon estimate et tout, donc là je suis très content. Et aussi, merci à tous ceux qui me regardent de loin. Je sais que vous êtes très nombreux et tout, donc merci à vous, ça fait trop plaisir, évidemment. Gros merci à la communauté Beton Brutal, à Luferron, le record du monde actuel de Beton Brutal, qui m'a tellement aidé. Merci à toi. Une petite pensée au barman de jeudi soir, je t'ai pas oublié non plus. Et aussi une grosse pensée pour Atlas qui devait venir et qui a pas pu venir. On est un peu triste pour lui, donc justice pour Atlas qui s'est fait séquestrer par son taf. Justice pour Atlas. Et voilà, c'est tout. Merci beaucoup. Et bon event à tous. C'était cool, à tous et toutes. C'était trop cool. Merci beaucoup. Salut.
Ouais, encore un grand bravo. Caligo, run de malade. En vrai, moi j'étais en mode, j'avais peur quoi.
All right, hello. I hope everybody is enjoying SpeeDons 2025. I am Brian Otto, and I'm joined here by one of our upcoming runners, Bubzia. You may have seen them at a previous GDQ before, probably with a blindfold on. Bubzia, how you doing?
Yes, hello. Nice to be here. Thank you so much for the introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you came geared up with the blindfold on and everything as well.
Of course.
I have to say, first thing I noticed was a Guinness World Record behind you. Mm-hmm. Could you tell me more about that?
Yes, that is for my blindfolded 120 star speedrun. Actually, I've done it in 2022, where I got the world's first completion of Super Mario 64 120 stars while blindfolded. It was like an 11-hour run, like very massive. And it's a funny story because like I didn't reach out to them to like make it or something, but like they found me and just like made an article about me without me notifying me and stuff. So I just emailed them like, yo, can I get a certificate? Maybe?
That's really cool. Actually, I have found myself in one of their record books just kind of like on happenstance one time. So I didn't even know that was a thing you could. That's awesome. Anyway, very, very cool. So obviously your run is coming up here pretty soon. You are doing the blindfolded 31 star. I was wondering if you could tell me like kind of like what exactly is 31 star?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. So the most popular categories are of course like 16 star or 70 star in Mario. It's like the regular glitchless any percent and like the popular short category if you want. But 31 star is kind of an old any percent category that was like run before certain glitches were found. And for blindfolded, we decided to make it a main category actually, because it's a very nice like intermediate step for people who maybe want more to learn more than 16 star, but still don't want to like instantly dive into 70 because it's like such a massive commitment.
Right.
So it's a very nice, like, I don't know, like 50-minute, 1 hour long run when you start out, and it has more stars than 16. You learn new stuff, you see new stages, and it's like a very, very nice like medium point between these two, in my opinion.
That's very cool. That's one thing I've always appreciated about the SM64 community is just there's such a wide variety of categories and ways to approach the game, and I have a lot of respect for that, for sure. So obviously, SpeeDons, a lot of folks, I feel like, especially in the US, aren't aware that this event is massive. And raises a lot of money for Médecins du Monde, a very important cause. I believe this is your first time attending. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. So far, I've seen it a few times like online as a viewer, and I was always thinking like, oh, it would be so cool to like join there once, because I live in Germany, which is like pretty close. It's still like a little flight to get there, but I thought like it would be so cool to like see like the international audience from France, from the French community, and I decided to give it a go, and I got accepted as a like international kind of guest, I guess. But
international guest, that sounds fancy. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I have always every time I see any video or anything from SpeeDons, I mean, it looks electric. So I am so excited for you. I was wondering, when it comes to, running blindfolded stuff especially at live events, are there any sort of like additional preparations that you need to take? Do you have like an internal, I mean, like how in tune is like your internal metronome? Because I feel like a lot of blindfolded strats a lot of the time are you going off feel? Like how I guess this is kind of a pretty wide open question. What's your approach like for a live event?
Yeah, so for live events, usually the only thing that we need to like confirm beforehand is like with the tech teams, because usually I'm not allowed to hear any of my commentators or like the donation readers, etc., because that would distract me in my like counting, as you said. But there is actually a very simple solution for this, usually, which I've always do in live events, because I just have a Wii with basically an audio jack. So I don't even take the studio headphones from the event. I just like plug in my headphones, plug in my earphones from the Wii, direct sound, and everything is solved. So that's a very easy way out. And with the timing, I actually said it sometimes that I actually really like to run in live events, because I actually feel more focused and less distracted, because at home on stream I need to talk, I need to entertain the people a bit. And in live events, I usually have commentators, and I can just do my thing, like can just play, can just like do my own stuff. So
that makes a lot of sense. You have someone else doing the job for you. So
exactly, yeah.
Anyway, I appreciate that answer. I mean, and I guess as somebody that has been like kind of like musically inclined for a lot of my life, I really have to wonder, like, I mean, do you practice? Like, is there any sort of practice that you do for like your internal counts? Because I mean, obviously, like, there could be variability. So I'm wondering like how you lock that down, especially for some of the more like difficult strats.
Oh, yes. No, that's a very good question, actually, because we have a solution for that problem with internal timing and counting, actually, which is like the technique which we usually use in blindfolded speedruns is called beat counting. So every movement that we do is like actually counted via beats of a certain song. So instead of just having a like inner metronome or something that we just count, or like seconds, for example, because counting seconds is not very consistent, right?
Right.
Like 1, 2, maybe now,
yes,
maybe now 3. Like it's like a bit inconsistent. So what we do is, in whatever stage we are, or like in whichever game we are, there is usually always a background music going on in the game, and that background music certainly has a beat. And then we just use that beat from the game music as a basically built-in metronome and count that for each single stage, which is like very, very efficient, because you can make very precise movements, very fluid movements with it, and like it's much more consistent than counting like seconds or something.
That is really cool. And that as soon as you mentioned like in-game music, I was like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So obviously, blindfolded speedrunning, as kind of like some closing words here, I feel like has really exploded over the last, I want to say, especially since COVID, the last like 4 or 5 years, and I think you've been largely instrumental in that. And so my question to you is, if folks want to get involved with this, or even want to give it a try, what are some of the best resources or places they can go to get involved?
Absolutely. So first, I want to say, definitely, whoever wants to try, don't feel discouraged. Like, anyone and everybody can blindfolded speedrun. It's not as hard as it seems from the outside. Like, that's the number one most important thing. If you want some good resources to start out, we have a nice little lovely community with like blindfolded runners, people who are interested. You can find all information and all the blindfolded runs as well from different games on blindfoldedgaming.com. It's like our little community website. And you can just search by games, for example, like whichever game you want, you can just type in there and see, okay, maybe someone has done a blindfolded run, which is pretty cool. There's a link to our Discord where like you can just directly ask people or like say like, hey, I want to do this in this game. Do you have any tips? And there's probably lovely people who will help you out. So
I'll have to see if there's any blindfolded Titanfall going on. Anyway.
No, I don't think so yet.
A 3D movement like that seems so difficult from a blindfolded perspective.
It is.
Maybe I'll have to be the first or something. Anyway, Bubzia, thank you so much for your time. I cannot wait to see your run, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Tout va parfaitement bien. Demande à mes potes si je suis stressé. Après, il est en train de faire la poupée pour avoir le perso le plus classe.
Exactement. Ok, top. On a également Kémiste. Kémiste, comment ça va?
Allô, on m'entend? Salut! Oh, la caméra est où? Attends, je sais pas où elle est. Là-bas. Salut! Comment ils vont? Tout le monde la forme ou quoi? Let's go. Vous êtes fatigué? Allez là, calme maintenant. Salut! C'est bon, la régie, arrêtez de me troller.
And what's up, all of our English speaking and whatever you speak over here in the Games Done Quick chat as we are doing the restreaming for this awesome French speedrunning event, SpeeDons, amazing charity speedrunning event. I am Spike Vegeta. I'm going to be one of your co-commentators here for this next three-way glitchless Elden Ring any percent race. And I am joined by the one, the only actual use. How you doing tonight?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing great. I'm just excited to get to be here. This one's going to get to be my second piece of commentary that I get to do for this awesome event. And, I'm sitting there, I'm going and doing my research. Okay, we've got the number 5, 6, and 7 runners in the world in Elden Ring Glitchless, which is my favorite category for speedrunning in this game. Just so much cool stuff you get to do. The combat's really, really cool and how they have to handle all the boss fights. And you got number 5, 6, and 7 in the world. Sets up to be an amazingly close race. I go watch one run. Okay, it's with the Bloodhound's Fang. All 3 of the runners have PBs with the Bloodhound's Fang. That's going to be the route. And then we get in the call 15 minutes ago. And actual use, you tell me, we are not only seeing one route tonight.
No, we are not. We are seeing 3 routes tonight, which is just going to be a little bit of added chaos at the beginning, but it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it's which I love that. I always think of anytime you're showing a speed run at an event, you're not trying to go for your PB or anything. If you happen to get it, cool. What you're really trying to do is figure out, how do I showcase the game? And Elden Ring, as great as a lot of the weapons are, like the Bloodhound's Fang and many others, getting the variety in there is super, super cool. So we're going to potentially see 3 different phases of the meta of Elden Ring speedrunning here. With the Bloodhound's Fang, we got another runner who's going to be trying out the Serpent's Hunter Blade, and another one with the current meta, the top 2 times leaderboard, the Death's Poker. That being said, we do see all 3 of our runners here. We got Moxus, we got Chemist, and we have got Paluki, all ready to throw down in what should be an amazing race. We got Blue Man Group down there in bottom left. Let's go. All 3 of them going to be starting the Samurai, though. Actually, you can describe a little bit why the Samurai is so good as a starting class for speedrunning.
So, I mean, the very, very basic is it has a great stat spread, but it's also the weapons that it comes with. It comes with a bow, which is great for movement tech, but also they actually do shoot arrows. It comes with a small parry shield, which is used, to parry things, in this case for a cheese, as well as one other moment. And it comes with a perfectly serviceable weapon. None of them are going to finish the run with this weapon, but you do need to kill something to get your main run weapon. So that's what we're going with. But to start out, we are, as is tradition, jumping off a cliff. You gotta die to this, so let's die fast.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tutorial boss. It's not a very good tutorial boss. The tutorial it teaches you is you're going to die a lot. The Grafted Scion is a very, very strong boss they throw at the beginning. You can defeat him. I bet you these runners could even do that, but it's not fast. Either way, they would then just kick you out of there. You wouldn't... actually, you do get to keep the runes, now that I think about it. But either way, better to just jump off the cliff. Make sure you trigger the boss coming on screen so the game thinks you died to the boss, not to gravity. And now we are heading up the elevator. Everyone, you always get to start with some sort of an item in your inventory, and they elected to just take a rune that is worth about 3,000 or so runes. The souls of this game, if you're familiar with Dark Souls, but not necessarily Elden Ring. And now we enter... anyone doesn't know, this is a big old open world game. We're going out there and collecting a bunch of different stuff, all in interest of defeating. Each of them are going to have to take down 14 or 15 bosses apiece. And some of the fun of this, I know at least for me, and I think actual use to an extent as well, is we're going to also be just kind of reacting to what all they're picking up. Like right there, Mox has just picked up a Smithing Stone 1. Maybe he's going to upgrade the Uchi Katana that you start with. I don't know, but find out.
Yeah, and they're all... Some of them are skipping this merchant, some of them are not. Moxix stopped definitely to get the crafting kit and some throwing daggers, some crack pots. They're all going now to get a mount, maybe to get some kukris, and then the collectathon begins. Because you got to get set up.
Yeah, it's for those where, because it's an open world game, you can go almost anywhere. I guess to explain the basic concept of what their goal is in this game. Obviously, it's to defeat the final bosses. In order to get to the final bosses, the main area we're trying to get to is the Lanedale capital. In order to get there, you have to get to Altus Plateau. To get to Altus Plateau, there's a number of different ways to get there. You'll see some of the runners try to go get the 2 halves of the Dectus medallion, and then you can effectively just take an elevator up there. Others, you can actually get abducted and get trapped in there and then fight your way out, which will work out in the routing process. It all depends on what weapons they are going for, what they're trying to accomplish, making sure there's as little just needless running around the map as possible.
Right. And also to get into Lanedale, they need 2 great runes. There are technically 5 available to them. We'll see 3 different ones collected, and again, it depends on what weapon you're getting. What bosses you're going to go for. So,
go ahead, actually.
I was just going to say, so right now we're seeing the first abduction. Paluki is going to go and get on this trap chest and head out to Kaled, while the others are just making some map progress and eventually picking up some items.
Yeah, this trap chest that Paluki just went into, it's kind of meant to be a bit of a gotcha the first time you play the game. It's very early on, you just walked out, you've maybe died to a boss or 2, and you open this, and now you're in Kaled, a scaled, much higher set of enemies. This cave will kill you a bunch of times. You have to fight your way out of here if you want to save your runes or anything. Speedrunners, it ends up being very convenient because you can get out here a lot closer to some very, very helpful items. Everything they're picking up is an interest of more efficiently taking out their 14 or 15 bosses. To direct your eyes to the top left, we have Moxus right here, taking out this enemy, this just kind of basic enemy on a horse, in order to get the Golden Vow. My brain had to remember the name of it right there, because none of this is in English, so I gotta think about it. Golden Vow, just one of the best buffs in the game. Another buff right there in the Exalted Flesh. And that will just give you a certain percentage increase to all of your damage. And it can be helpful because there are two kinds of buffs in this game. Both a body buff, so that just applies to everything you might use, and then buffs that are specifically on weapons, which might potentially limit kind of the scope of what they can buff actually.
Yeah, and that's one of the things and why the Bloodhound thing became meta. So is that because it's very easy to upgrade. It uses somber smithing stones. It has a lot of really great qualities. But unlike most of these weapons with unique skills, you can use things like greases to apply a weapon buff to it. The other weapons we're going to see, you can't do that. But yeah, so Golden Vow's great. It's actually an aura buff, so you can have sort of these 3 different types of buffs going on top of unique buffs. So Golden Vow, again, offense and defense. The Ash of War is not as good as, say, the spell, but like it's really easy to get.
Yeah, doing it that way won't necessarily require specific stats in order to wield a different weapon or anything.
That's the other one, with getting the Ash of War. And so I think we're about to see something interesting happen here with Paluki.
Yeah, again, you have got anyone coming in late. There are 3 different routes going on right now. So both of us are also trying to keep up with who's doing what at different times, especially here in the setup phase. Up in top left, Moxus is going to be going for the old Serpent Hunter route. In your bottom left, you've got Chemist who's going to be doing the Bloodhound's Fang. And in your bottom right, Paluki is going to be going for the Death's Poker. And yeah, I'll let you explain this one actual use, because I didn't know this was happening until 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, so this Deathrite bird is killing the Deathrite bird is how you get the Death's Poker. It's a really good weapon, but Deathrite birds are, how shall we say, a pain to kill. And this is South Caelid. It's not the highest scaling death bird in the world, but it's still more than you want to deal with. So we're just going to encourage it to jump off a cliff. And so we get runes, we get a great weapon. And for as good a weapon as it has surprisingly low stat requirements. So you're going to be able to use that almost right away.
Yeah, for the most part, with the Serpent's Hunter we're going to be seeing with Moxus in top left, you're going to be seeing a lot more of those charged R2s to deal a lot of poise damage, but also damage. The Bloodhound's Fang, you're going to be seeing a lot of its weapon art and attacks as well. But with the Death's Poker, you're going to be seeing a ton of its weapon art building up a ton of the Frost buildup, which then once it procs, enemies will take an increased amount of damage. I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, but it'll be very cool to see. I'm glad they're all doing their different routes right here.
Yeah,
you did see in the bottom left with Chemist, unfortunately the rats were a little mean to them, trying to take the trap chest. It's annoying that it doesn't take you right away. It just wastes time for, potentially up to 10 seconds. Thankfully, you had a Stake of Marika very close by. Worth pointing out that a Stake of Marika is a quality of life of sorts that FromSoft put into the game, where if they don't put a Grace nearby a lot of bosses, they'll instead put the Stake of Marika, where if you die, you can option to just go to that instead, and you can just jump right back into the boss. We're actually going to be using that for a skip, potentially, here in a little bit for some of our runners.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And it looks like a glitch. It has been ruled not a glitch, so it is.
Let's go.
Therefore, not one. So, yeah, we have. We saw Makix collecting a little bit. He got a charge attack talisman, and now he's basically in full send mode. He is off. His collection is, aside from a few like Trina lilies, he's done. He's just going. Paluki is, it looks like, going to be taking the Abductor Virgin route into Altus Plateau as well.
Okay.
So going and getting set up now in Liurnia. to take that, but still has some more collecting to do.
Yeah. For the most part, there's not a lot that, so, you know, there's kind of all the different regions of the map. Learning of the Lakes is kind of commonly like the level 2 area that you would go to. And for the most part, our runners aren't going to interact with it a ton. The most useful thing that is here is our boy, I believe his name is EG, who is a alternative crafter for you, someone who can upgrade your weapons around your blacksmith. But also just straight up sells somber 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. You can go all the way up to +10 for your unique weapons that all of our runners are going to use today. But they will like to go all the way up to +9. The fact that he sells up to 4 of them is great to get that immediate massive damage early on here in the run.
Right, and he's much faster to get to than our boy Hugh, who we're seeing Marcus go visit right now. You have to do some running to him. He likes to talk. But Marcus is making his required journey to Round Table Hold, which you have to go there to get into Lane Dell, in addition to having the Great Runes. So that's just what he was doing while he was there. Most of the runners are just going to get teleported there and then leave immediately.
Yeah.
So
he did utilize that opportunity to upgrade. I believe he got a Zuchi Katana to +2 because there is one very, very difficult fight that Moxus is going to have to interact with on the way to his true weapon, the Serpent Hunter.
Yeah. So Chemist is... it looks like on his way for the most part, but there's a few more things he has to do, but he has gotten, I believe, both halves of the Dectus Medallion at this point. And while he was there in Kalo getting the second half, he was able to stop and get actually a really good talisman, Radahnn's Sorcil. He'll be the only one being able to run that, but that gives you 5 levels in basically all your important stats. So that's a really nice, cheap upgrade. In casual play, you take more damage. In a speedrun, you're trying not to get hit, so...
Right. It works out both ways for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a +5 to your strength, your dexterity, which is good that it's both of them because the Bloodhound's Fang that they'll be using scales with both of those stats. So that's great. +5 to your vitality and +5 to your endurance. So all around, one of the best talisman that you're going to access in the game. We've got Moxus up here in top left, so we're going to be going into the schoolhouse right here, throwing that dagger to sort of manipulate the AI of the Burger King men standing outside. And now you can jump around that entire first building, saving yourself a good amount of little time right there. A good amount of little time. Yeah, that's right. I'm making up terms right here.
Yeah, so now he's headed towards the lift, and I have watched way too much randomizer because I just keep expecting them all to just jump off and fall to their death. That's how that works.
They shortened that? Okay.
You can't be guaranteed that something down there is going to be able to kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
He's doing a little bit of a skip to get around to the wrong side of the lift quickly.
Very cool.
To the downside, so he has to take it down, and then there will be an enemy called an Abductor Virgin that will kill him and teleport him.
Yeah, this was I remember the first time this happened to me in casual play, I thought it was a glitch. I thought I got wrong warped. I didn't understand what happened. Because there were wrong warps going on first week this was out. So they're going to make sure, Moxus, that he takes a very specific amount of damage so that this actually kills him. Because the Abductor Virgin here doesn't just need to kill you, it needs to specifically kill you with that grab attack. And that will warp you to the Volcano Manor, where he's going to be going for his first of his 2 Great Runes. Again, all of our players need to collect 2 Great Runes. We say technically there are up to 5 options they could go for, and all of those are on kind of the major bosses around the map. In this instance, all players should be going for the... I hadn't actually seen that version of the skip before. Actually jumping on top of that little artifact.
Ooh, that's a precarious place to come back to, but I guess the game thinks it's solid ground, so it must be. With the quit outs that you're seeing here, for the most part, they are quitting out if they're potentially falling to their death, because that'll just reset them to the last piece of stable ground. And he's going for some upgrade materials right now in Volcano Manor. And
primarily getting to pick up a semi-free Somber Smithing Stone 5 and 6. So once he gets this weapon, he'll be able to immediately go all the way to a +6, which is an extremely good number for this point in the game. Yeah, we're seeing Paluki right here going through the same thing. Yeah, quitting out right there because it looks like it maybe felt like they were not going to get the correct attack. Let's focus on top left though with Moxus. One of the scariest fights, honestly, in the run. Gonna be throwing some sleep pots, because everyone doesn't know about the Godskin bosses in this game. They are susceptible to sleep. So, gonna immediately put the Godskin, I forget if this one's the Apostle, but either way, put him to sleep, getting off some good damage, and trying to get those bleed procs and those stagger positions right there, try to get off as much damage as possible. Into more sleep pots, have to also react to whatever enemy RNG you're gonna get right here from the attacks. Trying to look for more procs on those bleeds.
Yeah, and this is sort of highlighting why this is the most prolonged Uchigatana fight that we're going to have, but it shows why it's such a great weapon to have. It has the innate bleed, but its weapon skill Unsheath, it does so much poise damage, you get so many staggers. So here we go. And Gods Noble down, and now he has 50,000 runes to his name.
Yes.
And
defeating that boss with a +2 starting weapon is incredibly difficult.
And he's just doing that. You're going for a lot of like interruptions, phase interruptions, just to minimize everything, but he went and he got another Somber, I believe 6, and now he's off to go and get a grace to come back and fight his way out of this place.
Yeah, it's kind of efficient routing right here that you go, because you kind of have to awkwardly go off to the side. Because what I'm assuming, just I haven't seen this route in a while, is he's going over here, has to go down this path anyways. You're going to fight through one other boss, the Abductor Virgin Duo, in order to actually take this to get out to Altus. So because you want to come over and get that Somber anyways, he'll then warp back out, and once he gets the Serpent Hunter Blade, up it to +6, and then just warp back here later. This is movement he had to do anyways, and it allows you to have that much more freedom to take out Rykard, the major boss for them coming up. You're pretty safe.
Yeah, but Paluki right now has also followed that path, but is just going to go straight into the fight with his
poker.
With his Death Poker. And the chemist has been running for a while. He's going to keep running, but he's going to get into our first cheese very soon for him. But yeah, it looks like that fight went a little bit wrong for Paluki. Again, this is going to be a weapon art build. So he's just going to try and essentially just truly freeze and stagger these guys with this weapon art. You want them to try and grab you because they take a lot more damage when their doors are open, but if they actually succeed in grabbing you, then it's an issue. So you just restart the fight. If he can live it, then I think he'll take it.
You can mash out of this.
Yes. So
it's worth pointing out that they're going to upgrade a lot of their stats. I don't know if they've maybe agreed to any sort of safety stuff, but they're not going to upgrade their health. Oh, Ooh, taking the quid out right there.
Yeah.
They're not going to be really upgrading their vigor or anything throughout this entire run. It would require a lot more runes.
There's a few scripted places. I mean, there's the runes, but there's also just the time for upgrading. Oh, I think he's running into an FP issue as well. So he took the death. There's a few spots where they're going to add some vigor, I think. Probably, I forget, definitely before Malekith, just because that script often wants you to tank a hit. And dying is slow. Yeah, so here we are. It looks like we're about to fight Rykart up in the top left.
Yeah.
We're
going to upgrade first.
So Luki's doing the run back, which is unfortunate. And Chemist is almost at the capital.
Yeah, you might be sitting here thinking like, "Oh man, is this going to be unfollowable?" They're again still kind of in the gathering phase of this run. It really will all meet up once whoever gets into the capital first. That is the person in the lead. Because once you get there, the run becomes a lot more linear. They have mostly picked up all the stuff they need, which will make for basically the entire second half of the run. But again, they're finding their own ways to get to the Altus Plateau and their own ways to get each of their teammates. Now, directing you to the bottom left, we have got Chemist. He is going to be going for his own sort of cheese. Again, the greatest boss in all of Souls games, Gravity. So standing in a very specific spot to manipulate this highly scaled enemy. Gonna go up, parry it once, and then just clap its cheeks and send it down into the abyss. That is a very, very, very powerful boss that you just got to fall right there and giving you a ton of runes. And that is a required boss that blocks your way into the capital. Just beyond this bridge he is standing on, that is a door that now has to check for. You got to go get 2 great runes. But that was very, very well done, saving a ton of time and saving a lot of stress on it. Now we've got back up in top left, we have got Moxus going in to Rykard. Maybe the most cinematic boss in Elden Ring right here. Applying their Golden Vow, they've got their +6 Serpent Hunter, and going for some. I'll let you explain a little bit about the tech of why do we have a shield out right now.
Yeah, so he's going for shield pokes. As they're called, and he may well be crouching as well. Yep. So he's crouching to regenerate stamina faster, and by having the shield out while he's doing these just spam R1s, he's able to do them a lot faster. The animation is a lot shorter. So I watch a lot more hitless sorts of things, and so the second phase there's this whole script of you see he's gonna go into this phase 2.5 and he's gonna do this, and here no, you're just spamming. He's gonna send out his skulls, it doesn't matter, you're just gonna kill him until he's dead.
Yeah, this just allows you to get out your attacks so quickly. All of a sudden, even here with just a +6, already have Rykard, who has a very big health pool, down to their final about 25% of their health bar. You're having to react to a couple attacks. That is a devastating ring of fire right there.
Yeah, this Rykard phase 2 has basically the most health of any boss in the base game. Like quite literally.
Nice.
But you have your frankly gimmick weapon that helps you. It has a special Ash of War, it has a special attack. It doesn't work anyplace else but that arena.
Right.
So that's why it just becomes a charged attack build, but you'll see how powerful a weapon it really is.
Yeah, it's a lot of people were shocked that Serpent Hunter was ever meta. They're like, wait, that basically plot weapon they give you. The biggest reason why that weapon is so strong is because, and I forget if it's A or S.
It's A strength scaling and no weapon requirements.
Yeah, anybody can wield it at an extremely low level, so it's versatile for any sort of challenge run you might be going for. And yeah, so again, anyone who isn't familiar with Souls games, you'll have all sorts of different scaling stats for every different weapon. Like, oh, it has D scaling with strength, C, B, A, all the way up to S. A is very, very good to where, yeah, look at.
He's just chunking Margit. But while we were watching up top left, in bottom left, Chemist got his Bloodhound's Fang, got it upgraded, got his Golden Vow through killing the Tree Sentinel, the first boss that you died to 1,000,000 times as soon as you come out, and is off at Radahn.
Yeah, Radahn. Here, applying the blood grease, actually, to the Bloodhound's Fang to proc even more on the bleed, but also to get more mini staggers with that bleed proc. The big thing that is good about the Bloodhound's Fang, it's got a lot of benefits. It is good at applying bleed, but it's got its own weapon art here, the Bloodhound's Finesse. We're pressing L2, you're going to get this big attack with a step back to it. And then a I-frame included R2 that comes afterwards, dealing a ton of posture damage, dealing a ton of potential bleed proccing, and then taking this riposte. Now, Radahn's going to want to try to jump out of the arena, but we're going to catch him right before he takes off. It's not the last time you will see Radahn taken down tonight, from what I understand.
So, a very, very nice go for Chemist. It looks like he didn't end up. The meta for that fight is actually 2 summon. You need often to 1 cycle Radahn, like one of the summons to like hit him once, but didn't look like that happened and still got the 1 cycle. So very good fight. And now avert your eyes for the passing of our friend Alexander. But
I heard the boos in the crowd right there.
Yeah, for both Chemist and Paluki, because they're relying so much on their Ash of War, that Warrior Jar Shard that you get gives such a huge, well, in this case, 10% boost to your weapon art, and that's what a lot of their damage is going to come from. So they really need it. But here we go. Godric going top left and DTSG's going bottom right. It's all happening, and Chemist is about to be in Margit. So we're going.
Yeah, we're kind of now beyond the mostly setup phase section of the run. We're now watching them actually take out their Great Rune bosses so they can actually get into Langdale Capital. Again, whoever gets into the capital first, they are definitively in first place. I'm not super familiar with all the different routes, but I imagine all the setup phases are just about set up. We got Chemist right there, getting that big bleed damage. The reason why Chemist picked up the, trying to remember the name of the weapon right now, but the one you get
Golden
from
Halberd.
the Golden Halberd, is because it has the Golden Vow Ash of War already built into it, so you can buff yourself and then switch over to the Bloodhound's Fang. Turns out, if you're really strong, you can defeat that Tree Sentinel boss very, very quickly, and that's great. One point also over here to the bottom right, we got Paluki actually going down to take out another optional boss, this time for the Ritual Sword Talisman, which gives you another plus, I'm just going to throw out the number 10% to your damage buff. As long as your health is at full, and just absolutely exploding that poor boss. It's not a terribly difficult boss, but yeah, that made it look like a fool right there.
Yeah. Oh, and that the things you remember. That's also why Makix went to Hugh. He had to put the Ash of War onto Dagger or something. Anyway, Makix now has access to Altus and has 2 Great Runes, so he now has to go and do a bit of running. Chemist is on his way to Godric to get his 2nd Great Rune. And it looks like Paluki is on his way to Radahn. We have missed both stake skips, good on us.
Yep. It's a way to jump into the arena. As much as I don't know about you, actually, but I love this game. Probably one of the worst aspects of it is figuring out how to get Radahn to fight you. Like everything around, like the festival, how to trigger it, and everything. The stake skip just takes care of all of that. You just get to jump into the arena. The stake of Marika is like, yo, what's up? I'm going to count you as being in the arena. And thankfully, the community does not consider that a glitch.
Yep, for the reasons that they do. But runners will take it. It is such a pain to do, but yeah. Oh, we do have a few little summons. Our friends, the boys.
Oh, the boys? Let's go.
And Radahn is dead.
Oh, unfortunately, Chemist is also dead with him.
Oh, no.
Taking a death right there to Godric the Grafter. We'll see. Okay, it looks like I figured the runners were going to.
He got the grace.
Yeah, safety
more
graces.
Safety graces.
Yeah. Here, we're in marathon runs. We support safety graces in this house. Unfortunately, your boy Alexander has to die again. Warrior Jar Shard's just too good.
Yep. That's
looks like Chemist missing out on the R2 portion. Looks like they're actually going to see phase 2 of Godric right here. You normally want to avoid this. It looks like a little off on a few of those attacks. Should be pretty close on a potential stagger. So actually going to go for a charged R2 into their weapon art, which should proc that. Yeah, and now just, we need something to die. Just clap them.
Yeah, the good part about the beginning of phase 2, the bouncing fire is always the bad part. But the good part is he just stands there and takes it for a second, so you can get some good damage in. But here we are, going for Margit once again. Get to see the Death's Poker Ash of War do work.
Oh my god, that is disgusting. Like, to be clear, they're all doing disgusting damage with these different weapons. And that's why I love so much that they're all three showing off different routes. You're basically looking at the top left. For a long time, Serpent Hunter was the meta. It just made sense. You get this amazing weapon with amazing scaling for free. You also get to take out one of your rune bosses along with him. And it teleports you to Altus. Like, oh, all of these things are great. And then the Bloodhound's Fang kind of took over a couple years ago, saying, oh, we can actually cut out a lot of that stuff and just get a weapon very easily for free at the beginning of the game. And now Death's Poker is kind of the current meta. Top 2 times on the leaderboard, world record and second place, both use the Death's Poker. So it's cool to kind of see these different heroes. Now we've got Chemist, the first one into Lanedale Capital. Moxus is just a Draconic Tree Sentinel fight behind. And then Paluki is coming up on their second Great Rune, running through the front gate as all of them did to get to Godric.
Interesting approach to the skip.
Yeah, down at Chemist in bottom left.
Safety version of it. So this cuts out quite a bit of running. But normally we see it, you run off and punch at the wall and hope for the best. There sort of tiptoed his way down. So that was interesting to see.
Very cool. Now we've got Moxus. This kind of shows how strong this cheese is. So Moxus is not weak right now. They're actually, ooh, Mox is taking an unfortunate death right there. I was gonna say, they have the Serpent Hunter, and that shows just how good this cheese is that he's still gonna wanna make the Draconic Tree Sentinel fall off. This would be, anytime you don't have to deplete an entire boss health bar, the better for you. Thankfully, the Stake of Marika is close by, so you're not going to have these long Dark Souls style runbacks. You're right there, try to set up and do it again.
Yeah. And there is, as I learned in prepping for this, a new, different way to get around here that's a little bit shorter, but Chemist is going the traditional way, the way that you get, a grace, though I guess there is a Stake of Marika. To get to Goldfree, who is our next required boss.
Yeah, you now enter the much more kind of linear part of the game. You see that big freeze proc on Godric the Grafted down there in bottom right. And it's another one. I'm just going to pretend everything, because I don't know the numbers actually. I'm just going to pretend everything is plus 10%. They take plus 10% damage to all your attacks when they are in freeze procs. A lot of people like obviously bleed, those big bleed procs where a ton of health comes out. Those are always sexy, but not everything in this game can be bled, where most everything can be frozen in some way. So I think that's a lot of why the Death's Poker got to kind of take over as the meta right here. But with that being said, Palugi, all three of them into the capital. Chemist the first coming up on Godfrey, on Goldfrey right here. Where they're going to be immediately trying to just strafe a bunch of attacks, immediately proc an attack by throwing the knife right there, and now going into those weapon arts. The great thing about the Bloodhound's finesse, once again, is that that second part to the attack, the R2, has those iframes to it. So if you kind of understand the script of where the fight's necessarily going to go, or you can potentially iframe through that and do massive damage. Ooh, taking a ton of damage right there, but getting the stagger with the other part of the finesse. Gonna be going for the big riposte and should be able to get it out. Only needs one more attack. Gonna be going for just a simple R1, and that is our first Goldfrey down for Chemist.
Yep. And Moxix is doing the more typical, he tried the more typical skip. Didn't make it, so he's going around the long way just for safety. Which I get. I'd much rather try a skip once and then just call it. It's not a huge time waste to hop around the roofs. And Paluki down in bottom right is taking, again, that more measured approach with the skip. But yeah, we're all going. Chemist is off on his way to Morgott now. A lot of little boss rushes. Sneaking past this assassin.
How does the assassin not know, man? Like, come on. What are you doing?
Yeah, so looks like we're going for the nope, normal capital for Moxix. Here, and we'll see with Paluki is also normal. Okay, good times.
Yeah, to be clear, when you say normal, you're saying they're going to utilize.
Oh no, he's going. So the Moxix and Chemist went the intended path. Paluki down in bottom right is trying a skip, just to get around the back a little bit faster. Here, there'll be a few quit outs just to de-aggro some enemies. But this is, if you've seen Bird Skip, it's following the same inspiration. Jump on the architecture and get around some gaps that you're not supposed to get around. Here we have Chemist in bottom left, one last Bloodhound's finesse, and Morgott is down.
Yeah, a common theme with Elden Ring boss fights in the speedrun is a lot of bosses have phase 2s. We're trying to skip those phase 2s. So whatever you have to do to kind of just stagger your damage and your stagger meter in order to, as they're about to want to go into phase 2, you then get that stagger off or that big bleed, whatever it needs to be, so then you can kill them before they get there. Chemist did leave Morgott with a lot of extra health, almost his full kind of intended second half of the bar, but was able to react to it very, very well, dodge a couple of attacks, and get that one bleed proc and take the dub.
Yep.
Mox is our next player into Goldfrey.
Yeah, and with, especially now that with these weapons without Bloodhound's finesse, you're trying to get Goldfrey into this cycle here where you're just following around back of him, letting him stomp and swing, and then you get a charge attack off, chunk his health, as well as get a stagger. And staggers are great. You try to deal the Oh, words are escaping me. You try to deal as much damage during the stagger as you can, but also if you don't have to take the riposte, like Makix had right there where he could just do charge R2s to take out the health, you want to do that because riposte animations do take some time.
Yeah, that little bit of optimization. Because, yeah, in reality, a stagger is not simply, from a speedrunning standpoint, you're just taking a riposte and you're done. You're trying to maximize that amount of damage you're dealing while they're standing still, letting you wail on them.
Yes.
So sometimes that might include the riposte. A lot of times the Bloodhound's Fang, you're going to see them stagger potentially with the L2, then the second half of the finesse, the R2, deal a ton more damage, then take the riposte, and then go for even more Bloodhound's finesse afterwards as they're standing up. So maximize that as much as possible. Mox is our second player up in top left into the Morgott fight. And it's very important for them to try to get this one first try, as you would always imagine. Obviously, it's just faster to get it first try. But afterwards, the fight becomes a lot more random with how Morgott is going to be, because you come into the arena, it's not coming out of a cutscene or anything. Yeah, so allowing him to transition here to phase 2, actually throwing, I didn't know you could put Morgott to sleep, but throwing sleep pots at him.
And he does, it looks like he's doing more than the short sleep that a lot of bosses get. The Godskins obviously fall asleep, like truly fall asleep. But a lot of
they're done for the winter. Yeah.
A lot of sleepable, quote unquote, sleepable bosses just sort of stand still for 2 seconds and then they're up again. But that looked like Morgott actually went to sleep, which is a nice touch.
Yeah, it wasn't quite your like 20-minute afternoon nap or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitively, we have got Chemist heading out now to the mountaintop of the Giants in first place. Mox is just a little bit behind, just took out Morgott, and we have got Paluki also coming up on Morgott as well, just taking out Goldfree.
Yeah, it's now from here on out, Chemist is kind of well ahead, but I would say that there's still the potential, definitely the potential for the others to catch up. Aside from just random boss fight chaos, the others are doing potentially a lot more damage. The Bloodhound Fang fights just involve a lot more and take a little bit longer. But yeah, we're going through here. I thought when I was doing my probably first and second and third casual playthroughs, I thought that elevator we were just on was the Grand Lift of Rolled. It is not.
Right.
To take the elevator, to run to take the elevator.
It's so a lot of people probably look at Elden Ring speedruns and they're like, oh man, yeah, I love Elden Ring speedruns, but like it's a little unfortunate that there's so much like setup phase. Listen, the setup phase, there's so much cool stuff going on. There's so much cool routing and stuff to talk about. This is the rough part of the run. This is the like 7-minute run through the snow where you take there's like multiple elevators. We're mixing up which elevator is which. The whatever of roll and everything. Yeah, there's so much running here to get to the Fire Giant and the rest of the game.
Yeah, I was watching these. It's like, oh, there's a skip in mountaintops. It is such you're cutting a corner. It is a skip, but like you're doing a lot of running, and so we have actually a couple. I know who I'm watching. So Chemist did not have access to Volcano Manor, and so had not gotten a +6 weapon at this point. So he was stopping off before he got onto the first elevator to get a somber stone, and then before the second elevator also stopped off to get another somber stone to and then before they get into their next fight, they'll have another one. They'll all go upgrade, probably.
Yeah. Generally, you imagine all three of them are going to line up to go all the way to +8. In the interest of chemists, they'll be going straight from +4 to +8, and the others probably going from +6 to +8 before the Fire Giant. Because the Fire Giant has another, kind of like Rykard, a massive health pool that they're going to have to cut through.
Right.
All three of our runners currently now in the long trek to Fire Giant. It's a lot of interesting different pieces of routing. I remember when we always would get, or runners would always get their Somber 8s and Somber 9s by going off to like Dragon Barrow and taking that route in order to just go get Radahn Source Seal and whatnot. Now those are completely cut because they can get better Sombers just right along the way, including this +8 that I didn't know existed. There's just there's a bug in a tree, throw a dagger at it, bam, drops a Somber 8. It's great. You're right now squarely in the end game. Things are giving you big upgrade materials left and right. So it's just about finding which ones are the most efficient as you go.
Yeah, the +9 is stone that they're gonna get is again right outside a boss arena. Right beside the Grace. And so it's just easy. And part of it's also learning the fight and scripting the fight so you can do it with a slightly lower level weapon.
Right.
And not feeling like you have to have a +9 for Fire Giant. Chemist is making this long run. I think in older routes for this run, up here we would take a left and go up and go across an invisible bridge. We're actually going to go to the lake, I believe, where our good friend Borealis is.
My man.
And run up a wall. I've not tried this skip, but it looks like you just sort of get vacuumed up the wall. So I've also only ever really watched successful runs, so I don't know if it's at, a reset point, but
right. From what I understand, it's a relatively small skip. It only saves like 10 seconds, but it's definitely one of those parkour skips that's in a Souls game that just looks like, man, you look like you're just running on a flat wall. There's no way you should be able to scale this. We'll see if Chemist elects to take a quit out here. Actually not. Just going to jump up, even though Borealis is pissed off down there. Oh my god.
Yeah. Borealis is going, and Borealis is going to keep going for quite a while. But this cuts this corner, and so you're right in sort of that last camp before you take the bridge to the Trolls and Terrible Birds before Fire Giant.
Yeah, we're just about at the end of our running segment right here. Also, a reminder, everyone, t-shirts. Get your own SpeeDons t-shirts. Going and checking out the site and everything. And you can donate as well. Again, they've got awesome charity event going on right here where they have raised almost 370,000 US dollars, almost 350,000 euros. So really incredible job they've done here in just a couple days so far. This thing's only been on for like 36 hours.
Yeah, including 30,000 euros for the incentive for this run, which will be coming up, at the once we all finish, which is gonna be something to see.
Yeah, I don't know if we've actually said what it is. It is 3 players, 1 controller, Consort Radahn. So we saw Radahn taken down by 2 of our players right here. We're going to take care of the much harder version of Radahn, the end of the DLC. So if you were wanting to see some Shadow of the Erdtree, it's going to happen right here. Coming up right here, this is that Somber 8 I was talking about, where you got to shoot. You actually got to watch it fall a little bit, and then that will trigger it actually giving you the Somber 8. So now, Chemist and all the other players, the other 2, will be able to upgrade to a +8, really upping that damage quite a bit. I believe it's around the +7 point where all of a sudden you're going to get B scaling in dexterity, which they've been making sure to do. Oh, well, I guess that's just for the Bloodhound's Fang. Yeah, I keep forgetting. We got 3 different runners right here with 3 different weapons.
Yeah, but yeah, like it's so on the route. Like that grace that he picked up was the Fire Giant grace.
Yep.
So here he goes. This I don't like this fight. And I know, like, for me it's just because I have this urge to lock on, this need to lock on. This fight is so much easier if you don't lock on.
Yeah, any of the big bosses for sure. And back on Torrent right here, so you can iframe through that big snow sweep. And now going in with that blood grease, dealing a ton of damage, proccing some staggers right here, and trying to take out his weak point, this left foot of his.
Yeah, just immediately breaking his ankle, and he's pretty much 1 hit away from phase 2.
Ooh, just a
2 hits away from phase 2.
Yeah, some bad RNG right there that he rolled away. Going to get back on Torrent, probably just go for a jump R2. Yeah, in order to get the proc. And now, going to be seeing right here, crouching, getting some stamina back, throwing a knife at him. What that is doing, it does almost no damage, but that is going to help him actually get a stagger right here. Now going for that weak point, the eye, going for that other part of the Bloodhound's finesse, just able to catch it and knock him out before he got to do anything there in phase 2. Well done. But yeah, the knives a lot of times are just, you can imagine the stagger meters on bosses are something that as you hit them with various attacks, that meter starts to fill up. But if you don't attack them after a while, that meter's going to start dropping. By throwing the knife, it just locks that stagger meter in place, so that once he put his hand down, he was still at the right point to get off his like 1 or 2 more attacks and knock down the Fire Giant, getting that stagger and going for that big damage in the weak spot.
Yeah, and what you'll see, especially with this last fight and the next few fights, because Bloodhound's Fang has been the meta for so long. Oh, big hand.
Big hand. Yeah, I know. Those are
the those fights are like scripted so precisely. So, you know, you have to know that you're gonna get that stagger because you unlock for that one Bloodhound's finesse to, you know, hit the hand, but then redirect and hit the head that you know is going to be there because you know you're going to get the stagger. And the Gods Can Do fight is going to be similarly precise and impressive with how they just time the staggers and the damage.
Yeah. So I was glad Bloodhound's Fang for so long was the meta, because I just think Bloodhound's Finesse is such a cool looking attack. But it's also something you can get very creative with how you direct your damage. We got Moxus, our second player, into the Fire Giant fight. Once again, popping that golden vow on the weapon art right there off of his dagger. And now going to be going for a jump into those charged R2s. Breaking the leg immediately. I'm going to be getting a stagger here very, very soon. Attention on this attack. Yep, knocking him to his feet.
Crouching for the stamina. And he does have the Physic Flask. He did stop off for that. So he has a charge attack tier, and I do believe he has the stamina tier, but that just gives you a little extra base stamina. He's using a heavy weapon, doing charge attack, so he does have to regen quite a bit. We got the eye.
Little more. Poke the knee right here.
Yep.
Nicely done.
There we go. Second player heading to burn the tree.
Yep. Head into Crumbling Farum Azula, where we've got two more bosses here and 3 more bosses back into the Ashen Capital. Ooh, Paluki unfortunately taking a death in the bottom right, probably from that giant hand. Was able to get the Somber Rage. Where did he go? Oh. Gamers. Sometimes Life slaps you in the face. So this is a very, very long run back. There's a ton of sights of grace along the way, but I'm sure that was one of those never has died there, and the enemy just gave him very, very bad RNG. And, it's important to remember that the whole game, they're playing this, like, those are tiny little red health bars up in the top left. It's common, by the time you reach this point in the game, people have like 60 vigor. The red bar is like halfway across the screen. So even just little basic attacks from enemies will deal a ton of damage. So that is an unfortunate, probably close to 7-minute run back that all of a sudden is going to have to do.
And sort of the unfortunate thing as well is that these guys are sitting beside each other. Like, this isn't something where there's dividers in between them.
Right.
So he knows he's behind, and so he's like, well, I don't want to waste 20 seconds.
Right, like sitting at a side of grace somewhere.
Yeah,
the side of grace he was going to sit at was about 5 feet away.
Yeah.
So right here in bottom left, though, you got Chemist with the Bloodhound's Fang and using those St. Trina's arrows that applies sleep as well. This is a very, very cool fight. Going to be doing a very specific set of attacks to basically put each of the Godskin duo members at like 1 HP. Because kind of like the 4 Kings of Dark Souls 1, they're going to be dealing a ton of damage while they're fading away. So did a bunch of damage right there. Now going to be going up and doing some Bloodhound's Finesse on the fat one. Going to be proccing a stagger at 1 HP, going for the riposte, and then hopefully able to get the 1 cycle on them with the Bloodhound's Finesse. That'll do it. That is a one-shot.
Very nice.
Because it is actually a lot of time, and that's why we were focusing on Paluki right there. But they picked up a Somber 9, upgraded it once. They wanted a very specific amount of damage right there. That saves you time. You basically get the time back for upgrading it on that fight alone, because otherwise you'd have to wait to watch one of them respawn, and it actually takes longer than you would think. And now we also get the benefit of just better damage for all the rest of these fights. Because the end of Elden Ring is just a big boss rush.
Karam as well makes me so nervous, and it makes me nervous that, like, Chemist really hasn't taken many graces here either. There will be one coming up that he will take. Because he's headed into our favorite bird skip. But yeah, the magic grace to go onto the Bloodhound's Fang just to perfectly get to the right amount of damage. Basically all the bosses that they fight are, if not weak to magic, not strong against it.
Right. For the most part, there's not a ton of bosses in the game that are really weak to magic. It just kind of adds some flat damage to it. It's really just utilized there because it puts them at that perfect amount of damage. That's what's. It's not that the Godskin duo is particularly weak to magic or anything, but like Actual used to say, they're not strong against it either. Not a lot of things are strong against it. Other than your, I can't think of her name right now. The one lady.
Yeah, so Chemist just sent Bird Skip. There's this whole running really section with bird and lightning and dragons, and you can platform your way out of it. And he made it look super easy. He is taking the safety grace.
Okay.
I support this. In a run, you just run right past this, but Malakath incidents have been known to happen.
Yeah, it's actually a really scary fight because you got phase 1 with the beast, whatever his name is. I'm doing a really good job with the names tonight.
Yeah, Grank. Yeah, the desired opener for this is for he can slow walk to you, he can charge you in. The desired opener is kind of for him to charge you, and you tank a hit.
Which they don't have a lot of health to give right now.
Yeah, so they can tank the hit. But Makix got through Gatsukan there, did not get the one cycle, had to wait for Gatsukan Noble to respawn to get in that one last hit. But he made it through safe, and is taking that jump that I've certainly died to a bunch of times and is going for the long run. But Chemist is safely through phase 1 and is onto our buddy Malakath.
Getting the stagger right there, going for the repost. Ooh, missed the repost right there, though, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, and Malakath has some recovery iframes, a lot of recovery iframes. But the nice thing about Malakath is that he also has, like, no poise. He, for a late game boss, he is really easy to stagger. So...
yeah, that was kind of the balance to him, because he is one of the most relentless bosses in the game as far as attacking you, but you're looking to try to, like, 4-shot him. That's what he's either going to 2-shot you or you're going to 4-shot him. That's how it goes. So, still unfortunate death for Chemist. Have been having a really, really good run up to them. Still in the lead, but that does open up things for Moxus right here. Just got their own bird skip, or going for their own bird skip right here. Not far behind whatsoever.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Malakath also is that his openers really don't change. If you die, like, there are a few bosses where you have to kill the first try. The next boss coming up, Gideon, you really have to get him first try. Like, if they don't, I imagine they have save state that they'll load, because it's just
it's so bad. Yeah, it's one of those, like, a lot of people know him. Here, let's real quick see. Throwing the knife, that should set up for perfect damage right there. Clap him, and that is a kill for Chemist. Nice second try right there. Box is taking the safety save as well right beforehand. But it's, a lot of people view Gideon, absolute joke boss. You probably got to him and you pooped on him in like 4 hits, and he died, whatever. Genuinely mean it, where that would be the worst fight in the game for them to not get a first try on, because then walking back in, he casts every spell in the game at you. So please, 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 if you're gonna die to a boss, don't make it him.
Yeah. And you saw Chemist, he actually got the desired opener there, got that one hit. You know, it's a trade, but he was down to like 1 HP and simply don't get hit.
Hey,
the rest of
the only hope that matters is the last one.
Indeed.
It almost looks like, again, from like Dark Souls days, like a red tier stone ring setup.
Yeah. And that is used for some runs. That is not used for this run.
Thank God.
But
all right, Moxus now going into phase 2 here with Malakath. Going with that opening attack's going to be, I'll give him the nice attack where he's got that big exposed belly, going in for the riposte right here. On it out. He needs one or maybe 2 more R2s. Yeah, he needs 1 more, and that's going to do it. Again, do not let Malakath have an opinion. Don't let him move around, or he gets a lot scared.
Yeah. And genuinely, Gideon is probably scariest for Bloodhound's Fang, just because you are not chunking like the other weapons are. But you got that Frost Grease, and it looks like you got the Frost proc and Bleed proc right at the same time. So that just took out a quarter of his health. And he is getting a little undressed because he's going to put on parts of Gideon's armor as soon as he stops talking.
Yeah, he talks for a little bit as he dies, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's the big sort of, it usually, at some point he'll put it on, maybe when he gets to the Grace.
I don't know specifically what Gideon's armor does for him.
They level endurance, so I think it's just better armor, more defense, and maybe more poise. I don't know if Makix will also use it. Haluki will actually end up switching to the Spellblade set, which is Roger's armor, so you have to wait for him to die to go get it, but that's gonna really boost the damage from his Ash of War.
Okay. Got Paluki taking a quit out right there after seeing that giant hand look at him. Sure, a little bit scarred by that damage. You can see just how punishing a death that truly was.
Yeah, and
just now finally getting up to the fire giant.
Yeah, and that's wild for Machix, which I knew this, but I forgot it. That Ash of War that you get with Serpent Hunter, we say it's not really useful outside of the arena. Well, he used it there because it gives you those sort of the stabby, the pierce type attacks, which Gideon's really weak to and will sort of take him out of his animations.
Oh, interesting.
So that's pretty cool. But Chemist is flying. Got through Godfrey, which is basically the same moveset as Goldfrey, surprisingly enough. And now we're at Horalu, who is another one where you don't want to let him move. And he sort of gives you some good openings while he just stands there and yells. But yeah. The Chemist is about to head into the final boss.
A lot of the optimizations to these boss fights is also like, you can almost imagine like they're dances. Like, play the game casually, you're rolling all these attacks. The more you can just sidestep it, conserving all of your stamina, the better. So you see them just kind of stepping to the side or abusing an opportunity where they can jump and do a jump R2 out of it as well. To just keep that pressure applied and go for those staggers.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So, Chemist is at the sort of largest disadvantage in this fight. Neither of these bosses can bleed. They can be staggered, but he's just working with his sword's damage and Little Dancy Ash of War, and trying to get staggers where he can. Radahn, you do not want to hit after he staggers. He'll just stand up. So you need to take the riposte. But Radahn has a few health-gated attacks that we like to use to our advantage. This triple slam, jump R2, run around, or not wait for the third one, just stagger him, and there he goes.
Basically script the fight where on that third slam down, an R1's going to get them a stagger. So with that, Chemist looking to take first place in this race into the Elden Beast fight and going to be trying to, once again, get a stagger at two very specific spots. Going to stand in position, get that right amount of stamina back, and you're just outside, even though it doesn't look like it, just outside of that flame hitbox right there. Catching him with the end of the stagger as Elden Beast was about to run away, dealing a ton more damage, and then grabbing the very end of that riposte animation. Going to be going for another Bloodhound's finesse here pretty soon, and going to hopefully get the kill right here. Ooh, okay, was able to get away. Gonna have to wait, let him have the ring attack likely. Or whatever attack might be going for. Ooh, that's probably the best RNG you can hope for.
Yeah. And so we don't actually know what patch they're playing on. If it were more current, you could potentially get on Torn and run after him, but there we go for Chemist. He still has to hit the end credits, but really good time with this. And, the Paluki had the unfortunate death.
Right.
But is using the new meta still, but they're all really accustomed to running Bloodhound's Fang, so
Boogie actually the one with the, I believe, the best time of the three of them. Again, this was a really, really good race, especially coming in the number 5, 6, and 7 runners in Elden Ring Glitchless. All of them, their PBs in the Bloodhound's Fang. I want to give a massive shout out to all 3 runners for using different routes. Just giving us some variety. You're getting to see each weapon get a lot of love.
Yeah, and when we say the best time, there's like 30 seconds separating them. They're so close. But Machix also looks like he's one hit away. Got that charged R2 and caught him. And we'll see. We're well under estimate, so maybe they'll have Paluki run it out. We'll see what they decide, or if they get set up for the Consort Radahn fight. But, as long as everything, nothing truly catastrophic happens, because if, at this point, even if he doesn't have Crisis, he'll just be back at the beginning of Ferrum Missoula. There's plenty of time for him to finish out and really showcase the Death Poker, because the Death Poker fights are just funny at the end.
Yeah, I was like, in all honesty, I just want to see the Death Poker. Again, the absolutely devastating damage it can put out right there. Picking up that Somber 9, just like we saw for the other runners, just right along the way. It's for all the setup they do in these runs. It's amazing how many of the things they're getting that are right on the path, that just conveniently works out for them, while they're also getting the required stuff in order to move to the end of the game. Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Also, make sure everybody stick around moving into the late night portion, at least stateside. For them, it's not exactly late night, or it's more late night. Oh, where are they? No, they're deep in the night. Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered coming up right after this, and 3 players, 1 controller. Consort Radahn fight. I'm excited for that. I wonder what weapon they're using. We'll find out.
We'll find out. This is True Souls questline experience right now. Having to do a bunch of quit outs and resets to get Roger to die. So he can get his clothes put on.
Yeah, like I said, this is primarily just going to buff that weapon art that he's going to be spamming throughout all this.
Yeah, it's pretty decent, or it's I guess 8% when you're wearing the whole set. Buff to any magic damage done by Ashes of War. It's very specific, but this Ash of War, it's called the Glint Blade set. So you think it's just for Glint Blades, but no, it's just any magic damage, and this is doing pure magic damage. So he's fighting him straight up, but he's also kind of not fighting him. He's just putting a puddle of
yeah, this is a different form of the putting them to sleep
magic. Oh, and he is using Roger's rapier to get some Glint Blades. So I'm gonna guess we're at a pre-DLC patch here, just because they nerfed the Glint Blades dagger a lot, and that's perfectly okay within the glitchless rules. And here, it's less ideal to get Apostle again, just because his attacks are a little more annoying than Noble, and he's a smaller target to hit. But to encourage Noble, you'd have to wait a few seconds, and it's just not fast.
We want to go fast. That's what we do at speedrun.
Yeah.
Nicely done fight. That was cool to see that variation on it. First time I've seen someone fight the duo and not just put them to sleep, because the damage was so devastating, and you get that range that you get to work from. You say, I don't need to put them to sleep.
Yeah,
so many
sort
different
of
little differences in these pieces of routing. That wasn't just, oh, I use this weapon, I use that weapon. There's a lot of other pieces that work around, the meat and potatoes of the route, the weapon they're using, the Bloodhound's Fang, the Serpent Hunter, the Death's Poker, that has to change with the routing. So, very cool stuff.
And because we know these fights so well, they have specific spots where they spawn in, so you can just leave a puddle of magic for them to cut into. And here we go, more bird skip.
I've had pretty good performances on the bird skip. The bird skip is not easy. As someone who's tried to make it work myself in runs, I'm like, oh, it is so easy to slide off of these windowsills.
Yeah, I mean,
I need y'all to know that, these runners, how well they're doing it.
yeah, that first jump even, like, there are days when it's like, what is happening? And that's partly down to the quirkiness of fall damage in this game, where if you jump off a railing, you could die, but if you jump over the railing from the ground,
oh no, what a jerk waffle. Thankfully got the side of grace right before, as they've all been doing.
But yeah, it's fall damage is quirky. We'll just go with that. And in that case, the last stable ground, because he had done a quit out, the last stable ground is very often on one of those ledges, but put him back on a really unfortunate railing, and right there.
Yeah, that was odd.
Beastman. Quit out to make the elevator go fast. And here we go.
Jusqu'au bout, mon gars, jusqu'au bout, tu t'arrêtes pas. Allez, tout le monde, faut lui donner la force, allez!
Here we go. It's more. Get the runes.
Et un autre point dont on n'a pas parlé, c'est que
Rough.
on joue tous avec des setups potentiellement différents.
Yeah, bird skip, very, very difficult.
And unfortunate. My goodness.
Oh,
The worst.
wow.
Really bad luck with some of these things, but honestly, like, part of why we're doing this is, like, yes, it's faster, but it's also, like, frankly safer than the intended route. He wouldn't necessarily be safe, or even sort of normal levels of trash mob safe running through that. It's just horrendous.
Yeah, you got a dragon bringing down all sorts of big lightning. You got some jerk birds, hence bird skip. You've got all the beastmen that have projectiles and lightning they're throwing at you. Nicely done.
Let's go.
Love to hear the support from the fellow runners and the crowd right there. People popping off.
Take the safety grace, take the safety grace, take the safety grace.
I don't think there's any shot in the world. If I'm him and I don't take the safety grace, I'm basically telling them, if I die, let's go to the incentive.
Yeah.
All right, jumping down to the safety grace. Yeah, thankfully, it's not too far off the beaten path. You're going up the ramp to Malekith right now. Obviously, we've seen the two kind of more melee-based weapons variant on this fight. They're going to be trading damage. I'm just excited to see. I've never watched a death poker run of this, so that's part of the excitement for me. Like, a lot of times we come into commentary for speedrunning, and ideally we've done our homework and we know what stuff looks like. I don't know what this looks like, so let's see it. What's gonna happen? Taking the quit out right there just so the tree sentinel doesn't mess with you as you're trying to go in.
Yeah. And that's a fun quit out to know if you really don't like fighting those tree sentinels. Because both of them, you can quit out, get behind them, and then just poison them. So yes, another one where you want Malekith to do the fast run up, so he lands in your magic puddle, and we have a stagger.
I see why this is the new.
Yeah.
Going to a single player view here. Nice, getting the big screen.
Jeez, just melts.
I say no staggers needed, or at least no riposts or anything.
And the wild thing is that this was the weapon for a little bit. They had to change the route. They had to find a new routing to make it the any percent glitchless meta again. because players started using it again for like all remembrances and stuff once the DLC came out. But yeah, it's crazy that you have fights like that, but still Bloodhound Fang. It's only like 20 seconds behind it.
Oh, it's still very close.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if there's more weapons that end up joining the meta at some point. It's tough because there's like 300 something weapons in this game. Yeah, a lot of them are trash, but you know, I'm sure no one was thinking about the Death's Poker there for, you know, the years this game has been out. And finally someone just tried and said, guys?
Yeah, the Death's Poker is, again, it's for what it is really surprising. Its weapon requirements, like it's low, like really low weapon requirements. And that's sort of the trouble of like what's a literally free or basically free weapon to get with reasonable requirements that can do a lot of damage, but also a lot of staggers. Because that's really what you're farming. You want to do damage, but also, you know, poise damage. So Gideon got a little bit out of the way, but Autumn again, very nice.
Oh, love seeing the support. Let's go, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, because ultimately, like, the meta of, you know, how do you choose a weapon in Elden Ring? You kill bosses in this game by staggering them, bleeding them, and freezing them. Though that's really, so if you have weapons that can do that very efficiently, that's automatically what makes the good weapons.
Yeah, bleed is sort of meta in speedrunning because it resets itself. Frost also like chunks and you can do more damage while they're frosted, but it resets over time, and so you're only going to get one proc in a fight, practically speaking, whereas with bleed you can get several because you don't have to wait for it to reset. Casually, you know how you can reset it. You get a torch, you hit them with fire. It's a speedrun, we don't do that. So now we buff up the intelligence and the endurance, more stamina, always great, and just pump intelligence for that Ash of War.
It's kind of cool to see a little bit of meta around an intelligence build again, because I haven't seen that be a thing since like the early days of Hoarfrost Stomp and Comet Azure, and they were like, listen, we need to knock those both down a peg.
Yeah, Sonef was the meta for so long because, again, it's free. It has ridiculous requirements, but it's free, and it was legitimately broken.
I will admit,
there was a little
when I saw it got nerfed. Yeah, I was like, listen, as cute as it is to walk into a boss arena, Kamehameha, and be done, like, it's better for the game that that's not that strong now.
Yeah, there was a little bit of, it was doing twice as much damage as it said it was, so.
I never knew that lore. We didn't do that.
So, like, when they took the damage of the Ash of War down by 60%, it was a nerf. It was also just fixing it.
Yeah, this is what it was supposed to be.
Yeah. And so now it's just a weapon that is still quite good. Like, to be clear, quite good, but with ridiculous stat requirements.
I love watching those kills on bosses. Like, his foot is about to stomp the ground and mess him up. Probably still would one-shot him at this range. And just like staring straight into the eye of the storm.
Yeah, go refill your flasks.
Probably want those. You see the players, for the most part, only go like 1 or 2 heals. And then mostly blue flask from here, which is what refills your mana. It's basically just for this last set of bosses, because you need so much to get through them.
Yeah. So he was switching up with arrows?
Yeah, I saw some fire arrows there. Still gonna come in underestimate.
Yeah.
Got immediate freeze proc. With the big jump R2.
Yeah.
Some yellow damage there.
And Yeah, like, God.
I love it. I love watching it. It's so good.
Because, like, Radahn is not weak to anything, except for apparently, he's a little weak to magic. Elden Beast is not weak to anything, except with this fire, you're getting so many hits, and that's part of what's, like, really building up the stagger. And then while you're staggered, you just press L2. And a little bit of bad RNG. Oh, this is why we have arrows.
Oh, does that, I guess it procs a different attack that you might want to see?
No, it's keeping up the stagger.
It's keeping up the stagger, I see.
Yeah. When you're in a smaller arena, you can throw kukris, you can throw throwing daggers. This is not Lies of P. We do not have a professional baseball player throwing shot puts. We have a guy. So, need some arrows, but there it is.
Nice. Nicely done. Oh, from chat, it's to stop the frost.
Oh, yeah. It is to stop the frost. It also keeps it is probably for both of those things. That's why it's
probably
fire.
Covers both.
So, yeah, GG Star Runners. We'll see how they're getting set up for this incentive. I have no idea how they're going to do this fight.
Yeah, we don't know the weapon or the build they're going to use. We don't know who's doing what. But again, this is their incentive now afterwards. 3 players, 1 controller, Consort Radahn, the final boss of the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. Yeah, we're going to sit back and enjoy this one as they get set up for it.
Non, très bien. Eh bien, Elden Ring n'est pas terminé, ne vous inquiétez pas. Un petit mot peut-être pour...
Ah, un petit mot. Bah écoutez, double sub 1h10, ce qui fait du coup c'est le meilleur run qu'on a jamais vu au monde en marathon. Ouais, ça c'est quand même...
Because at least 2 of these guys run on mouse and keyboard.
Donc ouais, moi j'ai fait une super run, une petite mort sur les rats au début, pour ceux qui l'ont notifié parce que les commentateurs n'ont pas vu, et tant mieux. Non, vous n'avez pas vu. Donc j'avais ça, il y a Rodrigue, j'ai fait une petite bêtise, et sur ma liquesse, j'étais plus occupé à réfléchir quelle célébration je fais avant de tuer le boss. Du coup, bah, je ne l'ai pas tué.
I have yet myself. Have you played the DLC? I actually have not played it yet.
I have played some of the DLC. Let's go with Life is Complicated.
Oh, yeah. Life is complicated, and the DLC, I imagine, is very hard.
The DLC is hard. I have seen... I have seen Consort Radahn die a lot. I still don't know what the fight is supposed to be. Because I think right now a lot of this fight is still simply play the game.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any way to really cheese him or anything. I know I've seen with like Mitra's doing defeat Consort Radahn % or DLC %, whatever you want to call it. It's hard to figure out how to deal much of any good damage because he simply won't stop swinging. Goes in there with the shield and the Bloodhound's Fang and just parries him a lot. And then goes for those riposts and R1s. It's just kind of simple damage. It is almost for sure the hardest boss that FromSoft has ever created, even eclipsing Millennia from the base game.
Yeah,
it's like you said, there's no real cheese for it. It's just, hey, you just got to fight him. And he's got, Millennia's got waterfowl. He's got like 3 or 4 waterfowls. He's got so much, in particular, in Phase 2, that he can throw at you.
Yeah, and the struggle when you're just sort of fighting him casually is that he has essentially Radahn's, stance, his poise pool, which Radahn, even in base game, is really hard to stagger because if you're doing it alone, because there's sort of the assumption that you're gonna use all the summons and get a lot of hits in.
So they balanced it for that.
And so now he's just really hard to stagger. So, okay. Oh, this is the easier version of 3 players, 1 controller. We have a mouse and keyboard set up.
Oh, there you go. I was like, even just the logistics of getting, 3 to 6 hands on one like controller. Okay, KBM. Now, we're not trying to make it sound like this is going to be easy all of a sudden.
No.
Yes,
So
are they using the Hand of Melania in a buckler?
Yeah, it looks like that is waterfall dance, and so I mean, do it for the lore, right?
Yeah, I was about to say this is the lore. This is how it all went down. This is how she cursed him with rot.
But yeah, we have the buckler there to get in the parries.
Yeah, because that's like realistically the triple parry is how you're gonna get your staggers in this. That's the only real way to do it, because he just won't give you enough time in between attacks to actually build up any sort of a posture bar break.
Yeah. And the Hand of Melania is a perfectly good. It's a weapon that I never use. It's just the stat requirements. Like by the time I get there, I have a weapon.
Right,
but
you're committed to something. She gives it, and it's like you need I think 48 decks to even wield the sucker. In addition to other stats, it's some big numbies.
But it does good damage, it does good bleed. It's a katana, all
I'm
the things
sure
you
it's
want.
good.
And you can do waterfowl, which is just obnoxious.
Dude, are they gonna try to waterfowl somewhere in here? All right, so here he is. He always opens up this attack right here, a little twirl at you, and I don't know if I will enough. Again, they're going to be going for parries, as you can see. They know the attacks that they can parry on. I haven't even fought this dude casually. So, yeah, going to be fitting in those R1s into the riposte. He's only got 1 health bar, but 2 phases. And everyone will tell you the phase 1 is the fair one.
Yeah, and phase 1 only lasts like a quarter of the health bar. If,
yeah.
The French-speaking members of chat have been listening and know where they are on Shadow Tree fragments, but like you assume you're fully upgraded and you have at least level 12 Shadow Tree to go into this for a marathon, and you're still barely hitting for yellow.
Yeah. As you see, they gave themselves that fat that might be like 70 vigor. It's at least 60.
Yeah. Lots of vigor, lots of stamina, because there's just a lot of moments here where you have to run and dodge and run and dodge.
The coordination between the 3 of them to decide when they're going to roll, when they're going to go for a parry, the communication's got to be really, really good here. They're doing a great job here on the first attempt.
Yeah, so it looks like 1 guy on attacks and camera, 1 on parry and items, and 1 moving and dodging. It's really helpful to have moving and dodging as 1 person. A lot of 2P1C does not have that. But for this, just everything is so precise that it's really important.
Dude, need 1 more for another stagger. Or another parry stagger, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
Down here in the last 20% of the health bar, our gamers are doing great in there.
Yep. Yeah. This really is the way to go if you have parries. Granted, in the speedruns, they don't do this as far as I know because there are faster ways, but if you know how to parry in this game, this is... Oh, we got a bleed. My God.
Oh, he coming down from the heavens.
Run.
Honestly, this attack is so cool. I'm glad we didn't see it. Going in for the final poke of destiny. Oh, the big whiff. Oh, my goodness.
1 more R1 and... Or light attack, I guess, for mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, I guess there's no R1s on screen right now. And this should do it. Oh, they're waiting. What do they want?
Cinema. So they probably want to get it with a riposte. But
no, they want the stagger into the foul. Let's go!
Yeah. Oh! They got it. Yeah. That was.
That's
you know, at a certain point you got to do it. But like, honestly, great fight, and surprisingly, every single attack towards the end there, they got some grabs to dodge. But GG's to our runners. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. Actual Use on commentary. Make sure you follow Actual Use, Moxus, Chemist, and Paluki. All right there, doing an amazing showcase of Elden Ring and the variety in its combat, all the different weapons it has. We got to see 4 different weapons on display tonight. 5 if you throw in the Uchi-Katana. Very, very cool stuff. So, gamers, thank you for joining us tonight. This was a ton of fun. Actual Use, thank you for being in the commentary booth with me tonight.
Yeah, this has been great.
They've got a bunch more runs here at SpeeDons, so make sure y'all stick around. Marvel's Spider-Man coming up after this. Actually, I do believe this is your last time you will be on for comms. So if you want to do any final shout-outs, go for it.
No, just I occasionally stream on Twitch. I have a dissertation to write, but anyway, I think we are off anyway, so
yeah. Have a good night, gamers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
En vrai, ça valait le coup de se lever. Tous les gens qui ont fait des dons en mode je viens de me lever, la salle, les gens qui sont arrivés à 4h du mat.
Ou de rester debout.
Ou de rester debout.
Il y a des gens téméraires qui sont.
On en fait partie.
On en fait partie, c'est vrai.
Debout. On est resté debout et vous avez donné énormément.
Il y a eu énormément de dons pendant Elden Ring.
Exactement, on vient même d'avoir un don anonyme de 200 balles, donc merci énormément.
Merci anonyme.
On a eu Chris qui a donné 100 balles, pas mécontent de m'être levé pour assister à cette belle course matinale en entre-terre. Bon courage et bel événement à toutes et tous. Merci Chris.
On a Radahn qui a donné 100 €. Bravo à tous pour ce magnifique event. J'espère voir le fameux Never Happen Before de Chemist bourrer les dons.
Je tiens juste à vous rappeler, pendant qu'on lit les dons, pendant qu'on est en train d'installer Spider-Man qui arrive, vous allez voir que, en fait, vous êtes déjà teasé. Bon, désolé, vous êtes déjà totalement spot.
René par le vrai Spider-Man. C'est le vrai.
Le plan cam est totalement fou. On est à 2 doigts. Vous êtes à 93% de l'objectif sur Marvel Spider-Man. Vous avez encore le temps là, de l'ambiancing et de la run. 4 759 € sur 5 000. La team 1 €, la team 100, la team 200. On est à 250 balles.
Quand vous faites vos dons, n'hésitez pas à le mettre directement dans l'incentive pendant la run.
Oui, clairement. Et là, il faut y aller. En plus, MV m'en a parlé. Il en a parlé. Il a fait un petit blue sky en mode il faut absolument le faire parce que voilà, on va voir un New York avec des assets de Speedon. Il y a des gens qui ont bossé là-dessus. Ça a l'air totalement fantastique. Et encore plus pour les gens qui aiment Spider-Man, parce qu'évidemment, il y a une communauté. Moi, c'est mon super-héros préféré depuis que je suis tout petit. Et oui, et là, de le voir en vrai, voilà, ça me fait quelque chose, je tiens à le dire.
Tu vas aller prendre une photo.
Je vais aller prendre une photo avec mon... voilà, j'ai envie d'aller. Spider-Man, c'est toute mon enfance.
Alors, il y a eu énormément de dons. Malenia qui a donné 5 €, Mutualisé pour le dernier boss, quelle classe. Anonyme qui donne 100 €, Awazeki qui donne 10 €, petit don depuis la salle hâte du Shadow Drop de Silk Song à la fin de l'event.
Oui.
Ah bon?
Non,
info sûre selon les sources de LV, mais non.
On rappelle que c'est le dernier Speedon sans Silk Song.
Ah oui, alors ça tombe uniquement si on atteint les 3 millions.
Ah.
Le speedrun de yo-yo.
Le speedrun de yo-yo, mais tout le monde va faire du yo-yo, mais c'est pas l'important. C'est pas l'important, il faut faire des dons.
Alors visiblement, on a des infos sur Silksong à 3 millions.
On a un MV qui ressort des siestes de 30 minutes.
Qui est en backstage.
MV qui arrive une sieste de 30 minutes. Est-ce que tout va bien? L'incentive, bordel. L'incentive, bordel. On y est, hein. On y est, c'est là, ça peut se faire juste avant le début de la run. On est à 95%, 5 petits pourcents. Quand vous faites votre don, faites votre don pour cette personne.
Ça vous propose directement
le plus grand fan de Spider-Man qui s'est levé pour reprendre l'ambiancing au pied levé à bientôt 6h du matin. La salle est encore remplie, les gens se lèvent, les gens arrivent. On a Crowley qui vient de donner 20 balles, bravo à toutes les renheureuses, les ambuanceurs, la régie. Non mais là, ça n'a plus aucun sens la façon dont vous appelez les gens. Les bénévoles pour ce fabuleux speedon et surtout merci à Médecins du Monde et au vieux monsieur. Aucun problème sur les fautes d'orthographe, allez-y, bourrez les dons, nous on les lira tels quels.
On a Anonyme qui a donné 100 € et Anonyme qui a redonné 100 €. Est-ce le même? On ne le saura jamais.
On ne le saura jamais.
L'odeur qui donne 10 €, je dénonce. À mon grand désarroi, l'odeur de la salle n'est pas nauséabonde. Les gamers se douchent. C'est vrai que...
Alors c'est bien aéré, on n'est pas dimanche, il reste le week-end. Le week-end c'est potentiellement l'étape la plus compliquée pour l'odeur dans la salle. Glock donne 10 balles, tout ce skill ne ramènera pas Alexander. Assassin. On a fait un don de 300 € de Tatsav qui disait je reviens de Culture Clash, j'ai loupé quelques runs mais le week-end promet, il n'y a pas de petits dons, alors donne. La film des 1 €, on vous voit et on vous aime et ça c'est réel. Et là par exemple pour l'Incentive Spider-Man, si tout le monde commence à donner un bal, ça va être vite terminé et on commencera la run en ayant déjà... Là on y est à 70 balles seulement, 70 balles seulement, qui a 70 balles?
Qui a 70 balles? Peut-être un petit regard. Ah, j'ai entendu moi.
Un bal là j'ai vu. Non mais c'est en direct, on a NoJet qui donne 5 balles. On a encore eu un don anonyme de 100 €, mais ça a sûrement été dans l'Incentive parce que du coup on n'est plus qu'à 70. Donc merci pour ce don anonyme de 100 balles.
On a Terbis qui donne 7 €. Merci Speedon, bourrez les dons, on dormira plus tard.
On a Arnold qui donne 100 balles. Let's go à Solidarité, Médecins du Monde. Le big up vieux monsieur, pas si vieux. Et le respect aux GOATs des Souls. C'est vrai qu'on a eu 3 GOATs qui sont venus bien représenter Elden Ring.
C'est vrai. Alors, si t'as jamais joué à Elden Ring, en les regardant, ça peut presque paraître facile.
Bah ouais, parce qu'en fait, une fois que les setups sont installés, une fois qu'on connaît son arme, une fois qu'on sait exactement ce qu'il faut faire et les patterns des monstres, bah les monstres, les boss meurent en 10 secondes, 30 secondes. Ça. Selon le boss, donc t'as l'impression que c'est vraiment une problème de santé. Alors,
mais quand tu lances le jeu, tu te dis
c'est validé. C'est validé pour l'Incentive Spider-Man. Spider-Man mode Fiesta, les assets de Speedon dans un New York totalement modifié. Ce sera présent après la run, évidemment. Run de Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man, qui sera rené en Silver Lightning Ultimate. J'ai aucune idée de ce que c'est. De quoi?
Spider-Man qui vient de donner 11 € et 11 centimes. Petit don depuis les gradins de la salle.
Il vient de faire un don.
Mais il y a des Spider-Man partout en fait ici.
Est-ce que c'est le New Generation, le multiverse de Spider-Man est présent à Speedon? Non mais je n'en reviens pas. Je vous rappelle que du coup, maintenant que l'incentive a idée, il y en aura d'autres dans le week-end. Vous avez également des incentives avec le meilleur Zelda, le nom de sauvegarde sur plein de jeux, mais vous avez surtout, il est plus derrière moi, il est où? Il est sous mes fesses, je suis désolé, au prochain annonceur. Il y a le t-shirt. Ah, celui-là, il est collector, du coup, je suis resté assis dessus. Potentiellement collector. Le t-shirt de Speedon.
Le t-shirt Speedon. Sur speedon.fr, vous avez toutes les tailles. Et bien sûr, une part des bénéfices sera reversée directement à Médecins du Monde. Je crois qu'on est prêt pour la run de Spider-Man Remastered. Alors, c'est parti. On y va tout de suite.
Bonjour Speedon, le matin.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour. Comment ça va?
Ça va très bien. J'ai une identité secrète, moi.
Ouais, moi aussi. Voilà. Personne ne m'a reconnu.
Attends, faut cacher en dessous. C'est pas vrai. Non, je suis... Bon, évidemment, on a mis les moyens. C'était le seul moyen de se réveiller. C'est-à-dire que voilà, le jour, certains run et commentent la nuit. Il faut sauver le monde. Vu qu'on est entre les deux, ben, on a Blu pour jouer à Spider-Man. Salut.
Hello, GDQ. My name is Zojalix, and I'm very excited to be providing the commentary here for this run. I am a huge fan of Blue as a Spider-Man speedrunner. I am the world record holder for the exact category that he is going to be doing on PC, which is Silver Lining Ultimate. It is one of the 3 DLCs that was released with the game. Also, I love the fact that he's wearing the costume for the exact costume that he runs on in the category. So I think that is really cool. It makes me very, very happy. But anyways, so this is one of the DLCs that was released for the Spider-Man game back in, I don't remember actually when the original DLC came out because I'm so used to just running the remastered versions. But basically, this follows a timeline that is post in the game. And then this is a it follows post the main story, and it follows this like really cool time frame where Spider-Man is fighting against Hammerhead, the Mafia boss. Currently, right now, he's probably doing some explanations on these suit powers. So there are a lot of various suit powers that will get used throughout the run. The main one is going to be Web Blossom, and then there will also be, which basically Spider-Man spins around in a big circle and then takes a bunch of enemies and traps them. And then there is also the negative shockwave, which is a big drop, like shockwave kind of thing that will come out. We'll use that for a quick kill on a couple of bosses. And then there is Equalizer. Equalizer will be used to take everybody and put them at 1 HP. And what makes Ultimate really, really interesting with that is that not only is it every single enemy is at 1 HP, but so is Spider-Man. And that is a key thing that we use a lot throughout the Ultimate run. But Ultimate is also really difficult, not just because of that strategy, but throughout the rest of the run, there is also everything is going to be essentially like 2 or 3 shotting blue. So we have to be very, very careful while we are going throughout the run, because it is really easy for enemies to just absolutely dismantle us before we even get a chance to really do anything. And one of the things that Blue is going to be utilizing as well are the various gadgets. When you watch in any difficulty run, the main gadget that you will see a runner use will be the spider drone, but in Ultimate, the drones are significantly less effective. And so instead of using the drones, we utilize all of the different gadgets that Spider-Man has. And that's going to be the web grenade, which will just explode and get multiple enemies coated in web. Then there will also be the impact web, which will just coat enemies in webs and shoot and send them knocking back. Then there is a concussive blast, which is a big blast that sends enemies flying away. And then there is the what am I thinking of? The suspension matrix, which is another gadget that will throw onto the ground and suspend enemies up in midair. And then there is electric webs. That's basically pretty self-explanatory. They're webs, but they're electric. And then there is the regular web shooters that are available for Spider-Man to use as well. So Blue will be combining all of these different gadgets together to also try and take out enemies quickly. We'll be immediately opening up this fight with that Web Blossom. This will take out a bunch of enemies, and you can see immediately how quickly Blue has taken one hit, and his health basically went down by about a quarter, if not more. Another thing that we will be paying attention to as well is the focus gauge. Right underneath Spider-Man's health bar, there is these 3 bars that will be refilling. That focus gauge will allow us to heal if our health becomes really scary. Also, what it will do is it will allow us to use a finisher. Finishers are a really strong ability that we use to instantly take out enemies. You'll be seeing Blue throughout each of these different fights using the finishers when he is in the air, because that will allow him to have the fastest animation, rather than doing it on the ground where the animation is much longer. So immediately now after this fight, he's setting up for a quick kill against Silver Sable. What he's going to be doing is he's going to be restarting checkpoint to refresh his suit power. He's going to instantly activate that negative shockwave, hold the gadget wheel until he sees Silver Sable get flipped over, because for some reason when the gadget wheel is up and you time this correctly, Silver Sable will flip over, land on her back, and you can one-shot her and take her out very quickly, making that boss fight significantly less worrisome on Ultimate. Most of the time when you are on Ultimate, or even just fighting Silver Sable the way that the game would normally expect you to, it becomes really hard to contain her. She can have a lot of different ways that the fight will just go absolutely wary and in so many not great ways. So that is a wonderful skip that we have been using for at least as long as I've been running the game, and even prior to that, it was used, and it is a great time. So I don't know what this is right here, but you can see immediately in all of this different mods and everything, you have Fiesta mode is showing up. That was the incentive that was met. A whole lot of funny stuff is happening right now, and I think that's really, really, really cool that the community put that together. Also, shout outs to that SpeeDons projection for the Screwball mission here. Screwball is a character that is literally a streamer, but is a criminal. And I don't know what the inside story is behind that picture, but that is one of the funniest things I have ever seen. And if anybody wants to do anything like that for a GDQ run for PC, please do that, because that would be amazing. So now that we have finished up this mission, we're going to be we're going to be doing another quick suit power change. We're going to be switching from negative shockwave over to, it looks like and there's Shadow the Hedgehog. Okay, I was not ready for that to show up on the screen. But we have Shadow the Hedgehog now with Equalizer. I knew that these mods were a thing, but usually we don't use them in runs because they are just so big. But for something like this is something that we are definitely interested in seeing. This is incredible, and I absolutely love seeing this. Shadow the Hedgehog is obviously the greatest web slinger, and oh my goodness, these inside jokes are absolutely incredible. So while Spider-Man, or I guess Shadow the Hedgehog, is going to be swinging around New York City, what we will be seeing is two different forms of movement from Shadow. What we will be seeing is the primary form of movement, which is web swinging. That will be the fastest form of movement. And then the other form of movement will be what's called a point launch boost, which is where Spider-Man will zip to a specific point, and then if Blue times his jump input early enough, it will then jump off of the area and will then gain a little bit of extra speed. And the final form of movement that we see is a web zip. So that is when Shadow will just be zipping in the air, and that will be another great way to chain the movement. This game has so much incredible movement pieces to it, because there are just so many different ways that you can chain everything together to be able to do things quickly. Now, this we will be seeing in this fight the power of Equalizer. So what Blue is going to be doing is throwing out some drones and then activating Equalizer. They will then have to do a whole lot of dodging to make sure that they don't get hit while the Equalizer is out. The drones being where they are, keeping the enemies at 1 HP as well, allows for this fight to just happen so quickly. Another combination that we see often in Ultimate is the Equalizer and suspension matrices, but what we will be seeing Blue utilize mostly at this point in time is going to be the web grenades and the concussion blasts, and then any jetpack enemies they will be taking out by using the trip mines, because the jetpack people go really high above, then the trip mine will latch onto the ground, pulling the jetpack guy down, and Blue is able to get through that fight. Very, very good. It was very well done. Also, shout outs to the t-shirt that is available for purchase through that wonderful mod. You definitely want to be picking that up. So one of the things that is really, really important in all of the different fights that Blue is doing is gadget management. And so you'll be seeing Blue do a lot of different things and utilizing the different gadgets. And one of the things that you have to be really, really focused on, and it's something that is explained a lot throughout running any of the Insomniac games, is that when you are doing something, you have to just make a decision and stick to it. You have to just go for it. Just say, hey, I want to go after this person, and so I am going to do it. Oh my gosh, that's donation money. No, Hammerhead's thugs took the donation money. That's not good. Don't let them do it, Shadow. Stop them. Also, I'm pretty sure that Fiesta mod has added additional pride flags, because I've seen more than I'm used to seeing, and I don't do a lot of effect mods when I'm running on the PC version of the game. So that's also definitely something that SpeeDons is that the Fiesta mod has been throwing in there. So I think that's really cool. So this mission is going to be primarily just chilling out and taking out some of these cars. It's kind of an auto-scroller, kind of not, because you have to wait for the cars to get past a specific point in time in order for the mission to be able to progress. So that's something that you will be seeing now. Actually, at this point, there's an accessibility setting that Blue had on at the very start of the run, and that was chase assist. And then what happens is after this point in the run and the mission, Blue will be turning chase assist off because we want these cars to get to a specific point in the level. It doesn't matter where they end up at what time, but they need to get through get to these specific checkpoints in order for the mission to progress. It doesn't matter how quickly you take the cars out. You do have to take them out in order for the mission to progress, but there's going to be a specific checkpoint where the cars will hit that will then cause the mission to progress, even if Spider-Man does not take out these specific cars. So as you can see, Shadow puts himself right there, ready for these cars immediately, can take them out as quickly as possible, which will then progress to the next section where these drones are going to show up. Now, these drones can come with a very scary moment. What they can have is not only can they just be there, but also they can potentially cause a soft lock. So that's something that Blue is going to have to be paying attention to when going after these drones. Also, this chase sequence that he's doing is so well done. And it is like, they're putting themselves in just these crazy positions. And I think that they're doing an incredible job with this. So we have to take out these drones. At this point, you don't want to use any of the other gadgets. You can probably use some of the other ones to make it go by faster, but since the web shooter, you can still take them out relatively quickly. You don't want to use any of the other gadgets, so that way you can save them for all of the fights that are going to be upcoming, because there's going to be another fight that will show up later on. Looks like we didn't get the soft lock, so we did get on to the back of the jet, which is really, really good. That soft lock has ended many of my own runs of this game, so it is really good to see that that did not show up, and that's already the end of this mission. Blue has actually been completely flying through this, playing incredibly well, and Shadow the Hedgehog, oh, his mouth does not look right. Shadow's mouth ain't it. I don't know what's going on, but there's something real funky going on with that there mouth. I'm wondering what other kind of things we might have going on here for this Fiesta mod. It's been really cool to watch. I actually really like that Fiesta mod. It's been funny. Shadow looks so upset. Also, I think his mouth is like slowly closing down. I could be wrong. Oh no, it's definitely just stuck partially open. Like, I was about to make that face and then I remembered I'm not on camera. That's really funny. That's so, his hands, he looks so big compared to Sable. That is really funny. I was not expecting that. Just completely takes up the entire screen. That's so funny. I love that so much. I've always messed around with a Sonic mod. Maybe I'll convince Blue to submit this to a different marathon and we'll do a Sonic versus Shadow race, and I think that will be really funny. Because our PBs are both very close. I think I have like a high 31 and he has a 32. His PB was world record for a while, and then I did a lot of runs to try and beat it. So we have this next fight. This is where we'll see once again the power of the power of Equalizer. So we're gonna throw Equalizer, throw those suspension matrices, throw one suspension matrices out, and the entire fight is over. Because of the fact that we have to do that because the fact that Equalizer puts you at at 1 HP, it doesn't matter what gadget you really use there, but we want to use the suspension matrices in order to just take everything out quickly, because I believe the suspension matrices even only do 1 point of damage. So to be able to do 1 point of damage will just do everything that we want. So I don't know if the mask is gone. The mask is gone. Blue has saved themselves. So I don't know if Blue is gonna go for it. I kind of hope that they do, because this there is a skip in this level. It is in this mission. It is very, very difficult, and I think they are not gonna go for it. I think they're gonna play it safe. Yep, they are gonna play it safe, which is totally respectable. So this mission is just going to be a simple tailing mission. It's not going to be anything too crazy, but there is on Ultimate a skip that we can do where we can pull the hammerhead thugs to a specific area. It is extraordinarily risky, and it is very difficult. It's not risky if you're doing on Friendly Neighborhood, which is the easiest difficulty, but for Ultimate, it is a very risky skip. It does save a lot of time, but because of are they going for it? No, they're not. They would have already missed the dialogue triggers. We're fine. I'm just completely... Oh my gosh, this Fiesta mod is getting me in all the best ways possible. Oh my gosh, I'm not ready for... I'm so used to not a lot of mods happening aside from redesigned suits, so this has been really funny. So there is going to be a skip that Blue is going to be going for right now. Once this mission comes up, he's going to reset checkpoint. It is going to give Peter his powers for half a second, and so during that half a second, Blue has to rotate the camera and zip to a very specific point. And it is very difficult to get it. He does get it on, I believe that was third or fourth try. That's exactly what we want to see. And so now that Blue has hit this, it skips Peter having to walk all the way around. Then just a quick checkpoint reset combined into some more drones into Equalizer. If the Equalizer will pop. Okay, there it goes. Equalizer is out. Everybody hits 1 HP, and then Shadow can just whip around, kick, and take out all of the enemies very quickly. And Blue gets through that mission once again. Very well done. Shadow's fingers clip through the laptop, as you would be expecting to see in any sort of fashion. It's phenomenal. It's so good. And then... Oh, what's the next? Okay, Sailor, I believe that's Sailor Moon. I don't know. I was not ready for that. Oh my gosh, I'm getting absolutely thrown off by all of these mods. Forget enjoying the spectators. This is just stump the English commentator, and I'm all for it. I've not been ready for this in the slightest. Oh my gosh. And this is really funny for me because I have been getting very much more into anime recently. I've just been watching so much. So to see something anime related show up in a non-anime run is so funny to me. But again, utilizing these gadgets, you can just see the power of Sailor Moon, the ultimate webhead in the Spider-Verse. This is absolutely phenomenal, and I think I need to get my PC upgrades again just to run this version again to get as goofy of mods in there as possible. But my PC currently can't run the PC version very well. But anyways, we just wrapped up that fight, and now we're going to go into a very difficult fight on Ultimate. Probably the most difficult fight besides Hammerhead, the actual boss, because of the different things that will come with that boss fight. One of those things will just be there is a absurd amount of enemies that show up in this boss fight. And so it is very, very important that we are paying attention attention to every single enemy that is out on the screen. And then the other thing that we have to be paying attention to is our gadget counts. Gadgets are the everything that we have to be paying attention to. And so if our gadgets are off, then it can definitely cause some struggles in this mission. And so with this as well, first Sailor Moon is going to be swinging around and saving Silver Sable, and then we will have Silver Sable helping us out in the fight. Another thing that Sailor Moon will have to be paying attention to in this fight is the fact that these Hammerhead thugs that we have to deal with, they will have these gadget nullifiers, and there is Equalizer at its finest. Equalizer knocking our health down to 1, and I'm sorry, are those suspension matrices ducks? What are they? I can't tell. I think it's a SpeeDons mascot, actually. Either way, though, that's really funny. But now we made it through the Equalizer, which is, again, another great thing that we like to see. Gadgets are in a little weird situation, but we're seeing the trip mines working their magic. Another really, really strong thing that we will be using are throwables. Throwables in Spider-Man Remastered are very powerful. Their animation, they're Charmanders. Okay, that would make sense. I'm glad you can see that better than I can, Brio. But what we're seeing as well is, again, that's one of those ground finishers. You can see that the animations do go a little bit longer. But again, in the grand scheme of the actual run, not a big deal. The web grenades into the concussion blasts are also really strong because you can utilize those to just web a group of enemies up to the wall. So overall, only one death is really, really good in that fight. That fight can get out of hand very quickly, and so Blue just executed it absolutely incredible. It was really cool to see how they did that, so great job to Blue there. Now we're going to be getting into, I thought more shenanigans were going to happen. Uh-oh. I'm nervous. No? Sailor Moon is staying on the screen? Okay. Okay, we're good for now. So Sailor Moon is going to run down and take the subway. The subway is always very important when you're Spider-Man and you need to fast travel somewhere. But we're actually going to be doing a pretty funky trick. Blue switch to negative shockwave. Not only does it allow us to defeat Silver Sable really, really quickly, but it also will allow us to go out of bounds. So what Blue is going to be doing is positioning themselves very, very particularly on the wall here. And then they're going to use their regular web shooters. You fire the web shooters and activate negative shockwave, and now we are out of bounds. And then Sailor Moon is going to have to do some very specific movements in order. Oh no. This is fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everything is fine. Blue is a little low, which is kind of scary, but they do manage to keep it. They use the quick recovery, maneuvering out of bounds a little bit more and skipping this entire section. It has been so long since I've done that casually, I don't remember what you're supposed to do there. But Sailor Moon will then switch back to Web Blossom and have Web Blossom available now. And this is going to be another big fight. This time we do have Silver Sable helping us out. So Sailor Moon will be able to team up with Silver Sable to help keep the enemies distracted, and then utilizing again more of these gadgets. The impact web being such a powerhouse in this fight because you can just send a singular target off into the wall, and when an enemy gets webbed to the wall, they are instantly defeated. And then a beautiful web blossom. Web blossom is absolutely critical to use when you are dealing with those big brute enemies, because those brute enemies that you see, what they have is is A, they have more HP, so they are much more difficult to deal with. B, you can see one punch took out a lot of health, about 40% of Blue's health in that one attack, but also they don't take damage as easily and get knocked back as easily. And so being able to take out the brutes quickly is very, very critical in the entire fight. And Blue getting through there without any deaths is really, really good. So now what we have happening is going to be the a nice chill time.
Le jeu va vous pousser à aller voir toutes les quêtes annexes.
And there's going to be about 5 minutes of downtime that will be coming here.
À fond le jeu. Mais nous, on va pas faire ça du tout.
We are. Am I still on? Okay. So thankfully, at the point where we lose the stream, this is a downtime point. So what? Perfect. We're back. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ray. So we have about 5 minutes of downtime. This is the biggest drawback in this entire category. So what's going to happen is Blue is going to be heading to is going to be activating actually one other suit power is going to be Defense Shield, which will allow us to be at which will allow us to have an invulnerability shield. It will be absolutely critical for when we fight Hammerhead, which is the final boss that we have here. Blue is doing something to pass the time for this downtime. I don't know what it is, but I'm also very excited and very nervous to see what this is going to be looking like. He's going to walk, okay, he's going to head to Times Square. So Times Square is full of all of the Fiesta goodies, and I'm very excited to see what SpeeDons themed. Wow, that is so good! It's SpeeDons takes over New York. That is absolutely incredible. This is wonderful. I don't know who made the Fiesta mod, but whoever did, shout outs to them. It is an absolutely incredible community showcase here, and I absolutely love this. This is so good. This is so good. I'm going to give my little claps there that I can't. Excuse me. That's so good. I love it. There's so much love here. Oh, who's that Pokemon? Oh, that's so cool. It's Velocity. Look at that. That's so good. Oh my gosh, this mod is everything I could have hoped for and more. And I don't even know half the SpeeDons jokes. Like, I don't know half these references, but this is so good. This is a much better way to experience this downtime. So normally in this run, we would go and just like watch the, we'd just go watch the sunset and we would relax. And it wouldn't be anything too crazy. We're just watching the sunset, chilling out, and waiting for the time to pass. So I definitely approve of this. And again, I want to give you guys just this awesome moment to just shout out Blue as a runner. They are an incredible runner of this game. Made it very, very difficult for me to get world record competing against them. So huge shout outs to them and all the work that they have put into this category. And I would love to see them come back and do like more extensive attempts to try and bot me. Because I think it would be a really fun competition to go for that. So definitely huge shout outs to Blue. Make sure you guys follow them on Twitch and give them all the love and support that you possibly can. Also, if you guys have enjoyed listening to me yap about this game, I yap about this game a lot. I have been running the PS5 port, and so feel free to follow me on Twitch. I would love to be able to come and do some SGDQ reciprocation. I'm so down. I will probably submit this to SGDQ. I think that might be the move for me at this point. But so I will definitely be making a comeback to this category, I think, because I want to show off this. There's a pretty big skip that was discovered that I would love to show off in a marathon. So I definitely plan on looking at this for an SGDQ submission. But also, anyways, back to Blue. Blue is a great runner. You guys gotta give Blue all the love. They've put on an incredible performance. Had a few deaths in there, but when it's ultimate, that's just basically what you would be expecting. I would be shocked to see any marathon runs really without a death. Even some PB attempts will have deaths in them. I think a couple of the world records in this game in ultimate difficulty do have deaths in them. So to see Blue still just absolutely fly through the game as they have has just been really cool to see. And I'm very thankful to have been able to be here on commentary for this, because this is my favorite out of all the DLCs in this game. This has been my favorite. I think it has the coolest strats. I think it has all of the coolest things. I'm actually even planning on, I need to just knuckle down and set it up, but I got to get my file ready because I do want to run. We recently started including DLC 100% runs, and I think this would be a really cool one to show off as well. So I am very excited to start diving into that. But yeah, this is what you would normally see if you're watching PB attempts from runners, would just be runners spending a lot of time chilling, watching the sunset. But at the same time, actually, I think it might be the sunrise. I could be wrong. Could be the sunrise. But with this, this is a really cool part of the run. I honestly think this looks... Oh, and look at that. The mission spawned. Sailor Moon getting right up in Sable's face. I was not ready for that. Oh my goodness gracious. That was hilarious. That was so funny. So what we're going to be seeing here is Sailor Moon is going to be executing some dialogue skips. How we skip dialogue in this game is through the use of backpacks. So actually, they might not do the backpack skips. But basically what we would normally see is what are called backpack skips. And how they work is in the game, there are collectibles called backpacks. And in order to skip dialogue, you will go into your collections menu and activate the first backpack, which will override Spider-Man's dialogue or whatever dialogue is currently going on with other dialogue, allowing for the dialogue that you're going for to be completely skipped. Kind of a cool little tech that gets utilized throughout this run. And so the next thing that we're going to be doing is some skeet shooting. We are purposely throwing these barrels, and we are going to be doing it with Spider-Man in the air, or I guess Sailor Moon, because Sailor Moon in the air Sailor Moon will be spinning around doing all of their stuff in the air. It is significantly faster for Spider-Man to throw everything around in the air. That is something that that Sailor Moon will be doing because it is significantly faster. And the air throws are faster than ground because apparently they need a little bit more momentum to like grab it, spin it around, and throw it. So we see a lot of the air throws specifically so that way Sailor Moon will be going as quickly as possible here. And so now once those finish up, Sailor Moon runs over, activates the computer, which then will start the final boss fight against Hammerhead. Now, Hammerhead as a boss fight is very difficult on Ultimate. How it's going to be starting off is we're going to be needing to restrain them with our webs. And immediately, Hammerhead is not wanting to play nice. But thankfully, Sailor Moon is the best spider person and is able to do a lot of damage. Once we do enough damage, then Silver Sable will be blasting Hammerhead in the Hammerhead to melt or like weaken the armor plating in his head. After this first phase, then Sailor Moon is activating that suit power, the defense shield, which makes us completely invulnerable and allows us to do an entire phase of the fight without having to worry about taking damage. We can't activate it all the time because of the way that the phases and stuff will trigger within this fight, but we do want to activate it in certain moments. So immediately as we start phase 2, we're going to be restarting checkpoint just so that way the defense shield is reactivated. And then what we are having to wait for this is Hammerhead now has a shield, and so we can't use our regular gadgets. So what we have to do is wait for Silver Sable to throw out an EMP. Once the EMP is thrown out, then we can activate the defense shield again, and then we can have Sable then doing a lot of damage. So the end of the run is actually coming up here very, very quickly. We only have one more, I believe it's like 1 or 2 more bits of damage that we have to do. We're going to do one more restart checkpoint after, so that way we have our defense shield active again. And then we just have to wait for Silver Sable to do her bombing run with the EMPs. Again, the entire time, Hammerhead does a ton of damage to Sailor Moon here, but another thing that we also have to be worrying about are the Hammerhead goons that will be jumping around. These goons can do a lot of damage. Since we are playing on Ultimate, it can be really, really easy to get taken out. So we have to be very careful while we do all of the damage against Hammerhead. So now we are going to see Sailor Moon using that concussive blast purely just for crowd control, getting some of those enemies off the side of the boat so that way we don't have to worry about them being a problem later on. But now the next bombing run comes out. You can see that hit from Hammerhead there did a ton of damage, and unfortunately we have no idea where Hammerhead is. Thankfully we found him again, but our health is getting a little bit low. That was a great dodge. And now we want to utilize our gadgets again, try to get Hammerhead webbed up as quickly as possible so that way we can finish this out. Now I think this should be the end of the run. Yep, so the run actually will be ending right here once the cutscene hits, and that is the end. A beautiful run from Blue. 35:11 is an incredible marathon time, even including all of the shenanigans that were added on with this run. Blue did a phenomenal job. Great, great run, and overall just a absolutely incredible category. And this is why you can see why this category is one of my favorites in this game. If you're interested in running this game, I highly, highly, highly recommend picking up this game and this category. This category is super easy to learn. It's not too long. Ultimate can be a little difficult, but the early difficulties, if you're running any difficulty, friendly neighborhood, highly recommend picking it up. It is a phenomenal time and it is great. And then eventually moving on to Ultimate, I think is definitely recommended there. So I do highly recommend that you guys pick this up. And oh, that's so cool. They did one more thing. That's so awesome. So this, normally the game gives a tribute to Stan Lee, but with the Fiesta mod, they also gave that one more shout out to SpeeDons. So incredible job. Great run overall. Very, very excited to have been a part of this. If you guys want more of this Spider-Man game, give Blue a follow on Twitch. They did an incredible job with this game. Great run. And then if you want to watch more of this game as well, I do speedrun this game on Twitch. So, and I stream on Twitch quite a bit. And I also dive into a lot of MMO stuff. So I highly recommend that you follow me if you want to watch some more of this run. This game, I've been running a lot of the PS5 port, but I just started the process of re-downloading the PC port because Blue has inspired me. So that's great. And I don't know what the exact kind of closeout process is, but either way, continue guys to donate. They're doing a great job raising money. So make sure you guys do !donate in the chat so that way you can continue to donate. There are also t-shirts for sale where £10 for the t-shirt will be going to the charity as well. So get your donations in, continue to support SpeeDons with this incredible time. And this has been a great marathon. The Spider-Gwen mask comes down again. It looks like it's like half on right now, but it's great. It's a great time. But that, I believe, is going to be the end for me here in this time with you guys here. So thanks again to GDQ for letting me be a part of this. It was super fun. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the event, everybody. Thanks again. And yeah, I'm going to get ready to go to bed because it's late and I'm kind of tired. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your night.
Bravo à toutes et tous. Les incentives de la nuit sont passés et donc comme je l'ai dit pendant le run, on en a ouvert 2 nouvelles, donc le karaoké pour Bakamitai, donc sur Trombone Champ. Alors Trombone Champ, voilà, je sais pas où vous en êtes de votre sommeil, moi je sais que voilà, bah, ça n'existe plus, c'est un concept qui est mort, mais sachez que donc en fin de matinée il y aura Trombone Champ, donc ça va être évidemment bangerissime, hein. Si vous ne connaissez pas Trombone Champ, évidemment c'est ce jeu où on incarne moult classiques en simulant un trombone via divers inputs. Je ne sais pas ce qu'ils utilisent comme input, mais bon, ça va être...
Tu montes et tu descends avec la souris et tu...
avec la souris, mais tu peux même te construire un contrôleur de souffle MIDI, tu peux faire tout et n'importe quoi. Bon bref, ça va être incroyable, hein. Normalement c'est une cacophonie, mais là, ça sera maîtrisé peut-être. Donc, banger. Et ensuite, oui, Clone Hero, évidemment, et donc sur Games Done Quick, ça avait Clone Hero, donc hein, on est dans les vibes Guitar Hero. Et donc, sur les GDQ, ça a levé énormément d'argent. Et on m'a dit, ça a levé 50 000, 60 000. Je me suis dit, bon, calmons-nous quand même, parce que nous serons en début d'après-midi, un truc comme ça. Mais on tente le 20K, donc pour Through the Fire and Flames, la chanson iconique de Dragon Force. Et bravo encore à la team Spider-Man qui va se reposer, bien sûr. Peut-être.
Non, ils partent faire leur temps sur Mario Kart, là.
Ah. Eh bien, courage, bien sûr, courage à toutes et tous. Alors, mon cher Yamato, t'es dans quel état, toi?
J'ai pu dormir. C'est un luxe non négligeable en ces temps troubles et sombres.
Incroyable, mais ouais, bravo. Ça va là? Ça fait plaisir, il y a des gens même post-Elden Ring et ça régale. Pourquoi nous sommes là?
Pour lever des fonds pour Médecins du Monde.
Mais oui! Bien entendu, mon cher Yamato, bien entendu, vous regardez SpeeDons, 5e édition en direct de Lyon. Nous sommes là pour collecter des dons pour Médecins du Monde tout en s'amusant et en alimentant des défis. Médecins du Monde, vous pouvez retrouver sur leur site médecindumonde.org toutes leurs actions. On en reparle très souvent et encore une fois, aujourd'hui en fin d'après-midi, on accueillera du staff de Médecins du Monde. On a quelques dons à lire, me semble-t-il, un peu de back catalogue.
Un petit don de 10 € de la part de J'ai beau être matinal, encore une blanche à regarder des speedruns pour la bonne cause juste avant d'aller au boulot, mais c'est pas grave et désolé patron d'avance. Également 10 balles de la part de No6, toujours debout, merci pour ces bangers, remettez dons.
Ah, Romet, bien sûr, toujours. Et 5 € de Marvel qui dit go avoir les droits pour un crossover entre Shadow, Spider-Man et Sailor Moon, et pour ça j'achète. Gekto qui lui donne 1 € et qui dit courage à nos bénévoles inférieurs à 3. Merci une fois de plus. On les remerciera jamais assez à tous et toutes nos bénévoles qui carrient totalement l'événement.
On a effectivement on a la team Québec qui était présente avec Alpha Québec 1 €. Hello bisous du Québec, bourrez les dons. Le Québec est en force.
Oh oui. 10 € de FF Le Sommeil qui dit je dois avoir un bug sur mon stream. Je vois Sailor Moon au lieu de Shadow sur mon jeu Sonic. Wait, c'est pas ça. En effet, c'était dur à suivre.
Ah, 5 balles anonymes. Je n'ai pas de gros don, mais un petit don. Il n'y a pas de petit don.
Non.
Mais l'ajout de mots avec le Pokémon était pas mal quand même.
Oui, voilà. Bien sûr. 15 € anonyme qui dit go pour le karaoké. Voilà, les 15 premiers euros sont entrés pour le karaoké. Russell Kao qui donne 10 € et qui dit achète.
Oui. 20 balles de la part de Flux. Bonjour.
Eh bien, bonjour.
Bonjour Flux.
Merci pour tes 20 balles. Je vais revenir sur des vieux dons, mais qui a été resté... Ah oui, alors ça, c'est bon, c'est une dédicace... C'est spécial. 150 € de le pire de tous, qui dit de la part de la LAN de quartier chez les bolos, strictement inférieur à la racine carrée de 9. Voilà, c'est passé. 400 €, 400 balles de Belin 74. Merci, la team 400 balles, bien sûr. Et 300 balles anonyme qui dit première fois que j'ai de l'argent à donner. Merci à tous pour cet événement. Eh bien, merci à toi.
Et 20 balles de la part de Dahu, très heureux que mon Spider Sense me réveille pour profiter de cette run déjà légendaire. Bourrez les dons et surtout, achète!
Oui, très très bon. Parfait, vas-y, continue, je regarde. Il y a à venir.
On a le fluche, 5 balles, l'offre sur vous. Merci le fluche, voilà. On a un don de 25 € de Antoine Daniel.
Ah,
c'est Antoine.
Antoine, oui, bien sûr.
Antoine. Ce n'est ni Étoile, ni Antoine, c'était un mix.
Oh, ça, il y a 10 € de Antoning qui nous dit le réveil piquant pour Spider-Man, ou plutôt Shadow. Je voulais dire Sailor Moon Remastered, mais on est là, bourré les dons. On s'est régalé en effet. Geeks42, ça date, mais évidemment, le temps passe vite. Il y a 2 heures à donner 5 € en direct de la salle. Un gros courage à tous les bénévoles. Cœur, oui, cœur.
On a 6,66 € de Panda de Soleil. C'est tout ce qu'il me restait sur le compte avant que la banque ne s'inquiète. Je rappelle quand même, ne vous mettez pas en difficulté, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, de grâce. Ne dépassez pas vos moyens. 100 € anonyme qui dit 5 ans, 5 dons. Bourrez les dons. Merci beaucoup. Béboul qui avait donné 100 balles il y a 2 heures.
Béboul, incroyable.
Bravo Speedon et MDM. Bourrez les dons.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre? Je pense qu'on a. Moi, je commence à avoir fait un peu le tour, mais on a Yoko, 10 balles. Ça pique de commencer sa journée à 2 h du mat, mais entre la salle, les runners ou Lucas, ça valait le coup.
Yes, encore des bisous du Québec avec Char qui donne 100 balles, merci beaucoup, et qui disait viva la fiesta. En effet, on s'est régalé, merci d'avoir donné pour ceci. 166 €. 10 de Hudo qui dit achète. Et Flamanard qui donne 100 balles en disant même s'il est tard, bourrez les dons. Oui, bien sûr. Il est où le achète? Il est là.
Il est là. Oui, on l'a même pas montré.
Allez-y,
mais regardez-moi.
Si vous le voulez, n'hésitez pas.
Ce grammage, cette impression, voilà. Couleur, ce orange.
Ah oui, magnifique.
Ah, le orange,
magnifique.
Magnifique.
Évidemment, voilà, n'hésitez pas. Et vous savez, hein, si vous suivez un petit peu Speedon depuis moult années, le lore, au bout d'un certain moment, peut-être que ça sera plus de 10 € par t-shirt, rétroactivable, hein, bien sûr, reversé à Médecins du Monde.
On peut dire que c'est des économies d'échelle.
Oui. Évidemment.
Voilà,
mais pas une pyramide de Ponzi.
Non.
Voilà, important de le rappeler, bien sûr. Bien entendu, donc vous regardez Speedon, évidemment un événement apolitique. Vous le savez maintenant, vous êtes habitués, on se régale. Et ma foi, c'est bon, Jarmou est sorti de son hôtel, ça nous régale. La voilà déjà sur scène, je la vois en place.
J'espère qu'elle a fait ses temps.
J'espère que les temps ont été faits, en effet, mon cher Yamato. Elle va nous informer de ceci tout de suite. Nous allons donc, et aussi on va valider l'incentive, mais je pense, hélas, qu'il n'y a pas de mystère. Et je dis hélas, parce qu'évidemment, vous êtes des mimeurs et vous avez voulu mettre LUIG, mais je crois que c'était pas le choix idéal. C'est donc Super Mario All Stars, plein de Mario en un, 4 jeux. Ça sera The Rally, et nous avons Senen et Jarmou sur place pour commenter tout cela. Et est-ce qu'on est bon? J'avoue, j'ai eu le goût de la régie ou pas? Je sais même pas.
Non, je crois pas. Ah oui.
Vous êtes bon? Ouais. Eh bien, allons-y. Bourré! Achète!
Et bonjour, Speedon! Ça va ou quoi? Oui, ça va très bien, mais c'est formidable. Ça va, Senen?
Ça va.
Bonjour. Eh bien, écoutez, on est ravis d'être là. Je ne sais plus quel jour on est, mais en tout cas, on est là pour jouer avec Mario, mais avec des étoiles. Et ça va être absolument fantastique. Bonjour, Rudy.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Comment tu te sens là? Comment ça va?
Ça va, je suis chauffé, je suis content qu'il y ait pas mal.
Hello everybody, my name is Supersonic and I'm here with GTA, so we will be your commentators for the Super Mario All-Stars All 4 Games 80% Run ran by the Rudy. How's it going, GTAs?
Doing good. Really excited to watch this run. Rudy and I here in this category are PB neighbors, so it's just cool to see him on stage. And I kind of know his skill level because it's very similar to mine, although a little better. He's kind of a gamer, so.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty incredible run to watch. So I'm sure a lot of us are very familiar with the NES titles of the Mario games, but in this case, we are using the Super Nintendo versions, and he is going to start it off with Mario 2 first. And this is actually a little different compared to the NES version, so GTAs, if you would like to kind of explain what's going to happen in this run.
Yeah, so first of all, in this category, the game order is free. You can start with any game you want. most runners will start with either Mario 3 or Mario 2. They're usually the hardest. Mario 2 specifically for like the glitches you have to execute, and Mario 3 for the RNG factor that we'll explain later. But literally in 1-1 is a All-Stars exclusive glitch that I believe Rudy's going to go right off the bat. Yep. So he's going to go for this potion and drop it, and then try to tap down on the vine, and he gets pushed under the ground and right to the door. That's a nice little wrong warp. Again, exclusive to the All-Stars version. Oh, and he hit that one. Wow.
That's so good.
Amazing 1-1 right off the bat. So, yeah, if you're climbing a object like a ladder or vine and are hit by something above you while tapping up and holding it, you get pushed the other way and you just get clipped through the ground and then appear elsewhere, let's just say. And so that's why he beat 1-1 in like 30 seconds.
Oh, look at this, the hat change. I'm liking this.
Yes, he had a Mario and Luigi hat prepared. There was a donation incentive for the character choice in the Lost Levels run. We'll see how that goes. That'll be the last game.
All right, so we're seeing here that he's taking the key that he grabbed from the vase in there. Normally you would have to unlock the door, but in this case you can actually take the key with you and use that to defeat Birdo fairly quickly.
Yeah, again, the All-Stars versions of all of these games have a lot of differences, surprisingly, even though they were like built off the same general code, I believe. But yeah, there's just a lot of unique differences here. Oh, he's got a Toad hat too? All right. Someone's loving it back there, dang.
Very prepared. This is great presentation, by the way, with all of this.
So you choose, so what's nice about this game is obviously in Mario 2, you can change your character and you can choose at every level here. You choose Toad usually because he's the fastest character. When you're holding an enemy, his max speed is increased and it's higher than any other character in the game. But you saw Mario in 1-1 for the jump height he used to get those clips. It just made it the easiest, and then Luigi's super high jump made it possible to take the key all the way to do the Birdo fight quickly. But yeah, usually you'd see Toad like in this level. And another difference, usually you go to World 4 and then continue the run, but this, you can save and quit your progress in the All-Stars versions. You can actually use that to save and quit and then go back to a world you technically didn't go to because it was just, you know, a world before the one you warped to, and then use a warp there, which takes you even further. So if you're used to like the NES run, you're going to see like a completely different route through the game. You never see World 5, and you see like almost the entire world in this run. And here, Luigi's expert jumping abilities are going to be abused here to just get past this whole screen.
Yeah, very nicely done in this section, especially with Luigi's big jump height. And then, as you mentioned with Toad, like he does run really fast when he's carrying an enemy or an object. And then Mario is kind of like the all-around character. I don't think we really see him after this, or after 1-1.
Yeah, I don't think so. Also, if you pick up an object while Birdo is like hitting you with the fire, it won't actually collide. The timing's a little tight, but that's why he didn't take damage that first time.
Yeah, just a little bit of leeway with iframes with that strat there, just to kind of make the Birdo fights a little easier.
So Luigi's jumping abilities, again, going to be abused quite heavily here. You can actually jump off ladders and vines if you like fall off of them, and then you have like a small frame window to get a jump input in there, and he'll actually jump off of it. Luigi's timing is like has the most leeway out of every character, so that's why he's choosing Luigi here. And as you can see, he can just jump up this entire screen. Again, the timing's a little tight, just Luigi makes it the easiest. So that was really good.
Except the power block there just to drop it, and then just kind of knows which way he has to go, so that way he can avoid those drill spikes there.
And we're just following with style. Now we're coming into another Birdo fight. So Birdos do have a bit of RNG to them. Like this Birdo can shoot either fireballs or eggs. and the chance of a fireball increases every hit. So this fight's a bit scary. Like if you think you're gonna go for an egg and then it happens to be fire, you just get hit. Luckily there is a fish you can use, like he used there, for one of the hits. So that makes it a little better, but that's still one of the hardest fights in the run, so. Luckily that went very well. Just took 1 hit of damage, nothing too bad.
Yeah, so far this has been the Luigi show here, mainly because of his huge jump height. So it looks like we're going to be seeing another warp. This should take you to World 7.
Yes. So yeah, this route is much faster than the any % on the NES version, which the All-Stars version does have a no save and quit category as well, which mimics the NES version. But yeah, this run is faster by a good 40 seconds, I think. Going off of world record times for both anyway. Oh, you see, yeah, the problem with Luigi is he's very floaty. So you're prone to jumping too early while you're still in the air before landing, which causes no jump at all. But you need Luigi here to use this bird to take the shortcut here. And you'll actually, Luigi will be abused again here. You're supposed to like fall down these clouds and take this weird maze-like path, but with Luigi's jump height, this enemy jumps, you jump off of him and soar right over the pillar and straight into the ladder. And then you use his jumps with the ladder jumps combined to really sail through this stage, while also using the super jumps by holding down and charging up.
This climbing section is always really cool to watch, just to kind
it's
of
also
see
very hard.
To ladder. Yeah, that too.
No, this Birdo only shoots fire, so gotta be careful there.
Yep, exactly.
But we're already in the final stage of this game, but there's still 3 more.
Plenty of Mario to be played here.
Although right now it's Toad. Finally, Toad gets his rightful place as the fastest character.
Yeah, this stage is pretty cool to watch as well. And in the next room, we are going to be seeing Toad utilize a wall jump. And he will go over to the area where normally Birdo would have the key inside the belly. But in this case, it's going to be spit out. So we just got to grab the key and then go into the door and then head over to the boss arena.
So yeah, you're not supposed to run on the ceiling, but you can, and then just skip to the end. And yeah, the added bonus is the key doesn't spawn in, so you just pick it up immediately and go through the door.
Yep, don't have to fight Birdo for that one.
And we're already coming up to the wart fight. Just gotta get through this gate. Oh wait, it's an enemy now? Whoa, that's crazy. All right.
Floating bird head, and then you just go under like a door and it just kind of magically transports you over here.
All right, remember, vegetables are deadly.
Yep, Wart does not like the vegetables, and I believe I think it's 6 vegetables.
Yes. So you want the vegetable to enter his mouth. It's a little bit of a tight area, and then you also don't want it to get hit by one of these bubbles, so yeah, gonna have to wait that one out. It's a really bad pattern. You can kind of manipulate it. It's harder in All-Stars, and he's probably just went for it, so yeah, like, that was just really unfortunate. I think he got an invisible veggie there, actually. I'll have to explain that now. Like, if you grab it in some weird way, you can, like, the game thinks you're holding the veggie, but you're not. And so you have to, like, throw away nothing. It's very interesting. But that's... Timing for this game ends on the door. There we go. And now he'll reset the console and go to the next game. And you want to, like, do the game routing accordingly, so you only have to move 1 game over on this screen. So yeah, we're going to go right into Mario 3. And then it'll be 1 and then lost levels.
Yep, so Super Mario Brothers 3, this is like one of the most popular NES games in the Mario franchise. The speedrun, however, is very interesting because you see that there is a P meter down there. That is P speed. So the game checks every other frame that Mario's on the ground in order to give you a triangle and to build up Mario's speed. So in this category, he will be grabbing 2 whistles and he will be warping over to World 8. And World 8 has 4 auto-scrollers, and there's also RNG involved with the hands. So what I would like the chat to do once we get to World 8 is to guess how many hands Rudy will end up getting before he gets to that section. It could be 0, could be 1, 2, or 3.
It's a 50% chance for each hand to pull you into the level. So 1 in 8 to get the perfect RNG, which is no hands. Each hand level loses approximately 20 seconds, so we don't want to see them, but there's nothing we can really do about it. So this run's actually very similar to the NES equivalent, because the All-Stars SMP2 run was actually like very different from what you would usually see. But this, pretty much the same. The only thing that really isn't fun is if you like fly off screen. Like you saw in 1-1, you have to go up to go fast, get to that special cloud section. When you're falling down, the camera's actually like panned up super high, so Mario's like almost on the bottom of the screen. So you can't see what you're doing very well. Kind of unfortunate, but you know, hopefully once you're at this skill level, you kind of know where everything is, so it's not too bad. But for casuals, it will trip you up pretty hard. Also using the tail there to fly up and get to the warp whistle here. And now we're going straight to World 8.
All right, so he's going to be utilizing the first whistle into the warp zone area, then use the second whistle immediately so he can go into World 8 here. And while we are going into the autoscroller section, I would like to talk about the charity a little bit here. So they are raising money for Médecins du Monde. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I apologize if I do butcher that. So what they are doing is when they get their donations in, they provide care, especially to women and children caught in the armed conflict in the Horn of Africa, such as Ethiopia and Kenya. They also help support and help migrants in Colombia and in Central America on their journey to the United States. They also provide the means to the Médecins du Monde team in Gaza and in the West Bank to intervene, leading the fight to protect the state medical aid, AME in French, so that all foreign individuals in France persevere their right to health care. If you would like to make a donation towards the cause, you can type up !donate in the chat. You can also type up !charity to learn more about the charity, and as well as check out the incentives by typing !incentives. There's also a shirt that is on sale in which 10 euros will be donated straight to the charity. So definitely check that out. And yeah, that's a pretty good charity, very great cause that they're raising money for, and they've already raised over 350,000 euros, so that is pretty amazing to see. Get some more donations in as well. And with that being said, back to the run.
Yeah, back to the auto-scrollers.
Back to the auto-scroller.
Yeah, unfortunately, the bad thing about Mario 3 is this is like half the run is you wait for this level to end. That's just how any % no wrong warp goes in this game, but luckily it's over pretty quickly. All of these games get beaten very fast in our speedrunning endeavors, so. Although, one scary thing coming up here is you want to get this fire flower. It's in that block, and it is really hard to get. So we'll see how this goes. Yeah, see right there? Oh, all right, that was good. Using the damage boost from the leaf. See, you can just jump up there and Mario doesn't make it. I believe it's some sub-pixel baloney, as it usually is. But yeah, the second jump up there after the damage boost went fine. So he ideally wants to keep this till the end of the game, because the Bowser fight is usually an auto-scroller where you wait for him to crush the floor underneath him and kind of take care of himself. But if you have the Fire Flower, you can just spam like 35 fireballs into his face and or back and kill him that way, and it's a lot faster. But it is also very hard to keep the Fire Flower until the end of the run, so we're gonna hope for the best here.
Yeah, there are some pretty scary levels in World 8, more so like 8-1, 8-2. Usually the fortress in this game is not too much of a problem, but then like once you get to Bowser's Castle, that's where like the whole endurance thing kind of kicks in. So we're gonna see if he's able to keep fire here the entire way. Although there are some backup fire flowers he can grab up to the fortress, because after that there are no more fire flowers in the game. So it's imperative that he has to keep this until the very end.
Yeah, if he loses it early on, it's you can kind of grab another one. They're a little difficult, but not too bad. Oh, he got past the first one, but the second one, no, you're playing my level. Luckily, this is the fastest level out of the 3. So, not the worst outcome, especially if this is the only hand that pulls him in.
Let's hope so.
Classic. All right, that pretty standard RNG though. The odds are you're usually getting either 1 or 2 hands. So this is painfully average, losing 40 seconds. But that's the way Mario 3 goes.
Yeah, usually you would get grabbed by the first hand pretty frequently in like any % no wrong runs of Mario 3, but thankfully he did not get that first hand. So now we're heading into the fast airship here. This may look very scary because of plenty of open area to fall into the pit, but this autoscroller is the fastest autoscroller in the game. So this does fairly go quickly here.
But it is probably one of the hardest auto-scrollers. Very easy to get hit because if you don't take care of these little mole guys with their wrenches and they throw one behind, it is on screen forever because of the fast-moving screen. So it kind of like almost matches the speed a little bit. So it just lingers on forever. It's super easy to get hit by it. So he's going to want to use his Fire Flower here to take care of these as quickly as possible before they can get their wrench out. Which it looks like he did perfectly.
Yeah, very, very good.
And again, wants to keep the Fire Flower because not just for Bowser, it can take care of all the mini-bosses optimally as well.
Yep, it takes 5 fireballs to kill Boom Boom. Otherwise, you would have to stomp on his head 3 times, which is a lot slower. So it's ideal to have the Fire Flower here.
And now we're coming into the very difficult levels in this run. So he's definitely going to be focusing up here.
He doesn't go for
yeah, so you can get P-Speed early there, but it's really hard and risky. So taking it a little safe here, but still getting like the normal P-Speed strat, which is still not easy. So very well done. Also noticed he didn't get 3 stars because then you get a little fanfare there and lose a bunch of times. So you want to make sure you don't get 3 of the same card matching.
Here we are in 8-2. This one's probably the more difficult level in World 8 in general, especially when you have the angry sun behind you.
Yeah, you gotta very carefully, he unfortunately lost the P-Speed there, but you gotta very carefully take care of those guys, and then the sun has RNG depending on when it decides to swoop down. He got a pretty favorable pattern, but as you saw kind of when he landed the first time, it was kind of close, so a little scary, but nothing can deal with. Gonna use the star here, because now you can just run through this thing without having to worry about the little waffles, I guess. Whatever these are supposed to be. I don't know what they were cooking, but...
yeah, I mean, we call them waffles because they look like waffles, but I think they're just like strobe lights of sorts.
Who knows? Now, this is a really difficult strat, especially if you're starting out. You want to hit the P switch, and now you're on a time limit. And it's very tight. You want to get into this door right before it disappears, which you just managed to do. So, optimal cycle. Love to see it. And now we just have one more auto-scroller, and then the final stage.
Alrighty, so now he's going to be entering into the Super Tanks stage. There's always the strat that I always forget, whatever Glib calls it. It's like the world famous day 1 affiliate patented. I already mixed it up already.
There's at least 25 words in there, so a little difficult to remember.
The gist of it is he can just stay on the right side of the screen and then he'll be fine for the most part.
Yeah, you have to make sure you get the little bombs out of the way and everything. But yeah, you can just kind of run into the right side of the screen and shoot fireballs, and the level's free. It's very nice.
Yeah, so you kind of see where Mario's at in terms of like the border. Even though you see the sprites are appearing, their hitboxes don't actually load in until it gets to the boundary. So Mario's practically safe to be on the right side of the screen, and you can just kind of hug the right wall the entire way.
Yeah, nothing will hit you as long as you know when to jump and know when to shoot your fireballs.
Yeah, exactly.
You can even just spam fireballs if you really want to. Nothing's stopping you.
Yeah, it's like, you know, what else could you do in an autoscroller like this? Just kind of wait it out a little bit.
Yeah, luckily this is the last one we will see in the entire speedrun, so fear not.
One more boom boom.
All right, we're coming into the final stage. He has so far kept his fire, so if he can keep it all the way to Bowser, he can get the faster kill on him, and it will all be worthwhile. There's also a clip he can do at the very start. We'll see if he goes for it. You don't have to do it. But... Yeah, okay, he's not going to do it. It's only a second time save and reliant on subpixels, and you know, subpixels are not always the easiest thing to control.
However, we got this clip here.
Speaking of...
the most electrifying clip in all of entertainment, the People's Clip. Anybody can do it, even Nintendo Power said so.
Yeah, it's true. It's pretty easy as long as you can get up in there, but again, there's like some subpixel shenanigans that can kind of prevent you from getting right in there. But so he tripped up a little bit. All right, now this Bowser fight's going to be a little hard because if you're used to what people do in the NES version, you have to kill him a little different here because Bowser's hitbox is slightly altered. Ooh, careful. There we go.
All right.
So then, timing ends for this game when you enter the door. So he will hold up here, and then the frame Mario enters, you can just reset and move on to the next one. Gotta wait for the fanfare. And there we go. So now instant reset, and he'll go straight into Mario 1 now because that's the next game in the order he's doing. Now, if you're used to the NES version, most of the things you know and love are still here. You know, the good old frame rules, the flagpole glitches, all that. You know, we're still here. But there's a lot of things also that you can't do. And one of those is like the bullet bill glitch will soft lock you, so he won't be going for that. But most everything else works kind of the same. Yes, if we're familiar with buses, they're still here. They're still going to their stations. Now, there is something a little different. First of all, he's doing fire strats. The reason why you want to do fire here is because hitboxes are a lot larger in this game than the NES version, and because the SNES is more powerful, more of the sprites can spawn, which makes this run, if you're doing small only, like so much harder than the NES version. So fire strats are the way to go, for sure. So that's why he's doing it here. Basically, if you were going to do safe strats with small Mario, it would just be slower, just because you'd have to do so much waiting for things to get out of your way. So just picking this up. Now you see hit the fire flower block there. Now he's playing on the Japanese version of the Super Mario All-Stars cartridge, which is known as Super Mario Collection. The reason you want to do that is in some of the games they have some exclusive glitches that they patched out of the US release. One of them is I don't really know the mechanic, but in certain levels, if you hit a power-up block and then grab the flag, as you can see, Mario went straight to the right side, which saves time of Mario getting off. I don't really know why it happens, but it's a thing. It saves time.
And it works. Yeah.
Now, one of the things that does still work is also the wrong warp, so he can go for that here. So as you can see, he's going to position Mario, get stuck in the wall, make Mario's X position larger. So the warp zone here is still loaded going down the pipe, and there he is. Doesn't have to wait for the long Vine animation or anything. The optimal way to do 4-2. And we're already into the final world. World 8. So this is why he's got fire. This level, so hard to do small only. So, as you can see, every plant and every pipe is spawning now, which doesn't happen in the NES speedrun. So, using the fire as much as possible.
Yeah, like since the cartridge has more memory, it is able to have a lot of the sprites shown on the screen since the NES had sprite limitations at the time. So there is like various differences between both versions there. And yeah, having fire is definitely very useful as well, just to kind of clear out enemies out of the way, and also getting to the right side of the flag
because
there.
he hit the star block. Also, a little fun fact about frame rules that I forgot to mention. that in this game, if you go down a warp zone, so in a 1-2 you win in a warp and 4-2 you win in a warp, there is no frame rule if you're doing a warp zone, essentially. So it carries over into the end of the next level. So just a little fun yet unique thing about this game. Doesn't really affect the run all too much, especially in a marathon setting, but it's just one of those funny things that's different. Now this is an unfortunate situation, taking damage there. Again, you want to have your Fire Flower for this run because, oh boy, is All-Stars fun without it. So we're gonna see how he's gonna want to handle this. So an example on the NES version, you could just jump over those piranha plants and the tall pipes. In this game, you will die because the hitbox was extended. So part of the reason you want the Fire Flower, he's going to go ahead and try to power up here again. There is 2 power-ups he can collect. Just a little hard because the Hammer Brothers are going to be random here. Okay, he's going to avoid that one. Makes sense. He can take a hit still. Wow, I cannot believe he didn't get hit. That was pretty wild. But there we go. So now we're in 8-4. He can take a hit. So that's good. 8-4 is a bit tricky though.
Yeah, especially with the extra enemy sprites as well. Normally we would see the piranha plants despawn sometimes.
Yeah, like the first one here in this first pipe usually despawns at the end of this version, but here you have to wait it out for it to move. The wall jump does still work, but this room's a lot harder to set it up, so just not even gonna bother. Okay. Oh wow.
Okay, he still gets it anyway.
As you can see by his reaction, his subpixels were all kinds of random, so that just happened to work. Very cool. He definitely wasn't expecting that. Here he's crouch swimming, so if you duck while on the ground and then swim while still holding down, Mario's hitbox is cut in half, which is why he's not getting hit by some of the enemy's firebars. A lot to talk about very quickly. By the way, here's Bowser.
Of course, timing ends on the axe grab.
Boom. So instant reset, and he didn't take damage. That was pretty cool. Got a little lucky there. And here we're...
Very good, 8-4.
So he's waiting here because there's actually a donation incentive for him to choose his character. I believe Luigi won by a landslide, so we're going to be playing Luigi here. Oh, he's got to switch his hat, though. Don't forget.
Oh, is he going to switch his hat?
Oh, no.
He's still as Mario hat.
He forgore skull emoji. All right, well... Okay. That's my goat for real. All right, we're so back. Anyway, so yeah. There was a donation incentive. Luigi won by a landslide. So he's going to play Luigi for this run, which actually isn't optimal in terms of speed. Also, this game's hard, so expect to see a lot of that. But he's a little slower. He's definitely a lot more slippery, so it's hard to slow down when you have full speed. But his jump height is a lot higher. So it makes... Wow, I can't believe he went for that. That was wild. But yeah, it's really hard to play with Luigi in these games, just because he's very slippery and momentum's hard to achieve. His physics are a little different than like the original Famicom Disk System release of this game, but yeah, he is slower, but some things are easier because of his higher jump. He's used to playing as both, so he can do it.
Yeah, exactly. And it actually makes 1-2 a little easier as well, because Mario would have to go for a wall jump to go over to the warp zone area.
Or wait for some platforms, but that's slow.
Yeah, that too. But with Luigi, he can just kind of jump up there and not have to worry about it.
Yep. Using Luigi's high jumps, just like in Mario 2 US. And then, yeah, again. So if you thought Mario 1 was harder, small only, this is even harder, small only. Especially in a marathon setting, so... Heck, it's hard with fire, so...
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, he will be just... If he ever loses his power-ups like he just did, the next opportunity, he's going to go for power-up grabs. Just makes life a lot easier in this kind of situation. So there's one right here he can quickly... Well, I say quickly, but Luigi's got to slow down for 10 years before he can come to a stop, so... But this is what the people donated for. This is what you guys wanted. And then this Fire Flower here. This one's a bit trickier. So just gonna play it as safe as possible here. There we go. We're Fire Luigi. You don't get to see Fire Luigi. Interesting. I wasn't expecting the Lakitu Bob, but hey, it worked. But yeah, Fire Luigi, a rare sight, but I'm glad we get to see it.
Yeah, also thank you to those that donated towards the incentive as well to showcase the green Mario here.
The green Mario. Not shown off a lot in this run, kind of for good reason. Again, he's very slow and very finicky to deal with, but, you know, it's just unfortunate that that's how things be in the speedrun side of things. Luigi is cool. Elsewhere. I forgot to mention fireworks. I don't have to mention them in Mario 1 now since he already beat that game, but in this game, the way they work is if the last digit of the coin count matches the last digit of the time remaining when you finish the stage. As you could see, he had a last digit of 6 on that last level and then ended with a 5. If he played perfectly, or at least as Mario, it probably wouldn't have happened here, but it would have gotten a 6 and then you get fireworks, which is slow, so. In situations where he knows he might end the stage and have the timer match the coin count, he'll slow down intentionally because it'll end up being faster overall.
Another thing to mention about the fireworks too, like if you have multiples of 11 in your coin count and you match the last number of your timer, you get a 1-up and you get fireworks. Whether it's odd, you get 3. If it's even, you get 6.
Yeah, they have an exclusive mechanic with the 1-up there, only for multiples of 11. But yeah, fireworks work with any. It's only the last digit of both coin counts and the timer that matter for that. So yeah, just don't want them to match. Now this is one of the hardest arenas here. Luckily, in All-Stars, a mechanic is different compared to the NES and FDS versions, where the Podoboos go a lot higher in this version. So you can almost always sneak under them, no matter the pattern, because their pattern can fluctuate. So that's a good little change there. One of the rare good changes, I'd say, but, you know, I'm biased.
So we're already halfway through SMB2J, or Lost Levels currently. I believe this is the longest level in the game. You can see there's wind. All it does is just kind of push you away. And it could also mess with it a little bit too. But I want to see if he's going to go for the super jump here.
Yeah, I'm curious. It's a lot harder with Luigi. Yeah.
Oh,
so yeah, what you do there is you fireball that Koopa, you walk for a little bit, and then you do a walking speed jump into the Koopa, and it just flies you up all the way over the wall. So he went for it, but jumped like maybe 1 frame late and took damage instead. That's how tight it is. So a little unfortunate, but it is a very difficult strategy. Luckily, he's going to hold left here, and there's a secret mushroom. So that's a little nice location for that to be. And then there's a fire flower right here as well.
Just like that, fully powered up back to fire. And normally in the FDS version of this game, you would be clipping inside the upside down pipe here, but it does not work in this version. So you have to hit the vine block and then climb the vine.
Yeah, so you can wrong warp in Mario 1, but you can't in this game. Very unfortunate. They patched out the way it works, but that's how it goes sometimes. So, and it's really hard to hit that vine optimally. As you can see, fumbled it a little bit, but that's perfectly normal. It's just really hard to deal with. All right, but yeah.
Oh, already in World 8, so now we see the wind a little bit again. And thankfully with Luigi's jump height, you can just kind of breeze through this area, especially this section here.
Yeah, this game, you may be shocked to hear this, but it's kind of hard. So,
shocking.
With levels where you have to make some really long jumps, usually Mario can make it, but it's a lot easier with Luigi in some of these situations. So, especially 8-1 there makes it a lot more easy. But then some other stuff like this stage, it becomes a little harder because in this stage, ooh. So that's another fun change to the All-Stars versions, is if you jump to a brick, Mario or Luigi will still be moving up after hitting the brick, instead of being ejected right back down like on the NES version, which means you can then bonk immediately into the brick that was next to it. So you basically never want to hit a brick in this game, which is what happened there.
Yeah, I just go like straight up.
Very dumb change, but yeah, here you want to hit that. This is the only way to finish the level. If you were to continue right, there'd be a pipe that would take him back earlier into the level, and it would loop endlessly. So you have to go this way. So it's crucial you don't miss that little paratrooper bop into the block, which is very easy to mess up. So luckily he got that first try.
Like, since we're heading into 8-3, you kind of notice that we're like in the sky right now. I've always had this theory when I was younger, thinking that this was like the prelude to Mario 64, since, you know, like you got Bowser in the sky in Mario 64. It kind of
Bowser is in the sky.
Similarity. Yeah.
Factual.
It kind of feels that way with this one. I've always wondered if that kind of tied into it. I don't think it did, but, you know, it's kind of nice to kind of speculate there.
Yeah, this ending section is a lot easier with Luigi, because with Mario, you'd have to wait on those platforms a little bit to move them. So Mario could actually make the jump. Luigi can just make it right away. But now we're coming into 8-4, which is going to be really difficult. Oh, yeah, fireworks. There you go. 8-8, 6, because it was even. All right, this stage is very hard, especially with Luigi and with no power-ups. So he's going to try to play this very safe, but hopefully all goes well.
Gonna go through this section here, and of course Luigi has ice physics while he's in the water as well.
You can't escape them. All right, he's waiting there to wait for the plant to get out of the way so he can bounce off the right side of the wall and back in. Actually, if you bounce off that wall but repress left too early, he gets stuck to the wall and you just die. So it's the little things that can still cause just instant death that you have to be careful of, that you wouldn't notice unless you know what's going on. This section, very difficult to deal with, so just gonna wait. Grab the safety mushroom, because if you know the Lost Levels version, you can just run off the floor here and like clip into the ground. That does not work here, so I actually have to deal with both Bruce and Bowser. Ooh, we love Bruce.
Was a pal.
What a pal, dude. Every time. So now he's...
Time is gonna end on the axe grab here.
Yeah, he's home free. He can take damage. And he didn't even. So there you go. That's time in 37:13, according to what I saw, which is a very great time, especially with like switching the hats and taking that death just to switch the hats and stuff. So that was super clean all around.
Yeah, GG's to Rudy on a fantastic run, especially with the hat change gimmick. I thought that was great. Like, that was very entertaining right there.
Yes. I want to talk about Rudy a little bit. He's actually like probably the best 2D Mario runner in France and one of the best in the world, especially in warpless runs. And I think he's a bit underrated, so you should all follow this man.
Yep, twitch.tv/TheRudy, just as you see it on the nameplate right there.
3 Ys, don't forget, very crucial. But yeah, he has top level times like almost every warpless 2D Mario speedrun. So, and then very respectful in any percent as well. Like you just saw, he was able to do 4 2D Mario any percents in a row. So, good stuff.
Very nicely done. Anything you want to shout out, GTAs, before we head on out?
Well, I just want to say thank you, GDQ, for having us and for doing this English restream of the SpeeDons event. Very good event. Very impressed by everything they're doing over there and how much they're raising. So, really a big fan of just everything going on here. Hope to see more in the future. Hopefully this event raises a lot of money. Yeah, I've been GTAce. I speedrun and stream similar games. If you want to, you know, follow me as well, that's fine by me. I won't complain. And I'll be back tomorrow to commentate Bubzia's run of SM64.
Yep, and I am Supersonic. You can find me on Twitch at Supersonic_. It's an honor to be able to commentate the Mario run with GTAs here. Also a very top Mario runner. And yeah, thank you for having us, and we'll throw it back to the host.
Have a good one, everyone.
Mickey Mouse, bien sûr. C'était vraiment un des moments d'angoisse absolue de ce marathon. Déjà, à n'en pas douter peut-être de l'histoire de ce marathon. Mario Mousse, bien sûr. On s'est régalé. Alors, bienvenue, donc 7h10 du bar. Vous êtes toujours en train de regarder Speedon 5 pour Médecin du monde. On a pas mal de dons à rattraper. Et puis ensuite, il va se passer plein de choses. Et notamment, on introduira une nouvelle artiste à bord.
Oh,
tout à fait.
On va avoir un dessin magnifique.
On va avoir de beaux dessins, de beaux Mickey, tiens.
Avec Mario qui brosse.
Ah oui, qui brosse, bien sûr.
Pardon.
Vas-y,
j'arrête.
Tu peux commencer, mon cher Emmanuel.
Effectivement, du coup, alors on commence avec Smith, 10 boules, tout pour la musique, et SpeeDons, inférieur à 3. On a également Deslini qui nous regarde avec ses 30 boules de l'Australie. Merci à tout le monde. Gros bisous de l'Australie. Et je veux voir les gens cracher du sang sur une de mes musiques préférées. Je pense qu'il parle de Through Fire and Flame.
Probablement.
Dragon Force.
Musique d'esthète.
Ouais, exactement. On a également Yoko, 10 balles. Ça pique de commencer sa journée à 2h du mat, mais entre la salle, les runners ou le cast, ça valait le coup. Évidemment, ça vaut toujours le coup. Enfin, genre...
Regarde.
On met notre santé en danger, nous, au desk, parce que ça vaut le coup, voilà.
Oh que oui.
Exactement.
Santé physique et mentale, bien sûr. Alors, Coffee Mood, 20 balles. Comment ne pas donner pour cette musique mythique? On est un petit peu sur le même thème. Toad qui donne 10 balles, qui dit merci SpeeDons, mais les 3 millions sont dans un autre don. Ah, très, tout à fait.
Ah ben, merci beaucoup pour ta générosité, on attend ça avec impatience.
Bien entendu. Sky Vickner qui donne 10 euros. C'est en anglais. Greetings from America. Watching from the games. Don't quick English Restream. Good luck on the runs and Trent writes. Thank you so much for watching, donating and for the message. Incroyable. Et tiens, restons à la même thématique. On a 5 euros de TerraFox qui nous disait je devais dormir devant le stream, mais les runs m'ont hype, alors j'en profite pour faire mon don. Gros cœur sur mes adelphes trans. Vivons et soyons fiers. N'oubliez pas, vous ne pouvez pas vous détester vous-même, car sinon c'est transphobe. Bisous et bourrez les dons, tout le monde.
C'est très vrai.
C'est vrai.
On a Pakou, 10 euros, un petit don du fond de la salle. Félicitations à tous ceux qui sont encore debout, super événement, et surtout faites des dons. Voilà. La salle est présente dans les dons.
On a 100 balles de la part d'Indigo. Merci et bravo. On a Professeur Kitty qui donne des 10 euros. Tu l'as pas dit? Non, c'est bon, on efface, on est au taquet quand même. Ok. Pas de défiscalisation pour moi car je suis résidente fiscale au Japon. Mais comme je ne suis pas apolitique, je donne quand même.
Domo, je suis japonais.
Merci à tout le monde pour ce moment formidable. Et merci à notre stream japonais également.
Exactement. On a aussi l'humour de Yamato qui a donné 5 balles. Désolé, je dormais. Mais Mario Mousse, je suis désolé.
Non mais oui, ça devient du comique absurde, du coup ça devient iconique, bien entendu.
Alors,
artiste incompris.
Exactement. On a 25 balles de Bateau Camille. J'ai mis un réveil pour assister au meilleur jeu Kirby, qui en plus est l'un de mes jeux vidéo de l'enfance, mais je n'ai aucun regret d'avoir mis le réveil plus tôt pour voir cette formidable run de Super Mario All-Star. Effectivement, encore big up à Rudy, c'était une très belle performance.
C'était magnifique.
J'ai chanté les musiques pendant absolument tout le jeu.
Allez, je vais vous faire un speedrun et ensuite on va aussi présenter notre artiste sur place. 50 balles de LTD qui a dit ma fille de 5 mois m'a réveillé pile pour le début de Spider-Man pour les dons. 10 euros de Yo-Yo qui dit coucou la guilde, je suis dans la salle et je passe à la télé. Vive SpeeDons et merci au vieux monsieur strictement inférieur à 3. Tectonic Fanboy.
Un petit mondotech.
25 balles qui dit je voudrais bien un petit mondotech mais Through the Fire and Flame c'est le même BPM après tout. Et oui, évidemment, un mélomane. 5 euros de Salou, coucou le vieux monsieur et toute l'équipe de SpeeDons et le public encore réveillé. Ah bon?
Allez!
Oui! Dommage qu'il y ait besoin de ce genre d'événement parce que les hautes sphères ne font pas ce qu'ils devraient. Et on n'oublie pas, achète! Et donne! Des bisous strictement inférieurs à 333.
Et 10 balles de la part de Risto, participation à cet événement de qualité. Quel plaisir de voir ça chaque année. C'est déjà la 5e année, je me sens vieux mais tellement heureux personnellement.
C'est le même feel.
Anonyme, 20 balles. Bonjour, s'il vous plaît, et surtout merci. Alors, on a la full politesse.
Ah, là, ça sent peut-être le don anglais avec...
oui. Bonjour, s'il vous plaît, et
merci. Le French stéréotype. Et ça régale, merci, thank you. Frog, 5 euros, malade comme un chien pour le début de ma semaine de congé. Heureusement que SpeeDons est là. Guillaume, 10 balles. Soku, 25 balles. Le meilleur Zelda, c'est le skin Old Boy de Sifu. Et 2 euros de solstice d'été, je vous regarde du confort de mon lit, je vais probablement m'endormir bercé par les cris de Toad, bien sûr. Bon courage aux spectateurs strictement inférieurs à 3, 5 euros anonymes, 25 euros de suricarte et 1 euro de Ilou, merci énormément. Nous avons une artiste en place qui nous rejoint, c'est Ad. Comment vas-tu, Régie? Oh oui, au taquet, tout le monde.
Hello.
Alors, comment ça va? Bien réveillé, dormi?
Oui, j'ai dormi.
Oh, c'est incroyable, ça doit être...
C'est incroyable.
Tu devrais essayer.
Ça doit être
Je conseille.
Alors, est-ce que 7 h du matin, c'est une heure propice à l'art, au dessin?
J'aurais tendance à dire que non.
Très bien.
Mais nous verrons bien.
Et oui, non, je pense évidemment qu'on va se régaler. Merci d'être encore là. Et donc, alors du coup, tu nous as choisi ce segment-là. Tu vas faire deux jeux d'affilée, Kirby et Crisis Core, si je ne dis pas de bêtises.
Exactement.
Et pourquoi donc?
Et Kirby, c'est Kirby. Voilà, gros bisous à tous les fans de Kirby du monde. Voilà, c'est Kirby. Donc évidemment, ça m'intéresse. Et Crisis Core... Alors, je n'ai pas fait Crisis Core personnellement, mais grosse fan de... Enfin, voilà, FF7, c'est mon jeu d'enfance. C'est... Voilà, je fonds dès que j'entends les musiques et tout, donc j'ai sauté sur l'occasion, même si c'était un peu tôt le matin.
Donc, tu es au courant du spoil sur Crisis Core?
Mais évidemment.
Bien sûr, okay,
évidemment.
Il n'y aura pas de révélation.
Non, c'est bon, tout va bien.
Edith Piaf est morte. Oh, très bien.
Le dessin sera potentiellement un peu spoilant, quoi.
Ah, d'accord, on va être dans cette thématique. Quoi. Ça va plaire, des gens vont pleurer juste en voyant le dessin. On va se régaler, on verra ça. Quoi qu'il en soit, Régie, vous me confirmez que tout le monde est prêt depuis 55 ans? Bon, ils sont en train. Vous êtes prêts? Il est prêt. Oh, il y a de la sape. De la sape. Ah, et j'ai un mot qui se tient à côté, prêt, qui va peut-être me remplacer, car je suis sur une opération d'essai imminent. Alors, quoi qu'il en soit, mon cher Yamato,
oui,
c'est donc parti pour Kirby and the Amazing Mirror.
Et il y a des magnifiques lots d'ailleurs pour...
il y a des lots sublimes, vous avez les liens, ouais, lots.
Vous avez les liens pour les lots et on rappelle que voilà, pendant les lots sont, enfin les lots du jeu sont valables pendant les donations pendant le jeu.
J'affiche des lots. Regardez ce porte-clés Kirby artisanal, des stickers Kirby, une jarre à Kirby. Trop mignon. Une figurine Kirby.
Des autocollants Kirby Cursed.
Une illustration Kirby. Et plein de choses. Et en plus, évidemment, celle qu'elle va réaliser Ad pendant ce run en live draw. Et ma foi, donc, j'ai tout perdu. Voilà, on va retrouver... eh bien, Chacha Max et Quantico, oui, sont là, évidemment. Et évidemment, le runner que... vont nous présenter H1 Style. J'avais déjà commenté avec lui, on l'a vu René. Ça va être un banger. Des bisous. À plus.
Et bonjour Speedon, bon matin. J'espère que vous allez bien parce que là, nous allons nous réveiller. J'allais presque dire en douceur, mais pas tant que ça, mon cher Quantico. Comment ça va?
Ça va très bien. Écoute, un peu tôt, mais on est là pour un jeu d'exception finalement.
Il est soit trop tôt, soit trop tard. En attendant, celui qui est à l'heure, c'est bien H1 Style. Comment il va, celui-ci?
Bonjour tout le monde, salut Speedon. Bah écoute, ça va. Un petit peu...
C'est bien, on s'est mis à raccord un petit peu.
Ouais. On est bien dans le thème.
Hello everybody, welcome to Kirby and the Amazing Mirror from Nintendo Game Boy Advance. I'm Mr. Ernest Shasta.
And I am Claire Fluffle.
We'll be commentating here for H1 Style's Amazing Mirror run. I'm very excited about it. Everyone's decked out in Kirby and I love this.
Yeah. I got some Kirby apparel on me too, but they came more prepared than I did.
Like, the Mario's decked out, the commentators back there are decked out. I love the suit especially. It's incredible.
Yeah, you're talking about all the Kirbys that were on there. It's so many. It's so good.
I hope H1 also reset before doing this, because otherwise you get a lot of lag going to here. Because fun fact, if the demo plays on the main menu, you get lag for the rest of the game until you reset. So hopefully you remember to reset.
Amazing Mirror is a well-optimized game. All right, and we begin. All right, so fun thing about Amazing Mirror, you're going to see a bunch of these little short hops because Kirby running is pretty fast, but Kirby's legs are good for more than just running. They're also very good for jumping. Jumping is straight up faster. In this game especially, it's wild.
We're getting gate skip here. Oh,
nice,
easy every time. There we go. Very, very small frame window to get that trick there. You have to move it very perfectly in that little short section. Speaking of small frame windows, we now have this right here, the first mix of the run.
First try.
Nailed it first try.
First try, very good. That is a 4-frame window. That is a 4-frame window that you had to get right.
Yep, we have to wait for just a bit over a second to get that. It's honestly a perfect start. We take those for sure.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm seeing a little bit of lag though, so maybe they didn't reset on the demo.
Yeah, I don't think they did, but that's okay. Whatever happens, happens here.
It's fine. It's fine. So this is why we have to nail that 4-frame window after just slightly longer than a second. It's really tough, but it is super worth it because Wheel destroys this game.
Wheel is very fast.
Yeah, it goes through the levels very fast, tanks through enemies super fast. As you can see later on, it deals with bosses really well. Pretty much does everything, and will be the foundation of the run.
Yeah, Amazing Mirror itself is the first open world Kirby game, and so far the only one, which is unfortunate. Maybe someday, hopefully, Switch 2, maybe? We'll see. But yeah, it's the first open world Kirby game, so therefore you have to traverse a lot of the world in order to get through it. And the goal of this run is to beat all 8 bosses in order to get all 8 mirror shards and get to the final boss gauntlet. So that's what we're doing here. We're going through this section, which is required for every single part of every single Kirby Amazing Mirror run. You have to go all the way through and unlock the overworld, which is right before the first boss of the game.
Oh, this is a super fun. I love this. You get rid of Wheel for a second so that you can get 2 star bullets that do a lot of damage to Mr. Frosty right there. And then you just get Wheel, do a couple hits, boom. Nice quick kill.
Very, very nice to say the least. Another thing of movement in this game too is that you have to make sure to avoid as many enemies as you can. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of enemies you cannot avoid. So, yeah. And whenever you hit an enemy, you lose a few frames just based off of lag.
Yeah,
so very important to be able to avoid as much as we can here.
Yeah, specifically, enemies in this game have a health bar, but unlike some other games where it's just one hit and it's nice and instant, I guess the GBA couldn't quite handle the rapid hits. So every single individual hit you will see, and it will take HP off of the health bar. That was close.
That was close. Yeah.
That was very close. So if you inhale, when you drop an ability, if you inhale the star and an ability, an enemy that will give you an ability, you will not get the ability from the enemy. You'll get it from the star. So that is very scary. Also, don't blink. All right, hard fight, hard fight. I was really worried about that one. That was getting scary.
Hey, GG in chat, a difficult fight.
Really hard fight, really hard fight.
Yeah, King Golem's a pushover if you have Stone. Stone's very powerful in this game.
Yeah. So hilarious little time save. The runner very specifically chose file 1 because after bosses, it is faster to do a soft reset and just pick the file that you were at. So if you pick file 2 or 3, it is not a lot of time lost, but enough to where when you want to go fast, you got to pick file 1. A very funny time.
Good point. I actually forgot about that as a time save for this game. So you actually good point.
It's a couple other Kirby games are like that too. I know Dreamland 2 is like that as well.
Doesn't surprise me. I just like it's not something I think about most of the time.
It's so funny though. It's so funny though.
Yeah. So now we're going through Rainbow Route here and making our way over to... I am forgetting actually as soon as I said that. We're going to the next boss in this case.
Yeah. So what's really nice about Amazing Mirror... Yeah, there are definitely they're unlocking switches right now. I'm not sure which boss they're specifically going after. One of the cool things about Amazing Mirror, because of the open nature, is that once you have all the switches, you can kind of do things in whatever order that you want. But right now, it's a lot of getting switches. If I had to guess...
we're going here first. Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting.
I think they're going through Carrot... No, that's not Carrot Castle. They're going Cabbage Cavern here.
Yeah, this is Cabbage Cavern. Yep.
Probably into Olive Ocean, I guess? I think that's where they're going.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Claire said, there's very open world, so you can go wherever you want here after certain points. There are certain routes that are like a little bit faster because you keep certain powers if you don't soft reset in certain sections. So, yeah.
Yeah, really, I think the only one that's like ironclad is that when you beat Mega Titan, you keep that for Dark Meta Knight. So when you beat Carrot Castle, you keep it for Radish Ruins. World 5 into World 8, because numbers in this game are but a suggestion. But we're not doing the Mega Titan order first. This is just Radish Ruins. So we're going to be seeing
Radish Ruins.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Dark Meta Knight first with the Dark.
Very long segment.
Yeah, this is a very long one. It makes sense to get it done first. But the boss fight when we get there, this is very interesting. There's a lot to say about it.
Yeah, whoever the heck that boss fight is.
Oh, true. Yeah. Whichever one. It's question mark. Actually, this game is so full of intrigue.
Someday they'll reveal who that is. We'll never know.
but for now, we'll have to watch this Wheel gameplay.
Yeah. Wheel's actually interesting in this game because unlike the GBA counterpart of this game, Kirby Nightmare and Dreamland, you actually can jump with Wheel while using it, which is very convenient for movement to say the least. There's a lot of optimization to be done with Wheel too beyond that. For instance, of course, we can get out of Wheel immediately just Wheel jump by pressing A, B, holding down A. And just doing good turnarounds does save like frames here and there, so being able to like turn around at the right time is very nice. Like right here, hopefully. Oh, he doesn't do the wheel turnaround. I discovered that little optimization.
It is really cool though. We're actually about to see because before King Golem we had Stone. Now we get to see Wheel and fight over. That was really good. That was very good.
That was a very good luck.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Amazing Mirror does have a little bit of RNG in it, but even then, like that fight was just... It's very good because depending on what Master Hand does, you still have to react to it. And I mean, once you react to it, you know, Wheel kind of does your taxes from there. But the idea is that, like we were saying before, when you hit an enemy, every single hit depletes part of the health bar. That includes bosses and mini bosses. So when Wheel goes crazy like that, it will... There is no iframes where bosses can say, "Oh, okay, well, I get a minute." They don't get that minute. They don't get anything. They just...
Also in that last stream there, they were able to actually despawn like 1 or 2 of the crash bombers, which normally would just like explode off the screen and waste like half a second from the explosion. So that was really smooth there too.
All right,
and now we're on to question mark.
Yeah, so crazy thing about question mark, it's kind of RNG, but if you do the slide, he's not cooperating, question mark. Still not cooperating, wow. Okay, there you go. So if you slide kick into question mark, he will do that jump into that move. Only got it once. That is crazy bad luck.
The no hits, that was really good.
Yeah, oh, that was
not the best luck, but like...
Yeah, terrible, great execution.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very nice. File one time.
Now we just get the heck out of here. Let's where they're going next. Oh, they're going down here, okay.
This is...
Looks like Olive Ocean, yeah.
Olive Ocean, yep.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a funny mix. That's a really...
what?
Oh, not Olive Ocean, okay. This is...
Well, sure.
Oh, this might be Caracastle. They might be doing Caracastle.
Looks like it, yeah. That's interesting, because there's actually a wheel ability statue they can get easily from, like, going to the right instead of going down there for a mix.
Yeah.
Interesting, but I guess that is, like, slightly faster to go for the mix there instead of going for that ability statue. We take those, sure. It's an easy mix.
Exactly. It's an easy mix. Take what you can get.
Absolutely. Heck yeah.
Wheel movement is so satisfying, especially in this room coming up. If they decide to go for wheel stuff.
Cool. Are they going for the? They're going for the jumps. Okay, yeah. If you're going yourself up directly on the left side of these platforms, you can jump directly up. No problem. If you go fast enough, you can also get past that wheelie there. What?
Candy Constellation are...
They're not going for the switch? That's okay. This is a weird route.
Yeah, this is I like it. This is what I was talking about before with how customizable the routing is. It's so cool.
They're going straight for Candy Constellation, I guess. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, shoot. I don't know. Maybe they're doing Peppermint Palette first. I don't know.
I am confused now, but okay.
No,
I'm here for the ride. I'm here for the ride. For sure.
I'm here for the wild wheel ride.
Yeah, they are doing wow, okay.
Yeah, they're doing Peppermint first. I was kidding.
Okay,
but hey.
So I'm just gonna be the one to say it. They're doing an awful routes, but you know what? I'm here for the chaos. Let's go.
Oh, I love it. Peppermint's a really cool one too, because not only is it super... I'm actually curious which ability they're gonna use for the boss, because there's 2 very viable routes that you could go with. One's easier and more consistent, but one's faster. So, very curious to see.
I want to see if they go for the mix here. They're going for a lot of good stuff here. Like the movement's solid. They're very good at the run, absolutely. But like, I'm curious if it's gonna go for the mix, which is like extremely difficult to go for.
Yeah. I think there's really no harm in going for the mix, because if you mess it up, you just lose a couple seconds. So there's probably no harm in going for it. But okay, they're going for it.
Oh, they're doing it. Never mind.
Oh, they're not.
I'm wrong.
They're not. Okay, this makes me happy because they're going for my favorite ability. That's very nice.
Yeah, you love Parasol.
I love Parasol. So in Amazing Mirror specifically, let's talk about Parasol in this game, because you would think attacking with Parasol would be how you get a lot of damage out of it. That is not true at all. Because of the way that hits work, it is legitimately faster and stronger to do this. To just let the tip right behind. I mean, you do attacks like this so that you don't have to worry about getting hit, but then you do stuff like this. Very funny.
Wiz himself is very random as well. He goes from all 4 positions on the screen, on like all around, also in the middle sometimes. But that went very well. That's good luck there.
That was really good. So the mix we were talking about, the enemies lined up towards the end of the previous room, you can inhale 2 of them and go for a hammer. That is faster. But Parasol is a lot safer, and I like just the dedication to going right for it. This, I believe, is Moly. Not Moly.
No, it's Moly.
Oh, yeah, I was right. Okay. Cabbage Cavern.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really short one.
Yeah, it's one of the shortest segments in the entire run, but it's also very luck when you get the Moly. However, Stone makes this a little better, because like Stone will just breeze through bonkers. We're going to fight in just 1 second here.
So I don't know if we're going to see it, but I have seen in some world records recently a development where hammers bought instead of... yep, we're going for...
Just like it.
Oh, no. All right, we're going for throw. Okay.
All right. For throw. Okay, the third option, the old strat here.
The old strat, yeah.
It is the cool strat though, because all you do with throw is you wait for Molly to throw something at you, and then you use throw to pick it up, and put the object inside of Molly, and it'll just do a lot of damage to them. It'll melt their health. However, it also requires them being on the ground, so we'll see what happens.
Yep, we're seeing the problem with Molly.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Hold. Yeah,
all right, there we go.
Good pattern at least.
That strat is super cool. Molly will give you nightmares about how RNG it is if you use throw like that.
Oh yeah. That's for sure.
What will not give you nightmares though is supporting Medicines Demande. Very good cause that we are, DDQ raising the money for. It does a lot of things. It provides care, support populations, you train professionals in multiple countries. They can be autonomous and provide long care term. They help victims of crisis, women by providing specific care for everything in their lives, children, people who can't access healthcare. It is a very good cause.
Very much worth supporting, honestly.
Absolutely.
For causes like this. He's not getting this. Okay, that explains why he wasn't. Why he went back like that. Okay.
Fair enough.
Now I understand the routing. Yeah, supporting humanitarian causes like this are very important, especially in this day and age. Everyone's looking for help around the world, and not everything can provide it. So we're trying to make sure it can be provided.
Oh, this is the swag strat.
Yeah, I love this strat.
Yeah, so these cannons are actually really hard to time. I guarantee they'll be fine because you don't get hit when you do this. Yep, of course. But if you don't get rid of wheel like that, you're more likely to get hit because that's just the way things are. So the swag strat is to put it in your mouth like that so that you don't lose it at any point. Super funny.
You get the Gordo.
I love that. Amazing mirror movement is so cool.
Yeah, very tight movement there to get through the Gordo while turning around like that. But if you do it, it saves a couple seconds. Yeah. That's what Soren's all about. Is just saving a few seconds here and there, saving the frames wherever you can. That's what separates top riders from middle level runners. Speaking of which, that hit right there also separates top riders from middle level runners because getting the hit is very, very tight at the start of the
very tight. I have introduced a lot of people to Amazing Mirror as a game, and they all say this is the hardest boss fight. So I show them the wheel strats, and they were like, "Is that easy?"
Yeah, it's very hard with any other ability.
It's brutal. It's brutal. Not to get too in deep, but for a video, I had to record doing that fight with Cupid because it's one of the options before the fight.
Oh no!
Never again.
Yeah, never again for that. That sounds awful. Cupid's probably least favorite Kirby power in general. It's cute. It's adorable.
The movement,
damage outputs.
The movement is really fun. Oh, I like this for the routing.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah. I guess what really matters more of all is, I was saying before that you do Mega Titan into question mark. But I guess what really matters more is that you do Mega Titan into an area that lets you use wheel. That's the most important because it's one of the few boss fights you actually keep wheel for. It might be the only one.
I could actually see if this is faster in the end, actually, because getting in here a little faster is probably pretty good. Hold on.
No,
we'll bring it up in Discord later. It's fine. For now, we have this fight right here. The ideal pattern was that he does this right here, runs just across the screen, but you not do that at the start. So he actually played a little safely and was able to not get hurt there.
Yeah,
so
that fight's actually really hard because of the walls. If you don't have mastery of the wheel movement, it can be really tough.
Now we're in Can Constellation, Banger Central, one of the best songs in the game easily.
Oh, for sure. For sure. The Rainbow Curse remix too.
Oh my god, special Rainbow Curse remix, incredible.
It's so good. All right, funny moment right here. You go into a door, you walk right out.
Yep.
You have to do that, by the way. You have to.
Yeah, because you destroy the bomb block that blocks your path there, but you have to destroy it to get through there. So yeah, that's how you refresh that.
It's so funny.
All right, tricky room right here because we have a bunch of movement where you can't use wheel too much. We're pretty well blocks.
Yep.
A little bit of blind jump right there, but we got through it. Another satisfying room here if done correctly. There's a bunch of cycles you have to make with these burning enemies here. And also, of course, the wall dudes randomly attacking like that.
Yep, that Waddle Do in particular could really get you.
Oh yeah, happened to me numerous times for sure.
Still happens to me. All right. Obviously got to jump over.
Here's the lag room. If you mess up at all while climbing this little section here, the game will lag a lot. So hopefully we're good. Oh, you went for the safe strat. Nice.
Okay. All right. Yep. So long as you don't have to deal with the lag, it's.
It's brutal.
Yeah, you'd think you suddenly started playing this on a like a Game & Watch. The game lags so badly.
Yeah. Another Master Hand fight. The first one went very well in terms of luck. Hello there.
Hello.
This one went a little worse in terms of luck, but like execution was fantastic. H1's execution is really good, it seems.
Yeah,
like,
going really well. And what's really satisfying is that if you have a wheel going when you beat Master Hand, the camera can't keep up. We actually saw it there for a little bit. The camera could not keep up with Kirby, so like the wheel wasn't on screen, but you were still zooming. There's a lot of randomly cool things that happen in this game, only if you go fast.
Speaking of cool things that happen in this game when you go fast, this next room we're actually gets a different power. That's not wheel.
Yeah, it's not going to be the wheel show.
Yeah, so instead, you know, a wheel goes faster horizontally. Well, vertically, we have a missile here. That's what a missile does. It's very fast for vertical movement and pretty decent for horizontal as well. It's also pretty hard to control.
This room is tough.
But yeah, this is where, again, the room that separates like top runners from like higher, like mid-level runners. If you do this room well consistently, it is very satisfying to say the least, but it's also really hard.
Shadow Kirby skip too.
Now we're gonna get fire here. Then I'm not sure if he's gonna summon the boys or not. So let's see if he does.
Probably not, because it's only really worth it if they have good abilities, and 2 of them don't.
That's true. Yeah, there's only burning there. Not
burning's like, I guess burning was alright in like Nightmare. Maybe not here.
Yeah.
All right, so Master Hand took like 10 hits, right? Crazy Hand done.
Yep. See ya. Very nice. Also, a lot of time we don't summon like the other Kirbys for boss fights because it also makes them. Wait, I think it's the Star Allies. I was thinking like they get more health if you summon them, but I don't think it's true. Actually, never mind.
Yeah, for amazing mirror, not quite.
Yeah, get my Kirby's messed up here. Alright, now he's going for all of Ocean for sure.
Yeah, now it is. They only have like 2 areas left.
Yeah, all of Ocean is the longest trek in the run in order to get to the boss. Same if you can Constellation. They're both like about the same amount of time, I'd say. The boss is like way over in the bottom right of the map, that's for sure.
Yes. I do, you get access to it very early, but I do notice that for reasons I can only assume it's very annoying. Everybody saves Mustard Mountain for last.
That's true, right?
Everybody saves it for last. It's just like, I don't want to deal with it.
I think I do it second to last in my own runs personally, because like I think I use that than Molly, I want to say. So I could be wrong.
Molly RNG is like the worst part of this whole run for me. There's a certain boss coming up later who's definitely a lot more egregious, but Molly for me is just...
That's for sure. Yeah, it seems I'm talking about Master Hand and Crazy Hand in this game. Yeah, they both give you the ability called Smash, which gives Kirby his melee moveset, but actually good.
But actually good. We don't see it. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, we don't see it in any percent because Wheel is so good. But if you want to see a category that uses Smash to its full potential, because it's absurd, look up the speedruns for the boss endurance. It is very powerful. It is everything you could want out of an ability for bosses. It is very good.
There's also a whole section of the 100% speedrun where you use only like Smash for a while because it has both like hammer and stone with it.
Yeah.
And also some disjoints too from its moves. It's really good.
Yeah, Smash is definitely one of the best abilities in this game. It comes back for a few other games, but I feel like this is the only one where it's like it's there. Right? Oh, okay. This is the best mix of the game coming up. This one's so cool.
It's so cool.
Look at this. Look at this setup. Okay, so to explain, wait. Okay, and I got fire. It's slower, but I like this more. Okay. Yeah. So to explain what happened there. So obviously we get rid of Wheel. Fancy. Okay, so we get rid of Wheel, and there are 2 bomb enemies that are very close by to each other, but not close enough to get an inhale. So through the waterfall, you jump in with a float so that you can let out an air puff. And when you do that air puff, you knock one of the bomb enemies into the other one so that you can inhale them and get the mix. What you want is UFO because it's a little faster. But what's really cool about this is that directly afterwards is fire. You want UFO so that you can break that block that you saw broken with fire. I love this.
That Kirby swim, I love it.
I love it so much. I love it so much. There's so many things about this game that are so cool.
Yeah, like that mix ends up being like, instead of a 4-frame window, it's actually an 8-frame window because two powers in a row work. So,
more mixes should be 8 frames, I think.
Agreed. Fun fact, in Kirby Air Ride, mixes are a 2-frame window in that game.
Oh yeah, going in the reverse direction.
The only game where it's like that. It's wild.
And
yeah,
we'll talk about it right
in terms of swing movement here, you just want to be sure to always moving to the right and not stopping on anything, including on the ground or like on any walls that are in your way. That's the most important thing about that.
It's very easy to assume that burning would be faster here. I thought it was for years just because there's so much you think you could use it for, but it's actually not.
And now we're getting stoned because we need that for the upcoming boss fight.
Hey Shasta, do you like funny boss fight strats that make otherwise difficult bosses really easy?
Oh, I love those. They're my favorite.
Oh, and you're gonna love the room after this.
Hopefully you can keep stone there, though. That is the challenge of getting stone in the room before like this. Some place where you can get it, but there's a lot of enemies that can really destroy you here. Especially these ones, in my opinion.
Yeah.
underrated for getting rid of your ability.
Yeah, those two, that glunk right there, pretty much they're past the worst of it now. Everything looks past this point is pretty simple. But that small part with those two enemies and then the glunk, that's it's tough. But now, so Gobbler, the boss, is an underwater fight. How would you possibly be able to do a fight underwater quickly?
Just like this.
Just like this.
Use two stones like this. One if you get very lucky. And there we go. It's simple.
There you go.
And I have one more mirror shard to get, which is in Mustard Mountain, like Claire said earlier.
Like good old Mustard.
That's on Krakow. We haven't seen Krakow yet in this game.
Yeah, Krakow. Kirby's #1 hater, as many people know.
For real? Oh, Missile here.
Missile.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
okay. I've heard. Yeah. No, there's some pretty cool stuff that you could do with Missile instead of burning. I've seen this in only world record stuff though. I've never seen it in like a live event, but it's totally understandable to go for. You just need really good missile movement, which we're clearly seeing here. This is excellent.
This is an excellent missile movement. I'm loving this.
Yeah, I love Missile. It's such a cool ability. I like burning too, of course, but you know, there are other games we can find burning in. Missile, it's basically this one. It's in Canvas Curse, but it's not in Canvas Curse.
Missile is a power you see a lot as well in the Harpton speedrun because it can get rid of those metal blocks. You saw him go through there a second ago. And also, it's just good for cross broken movement like this, which is where this room is especially where it saves a lot of time. And here too.
It's very funny though. If I had to guess, we're not playing Squeak Squad, of course, but if this was Squeak Squad, Wheel would probably be faster because Wheel in Squeak Squad is even more cracked than it is here.
Oh yeah, trust me on that one. I ran that game back in 2014. That was my first speedrun.
Yeah, Wheel and Squeak Squad. Oh boy.
Kirby Wheel Squad, that's for sure.
Kirby Wheel Squad. Kirby Wheel Squad Squindo.
And then hold down A and go woo. That's the whole thing. It's
the whole thing.
It's fun. It's fun. It's very fun.
Oh, got candy. Oh, that's super good luck.
Is a 1 in 3 chance to get candy from Shadow Kirby there. Using either candy, get a 1-up, or like a massive tomato. But if you get candy here, you're able to actually defeat bad fire just like that.
Yes,
instead of having to rely on luck.
Yeah.
Now get Stone right here and go for Krakow now.
Yep, go for Krakow.
That was really nice.
That was super nice. Chat may be wondering, Stone is used for abilities on the ground. How would you use it to beat a boss in the air?
Like this. It double hits Krakow if you hit him the right way. Sometimes triple hits if you get very lucky at the right movement.
Yeah.
Clean fight though.
Very clean, very clean. And just like that, all the mirror shards.
There it is. It's everything.
It's everything.
Like, especially that very final hit was really clean because like normally you don't go for a ground hit on Krakow, but like he was able to get it just in time to get a double hit. That's very good.
Okay, that's the funniest reset because you skipped the cutscene. One last file 1-time save.
Yep. It starts the cutscene, so we just save a little bit of time doing that. Now we're gonna summon the boys in this room so they don't fall into the mirror itself. Because if they do that, they'll be here the entire time and it'll waste a lot of time.
Yeah, it'll waste a lot of time. Things get a lot laggier. Dark Mennonite, as we know him now, will become a lot more predictable. Oh, funny. Yes, they're doing it. Do you want to explain this? It's so funny.
Yeah, if you float to the very top here, Kirby just kind of does a magic trick, and you save 2 frames.
It's so funny. If you're on the ground, sometimes I've noticed Kirby will actually like spin around and they warp into the portal, so it's like even longer than just like floating up, going straight up. All right, I know you love this boss fight. I'll leave the explanation to you.
Yeah, this is Dark Mind right here. What we're gonna do is suck up his sword and also our power at the same time, get a double star, and when he opens up his eye, we just destroy him. Just like that.
Yeah. So that was a great fight, Shasta. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll be able to see it again.
Yeah. So this is Dark Mind right here. All we're gonna do is get double star by sucking up the sword and also our power at the same time, and there we go. And have to wait for him to open up his eye. And it should be defeated. Just like that. Good luck.
Oh, that was a super cool fight. It's a shame we're not going to see it again.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Most unfortunate, if you will.
Ils ont tendance à revenir très souvent. Donc on va recommencer.
Really, how do you top that?
All right, so this is Darkmine right here.
Whoa!
What we're gonna do is get double star right here by getting the sword and also our power we get rid of at the same time. Then wait for Zai to open up and we just hit him with it.
If he gets lucky, this can be wildly. Okay. I was gonna say I really hope because if he gets fire or ice from that, there's a great time save you can get in this room. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be.
Yeah, you save about 10 seconds here by hitting the button at the very start of this room. If you do that. But
but you have to.
It's all luck.
Yeah, it's really not worth waiting for Darkmine to fire out fire or ice. It's just take sword.
Anyways, now this is Darkmine. This is actually more pivotal fight. I'll stop a bit.
Yeah. No, I mean it is Darkmine again, but there's actual like more to it. Especially there is going to be a mix, which I'm very interested in seeing if we can just have like a perfect mix run.
Yeah, so we do the double star here, but it doesn't fully kill them. So we're actually going for a mix now to get the final thing we need.
And it's not for a wheel
star. Yeah, if he gives us a green star in this case, that will save us a lot of time. But not get here though. That's totally fine.
You can inhale both of the stars. That if they're not green, if you inhale them both at once, you can. Oh, hello. You can get mixed that way, but it's really hard and.
Bad luck.
Yeah, there's no greens, and none of the stars are even
right here.
Oh, it's a crazy reaction. And there you go, UFO. First try. Perfect mixes. Perfect mixes.
Yep, if you charge UFO all the way up, he does a lot of damage at once, which is very good, especially for Darkmine 5, who, whenever we hurt them, will close up their eye and not be able to be hurt. So that's why we get UFO here in particular. It's so good for that.
It is super good. Even in the boss endurance speedrun, you actually get rid of Smash for the earlier Darkmine fights, so you still wind up mixing for UFO here. Breaking the mirrors does a ton of damage as well. This fight is actually already almost over. It's not going to be time, but the fight's already almost over.
Yeah, it's one more phase of Darkmine after this.
Yeah, I know. This game is really cool, but I don't think it has enough.
Gotta agree, honestly. 7.8 out of 10. Too little Darkmine.
Too little Darkmine. Oh, okay. The power play here is to get rid of UFO, inhale it, and just keep it. Like, don't re-swallow it. Just like Kirby, Kirby be large.
He's not summoning the boys here, though. He's summoning the boys for his final fight here. By the way, time to be on the final hit during his phase here, but he's one of the boys, you're actually able to get every single Kirby in here, and if you die during the final phase, you'd actually lose your progress in this fight.
Yeah.
But he's not going for that. He's going for the risky strat.
It's a risky strat, but I do see 5 health. That is, you can play a little bit recklessly, or Darkmine just won't attack.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no kidding. We're getting some good patterns here.
Wow, that was really good. And time.
There we go. I don't want to warn time in this case, considering it's on the the actual streams. Then we're just doing the Restream, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
we can be a little silly with it.
Yeah, we can be a little bit silly with it. So that's Kirby the Amazing Mirror, any percent. Pretty fast, especially when you learn it. Really fun, customizable. As you could hear us being baffled by the really good routing, actually. It's so flexible with how you play it. So many funny things, so many cool looking things. Definitely a Kirby run to remember. It is very good.
It's such a good run, honestly. Very satisfying game to learn and run and really grind out, especially. At top level, there's a lot of luck to it, so there's all the bosses, but it's still great. Like, it's just a fun game to run and optimize even further.
Exactly. And there's nothing like getting bad RNG in Darkmine and having like 5 different Kirby runners say Lamau in the chat.
Yeah.
There's no feeling like it. There's nothing like it.
Darkmine 4 is where a lot of these runs go to die. It's of course like the final part of the run. So
it feels very bad. Yes.
Just how it is. But yeah, thank y'all for watching this. Keep on watching SpeeDons. Keep on supporting in general.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a great cause.
Keep on supporting Medicines du Monde in general. They're just a fantastic cause. And I'll be back for commentary tomorrow personally for Puzzle Bobble 3DX. So we'll see y'all then for sure.
And I am going to bed because it's 2 in the morning.
That's so valid.
Only other thing that I could really think of, if you are interested yourself in learning about Kirby speedruns, perfect place to go is the Kirby speedrunning Discord. We have channels for various different games. We have a ton of different runners. Community is super friendly. One of the most fun and friendly communities that I've ever been a part of. We're all more than happy to help.
j'espère que la run de Kirby...
You also go to kirbyspeedrun.com. That's our community run wiki. It's nothing is complete there in terms of information, but there's a full guide for learning this game on that wiki if you want to do that at some point.
And there should also be an invite link to the Discord, I think, or at the very least, like people to reach out to get the invite link. One of the two.
Yeah, there's an invite link as well too. There on the front page, if I recall correctly.
Cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Kirby runs are great. They're very easy. They're easy to learn, hard to master.
Oh yeah,
especially at top level, and they're very satisfying to run because of that. Honestly, some of the best speedruns I've ever learned in my entire life. I've been running Kirby for 11 years now, so yeah.
Yeah, I've only been running for a few years, but I saw the screen transition.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later. Thank y'all for keep on watching, and have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, have a great one.
Une subestimate, mais il y a une œuvre d'art qui a été réalisée pendant cette run de Kirby. Montre-nous jusqu'où s'est étendu ton talent, c'est magnifique.
J'aurais aimé avoir le temps de polish un peu plus, voilà. Mais je m'étais douté qu'on les connaît maintenant, les runners. On sait que voilà, les estimates, c'est pour de faux.
C'est vraiment super.
C'est encore en train de sécher, alors que l'étoile, c'est un des premiers trucs que j'ai fait, mais je vois qu'elle est encore en train de terminer de sécher, mais voilà.
C'est trop beau, vraiment bravo. Je vais m'empresser de faire un don parce que je veux loot au moins un lot Kirby pour faire enrager Chacha Max et ce sera très bien comme ça.
Exactement. D'ailleurs,
on va te retrouver. Bah oui, Crazy Sport, c'est là.
Mais oui, je suis encore là. Il faut que je
faut ranger un peu le désordre et puis se préparer déjà à continuer.
Et il faut peut-être aussi faire signer l'illustration par Achin et les commentateurs.
S'il nous entend. Non, parce qu'il n'a plus son casque.
Chacha,
il faut que Achin vienne signer l'œuvre d'art. Merci beaucoup, c'est trop cool.
Oh, et les dons ont plu pendant...
Il y a eu plein de dons. Et
oh là 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 là.
Je suis trop contente. Par exemple, Patato qui donne 2 € en disant un début de matinée fabuleux à n'en point douter. Force à tous les adeptes et faites-vous. On a Eli qui donne 2 € qui dit big up à tous et surtout on donne et on achète. Roubaix les ondes qui envoie 20 € et qui dit le réveil n'a jamais fait autant plaisir. Merci à tous pour votre investissement et vos incroyables performances. Dyslexique qui donne 10 € qui dit les 3C du matin, Café Club Kirby, ça fait plaisir.
On a 5 balles de El Gasto. Bisous depuis la salle. Bourrez les dents pour un chant de Bakamitei. Ah oui, Bakamitei.
Ah ouais, ça va être incroyable. Non, mais trop bonne chambre. En fait, je suis très contente de m'incruster à l'ambiance. J'ai pris le café. Je sais que voilà, je serai là, je serai au giga taquet.
Pardon, je suis prêt. Je suis full prêt.
Mais oui, mais l'initiative est toujours là. Hein. Il va falloir donner. Hein. On a le Gibo Malin qui donne 10 € en disant soutien à Médecins du Monde, big up aux grévistes du jeu vidéo, GG aux travailleuses de Dontnod qui ont obtenu des accords plus favorables via la lutte. On fait des dons pour celles qui luttent au jour le jour, mais vous nous rappelez que c'est bien la lutte qui paye de manière totalement apolitique, bien sûr.
On est apolitique ici.
Quoi Moi, de la politique dans mon jeu vidéo et mon événement caritatif, on ne l'avait pas fait depuis longtemps, celle-là.
Tu sais, le chat du Monty Crevette, il est là en mode...
Alors, K comme Kirby donne 5 € en disant j'ai attendu tellement longtemps pour voir cette run. C'est le meilleur choix que j'ai pu faire. Un don de 100 € anonyme.
Oh wow.
Et à toi, bravo. Nous avons Lily Twitchigami qui donne 10 € en disant bonjour tout le monde. Merci à tous pour l'événement et merci à Médecins du Monde pour son engagement plus petit que trop.
Ensuite, on a Sobek, 10 balles. J'ai beau être matinal, j'ai mal. Youpi Matin, la petite référence.
Un bon classique.
Voilà.
On a LM Slayer qui donne 150 € et qui dit quelle belle veste. Bravo tous. Ouais, merci, je sais. Non, c'était pour la veste de Chacha Max, évidemment, mais j'ai décidé de lui voler tout son... Voilà, je vais prendre la lumière de Chacha, c'est mon mood de ce matin. Je ne suis pas désolé. Chic Tabac qui donne 1 € et qui dit ma morning routine, je me lève, je prends un café, un croissant et je donne à SpeeDons. Quelle routine incroyable. En parlant de routine, n'oubliez pas aussi de boire de l'eau et de prendre vos médicaments si vous en avez besoin. Voilà, c'est bon.
Et de dormir.
Oui, c'est vrai que...
Le sommeil, c'est important.
Mais cela dit, c'est rigolo parce que je tiens les comptes, mais c'est le speedon où j'ai le plus dormi. Donc, je sais pas ce que ça raconte sur les autres années ou quoi, mais comme quoi...
C'est intéressant de faire des graphes.
Ouais. Non, mais...
Des petits camemberts, tu vois, du sommeil par speedon.
Mais j'ai compté l'année dernière, c'est terrible, ne faites pas ça chez vous, mais entre la nuit du mercredi jusqu'au lundi matin, j'étais à 15h, 15h20, c'était pas beaucoup. Et là, je suis quasi bientôt à 11. Donc en vrai, on est là, hein, tout va bien. Tora donne 1 euro, bravo la vitesse en tant que trans. Merci de mettre de la politique dans mon speedrun. Ou l'inverse, j'ai mal écouté la consigne. Et PS, Chacha, je veux ta veste. Donne la veste, Chacha.
Donne la veste. Alors, est-ce qu'on en a encore d'autres Alors, 12 balles de la part de Mysticomanie. 12 balles, c'est comme l'âge de mon fils Bastien qui vient de se lever à l'instant juste pour admirer le speedrun de Kirby car il est un fan absolu de cette petite boule rose. Merci Speedon. C'est vrai que c'est très intergénérationnel Kirby au final.
Mais oui, c'est trop mime.
Une série qui continue hein, depuis la Game Boy jusqu'à maintenant. Ça fait des années qu'on a la petite boule rose.
Ouais,
et des speedruns incroyables.
Le premier que j'ai fait, c'était Kirby's Dream Land qu'on a vu d'ailleurs l'année passée. Ah tiens, on a Mario Mousse qui a envoyé donc 5 balles.
Wow, Mario Mousse.
Merci pour l'événement. Mario Mousse, Mickey Bros et Kirby Roule visiblement.
Et Kirby Roule.
Inférieur à 4, bravo. Destructeur donne 5 euros. Achat notre goat local. Ça fait très plaisir quand les copains soutiennent directement les runners. Lolo donne 5 euros. Petit coucou de la salle. Lolo, t'es là? Ouais. Merci à tout le staff, runneuses, ambianceurs, etc. Donnez.
Et tu sais ce qu'on dit? Kirby qui roule n'amasse pas Mario qui mousse.
Let's go. C'est bon. Cléophée donne 5 euros. Je donne à la boule mascotte originale. Et un peu pour les... Il y a des interférences de la régie. Je pense que
la régie qui vient de prendre son shift pour entendre ça.
C'est ça. Et se dit, j'aurais mieux fait de repartir me coucher. Nous avons Rajira qui donne 2 euros, qui dit j'ai vu le magnifique Kirby, alors je donne. Et Nota qui donne 5 euros. Let's go Kirby. Lou qui donne 10 euros. Gros souvenir sur ce Kirby sur l'émulateur du PC de mon frère il y a maintenant 20 ans. Jamais réussi à le finir, mais je l'aime.
On a 200 balles de Dadidou, le roi, qui part. Je pars 5 minutes de Dreamland et c'est déjà le bazar.
On a Bifas qui donne 10 euros. Et ok, c'est une mission pour Mary Jarmou, ça. Donc qui pour hurler? Ok, je vais le faire. Qui pour hurler achète avec la voix de Todd. Alors attendez, on va s'hydrater, on va se préparer. Achète! Parfait. Merci pour l'argent, bravo, continuez. Ah d'ailleurs, je vais faire du lobbying parce que nous avons toujours des défis qui sont en...
Il y a plein de défis.
Il y a plein de défis.
Déjà le meilleur Zelda, toilette princesse en tête.
Oui, d'ailleurs, attendez, il y a surtout...
Il a ouvert des nouvelles incentives, le vieux monsieur tout à l'heure.
Ouais, il y avait Crazy Score notamment, vous voulez pas lâcher 2000 balles?
Ah j'avoue, le quick kill de Minerve là...
Ah ouais, attendez, il faut lâcher 2000 balles. Tout le monde, on va retour 360K. On a également pour une bidouard qui est ouverte pour le choix du chapeau. Vous avez le choix entre banane, épi de maïs, tournesol et poisson. Il y a, on vous en parlait tout à l'heure, le karaoké de Trombone Champ. Vraiment, Trombone Champ, c'est... J'attends cette run avec grande impatience.
Pareil.
En maman et Nimélia pour nous faire un gros
pour nous mettre le feu.
Il y a Clone Hero également pour avoir une bonus track pour avoir Through Fire and Flames.
Une métole avec Dragon Force.
Et vu que je suis là et que j'ai hacké l'ambiançage, moi je suis là pour vous rappeler qu'il y a également toujours la bidouard sur Hollow Knight pour choisir l'ambianceur ou l'ambianceuse qui viendra annoncer le prince gris Zot. Donc c'est vous qui allez décider qui arrivera pour faire un truc en mode un peu rap god, rap goddess pour annoncer Zod lors du Panthéon 5 qui sera mené par Elysia. Ça va être absolument incroyable. Mais bref, faites en sorte que ce soit moi. Merci beaucoup. Voilà.
Oh waouh, le lobbying.
Ah bah ouais, écoute, attends, je viens, je prends la place. Moi, tu vois, parce que c'est ce qu'ils disent, c'est postuler, prenez la place, prenez l'espace. Je ne fais que finalement respecter les autres. Je respecte les préceptes de mon collectif. Donc voici, Dunkar donne 50 €, il dit le bonnet, bro, reste éveillé. Anonyme donne 10 balles. Wigger donne 150 € en disant bravo à tous, merci à toi. Julien Mussa donne 50 €. Nathanaël donne 5 € en disant ah ouais désolé Yann mais nous aidons Médecins du Monde. Ouais. Alors Anonyme donne 1 € également. Anonyme qui donne 12 € qui dit vive Zach. Et alors qu'on est bientôt ready pour Crazy Score, donc nous vous rappelons que nous avons notre artiste du matin qui est avec nous. Ça fait longtemps, ça va?
Oui, c'est vrai.
Oui, ça fait très longtemps. J'ai tout juste eu le temps de tout bazarder par terre. Et parce que je change de médium, maintenant je suis au crayon. Et je suis ravie de faire une run plus longue.
Il va y avoir un peu plus de temps, en effet.
Ça va être très très bien. En tout cas, on a toute confiance en toi.
Est-ce que ça va nous ship Genesis et Zach là?
Non.
Voilà. Bah écoute, tu sais quoi?
J'étais un peu thirsty, mais bon.
Oh wow! Des trucs. Peut-être tu peux dessiner ton chip sur le carnet, si tu veux.
Bon, non, mais j'ai toute confiance en Had pour avoir un dessin absolument magnifique.
D'accord. J'allais te demander, sinon j'ai un carnet d'amitié pour l'ambiançage. Je voulais que tu me fasses un dessin dedans.
Le carnet, mais je vais te faire un dessin.
Très bien. Super.
Mario Mousse.
Merci. Excellent. Franchement, ce serait dommage d'oublier ce grand moment. Allez, écoutez, sans plus attendre, nous allons vous envoyer la run suivante. C'est donc Crazy Score qui est runné par Givraliriam. Et aux commentaires, nous aurons Bloop et Tayo. À toutes. Oui, bonjour.
Salutations.
Ça va ou quoi?
Ça se passe. Ouais. Dans la salle. Bon, bonjour. Ah, attendez, on voit pas l'épée, c'est très important. Bonjour, bienvenue dans la run. Ah, je vois qu'il y a les petits bâtons lumineux, là, c'est bien, on vous voit les vrais weebs. Donc du coup, nous allons partir sur Crazy Score Reunion, donc le remake / remaster, mettez l'appellation que vous voulez, moi je comprends plus le jeu vidéo, du jeu PSP qui était sorti en 2007, je crois, remaster qui est sorti il y a 2 ans. Ça va aller vite et on va vous expliquer pourquoi. C'est beaucoup plus rapide que sur PSP. Et avec nous, nous avons une championne, nous avons une professionnelle, nous avons une personne merveilleuse. Nous avons Givraliriam.
Salut SpeeDons.
Oh, good morning if you're watching from Europe, and good even earlier morning or late night to you if you're over in the US watching here. Welcome back to SpeeDons, we have a wonderful French speedrun community who are raising money for Médecins du Monde. They've raised a total of €356,000 so far, so thank you so much indeed, everyone who's been taking part and raising money for the charity. My name is Bowie the Hero, and I'm joined by the King's Pride here for comms for Crisis Core Reunion, Final Fantasy VII, where Givraliriam will be doing an 80% run, and it's a very exciting game, very fast paced compared to the original version, so we've got a lot to get through, but it's going to be a fun ride regardless. How are you, Pride? You doing good?
I am doing fantastically. Thank you so much for that lovely intro. I am super excited for this. I do not speedrun this game, but I have learned about the speedrun getting ready for this, and y'all, we are in for an absolute treat. This is going to be so cool. This is the perfect kind of speed game for me. So if we want to start talking about it, looks like she is setting up to get started.
Yeah. So the settings are ready to go. We're going to be playing on normal, any percent. If you played the original game and you've seen a run of the original game, it's a lot slower because you can't skip any cutscenes. But now you can skip cutscenes, and there's been loads of quality of life added to this version of the game because of the fact that it's kind of trying to fall in line with the 7 remake series. So it's got a lot of stuff to look forward to. So it's going to be lots of quick action and nice new mechanics changes to speed up this game a lot. This early bit is just going to be some quick, because this is actually VR, this isn't real. Going to be a lot of quick fire spam just to take down all of the soldiers, slowly rolling towards, closer towards the soldiers so that the fire has less distance to travel, and we'll quickly dispatch them and go on to our next boss.
And fire is an incredible tool for just taking care of tiny mobs early, as far as I have seen. It's just quick burst damage. We're moving into Behemoth now. Any Monster Hunter World fans out there, you're going to cry your eyes out at how easy she's going to take this thing down.
Yeah. So, oh god, I got Endure as well. Amazing. It's a bit of RNG. We'll talk a bit about the DMW when we have a bit more time, but Endure actually means that she will not get knocked down by taking hits. There you go. She just went straight through that there. Now, the way this operates is that you have magic and you have physical attacks. In the original game, magic attacks were the way to go, but in this game, physical's really, really good. When you're attacking an enemy physically, you can get critical hits from any point, but they're random. If you attack from the back of an enemy, the critical hit is guaranteed. So you saw a few fire shots at the beginning to get some damage in. When Behemoth came forward, roll around the back and then do a 1-2-3 combo into the Assault Twister skill. The reason physical attacks are so powerful now is that you have a multiplier based on what number of like physical attacks you're doing. If you do like a raw Assault Twister, it's going to do less damage than doing a 1-2-3 combo cancelled into Assault Twister. So yeah, getting behind the Behemoth, doing a 1-2-3 Assault Twister will get as much damage as possible. And she got lucky with the DMW, which is, we'll explain it in a bit, to get Endure, which is like a random status effect, which will make you not take any like knockback from attacks. A lot to talk about.
A lovely start here. We are also about to talk to our friend Kunsel here. He's going to give us a couple of items, and then we're going to talk to him. We're going to be like, "Hey, Kunsel, can we have a little more?"
Yeah, exactly.
But like, can we have a little more? But like for real talk. So y'all will see that in just a moment after this, another tutorial fight that we have.
Yeah, so this is introducing us to the mission system in this game, where basically there is like the main story, but a big chunk of this game's content is actually these missions, where Zack will go out on like specific missions for Soldier to go and do things around the world for Shinra. This is just saying this is a mission system. This is how you do it. You do a quick mission, you get a reward, nice and easy. There are like 300 of those. There's quite a lot. So as Pride was saying, yeah, in this game you can check this little every now and then throughout the game, like per chapter really, you can check that little chest for items that are going to be provided you by Shinra. However, we're going to keep talking to him.
Buddy, come on! I know you're holding out on me.
Please.
So this is going to get us a very nice item for the early game. It is the Cursed Ring. And what the Cursed Ring is going to do, it's going to give us, I believe it's plus 10 to all of our stats.
Yes.
But it is going to disable our DMW system, our digital mind wave. That's our little slots that you can see in the top left. I don't think that they come in super handy early in the game, so it's a good trade-off.
Yeah, so essentially, when people talk about this game, they normally talk about the RNG factor and saying that there's a lot of RNG in leveling up. There's actually not. This game does have a hidden experience system. Defeating enemies does give you experience, and then when you gain enough experience, the DMW will then roll, and you'll get a chance to level up. But the more experience you have beyond your level, the more likely you are to get a level up. By using the Cursed Ring, it stops the DMW from spinning. Therefore, we cannot level up. We're going to be level 7 for the rest until we take it off, right? So we're actually going to be locking our levels, but we're gaining experience from all the fights we take. When we actually take the Cursed Ring off, we're actually going to be gaining levels a lot quicker than you think. On average, I think we're going to be like level, I want to say, I can't remember the exact level now, but probably like late teens, 20s, like when we get to the end of the game, because you're just going to naturally level. But the plus 10 to every stat is so massive at this point in the game, because I think you start with like 15 or something, so gaining like 10 to go up to like 20 odd is like quite a lot. And you can see that way basically at the beginning of the fight, Givra just did like one Assault Twister and killed all of the mobs. There's a lot of damage coming out. So if you look on the top left, you'll see that the Cursed Ring is stopping the DMW. But it just means that we can deal so much damage. This fight is like an endurance fight. There's a lot of Wutai soldiers, so just using Assault Twister whenever possible. Not using any MP, because we need to like space out the MP for this entire campaign. There are save points to restore MP and AP, but generally you want to just kind of like be blowing things up. As you can see, 2 hits is enough to take down any soldier, apart from the officers who require a bit more.
Yeah, this game has always felt very Kingdom Hearts to me, like even on the PSP. Very like that Square Enix action adventure. The materia feels a little bit Birth by Sleep of like, you get your certain abilities that you stack up. But again, that plus 10, like if you think about playing Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2 and it's like plus 10 to all stats at the beginning of the game, crazy. Late game, it's kind of fun.
Yeah. So I should talk about, so Fire, as we were saying, really good for long range. It kind of tracks enemies and goes in. Blizzard is like a targeted drop. So it basically like seeks where the opponent is and drops it. So hopefully Blizzard will hit both of these. Okay, sometimes that enemy can move to the right and then you hit them both with the same one, but you'll see Jivra doing spells and then rolling between them to try and make distance towards the next, like to like the edge of the next area. Okay, nice. Good. 1-2 Assault Twister, that's all you need for that fight. These are all pretty scripted. We were discussing it earlier, but like, well, I was discussing it with Pride earlier, but you kind of have not as much RNG as you think in certain aspects. It is RNG in this game, but really the combat is actually quite determined by action. If you perform a certain way, the enemy's RNG will probably, or the AI script will probably be quite similar. You'll see a lot of like familiar movements when you kind of like start playing the game or start running the game. And there are some fights that are quote unquote scripted. There are loads of variants though.
Yeah, there is a route document that is made by the username Quetzington, a member of the community, that lays out very clearly for a lot of these fights just like the optimal strategies in a very easy to digest way. So that has been a lifesaver learning this run so quickly for me.
Yeah, that's very, very nice. Good rolls. Yeah, there's it depends on how comfortable you are with certain things as well. A few of these strats are different to mine. Some are, you know, they all work out to be exactly the same kind of speed as well. Also, I should say that whenever you see yellow numbers, that's either that's like you'll get a crit, but then yellow numbers or orange numbers, they're when you have like a boosted physical attack. So you can see right now that it's blue. You don't need to really do the boosted ones, but speaking of that, we are going to be getting that coming up because now that we've kind of done like the grunts of this particular fight section, we're going to be going to our boss, our first boss of the run. Now I'll also quickly mention that in random encounters, not quite so random in this game, they're normally in the middle of areas. So you'll see a lot of runners or players who play this game like run kind of around the edges or like down certain lines because enemies are kind of like in the center. So if you run around the edges, you'll just always skip. Just skip fights.
Is excellent foreshadowing for the Okami HD run tomorrow. That works much the same way with enemy encounters.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, Okami is such a good game. Yeah, so we're at the end of the Wutai section. We're going to fight two big ogres. I can't remember their name anymore. It's been a long time.
The Vajrahara.
The Vajrahara, that's it. Yeah, they introduced this mechanic here, which is the ability power. The ability power gauge. And essentially, they use a skill that if you deal damage to them, you can reduce the damage of the skill and greatly kind of like, yeah, just reduce the damage. Really, really nice down with the tie there. You can see got one big good combo to kind of like break down the ability bar and then kind of follow up Assault Twisters just to deal as much damage as possible on that crit, on that guaranteed crit. There we go, should be going down in just a sec. It's all very much based, well, you've got to make sure that you can see like the MP is almost like almost reduced there, so.
Yeah, very nice job there.
Good fight.
Yeah, and now we're kicking off into the actual story of the game, which is appropriately Final Fantasy VII, I think is about how to describe it. Basically, they decided, hey, what if Sephiroth, but also he was really into poetry, and he cloned himself a lot.
Yeah, you got red Sephiroth. As like a big
Sephiroth
character.
at home.
Yeah, exactly. These guys are the worst. They're so annoying. Like, so yeah, trying to trace them down is really, really, really tricky. There is a good strategy for this fight, but it's really hard. But you can see they have this really early attack that stuns you, and then they run away. And Zack has a dash to like close in distance if they're far enough away, but you can't seem to catch that with them. We're going to be setting up for our first fight, which is going to be equipping Blizzard Blade. So the materia system is going to be really important, but Blizzard Blade is a new elemental physical attack, which is going to be used for bosses. So we're going to do a 1-2 Blizzard Blade, we're going to do a 1-2 Blizzard, and then a 1-2 Blizzard Blade. And I think maybe a 1-2 Blizzard Blade. Blizzard, and it should be a 1-2, or 3 Blizzards, and then it's a 1-2-3-4 Blizzard Blade, I think, something like that. But essentially, this is all about stun locking Ifrit. Depending on the route you want to take, you can basically kind of do this and lock Ifrit into his actions. If you know what actions he's going to do, you can either get him locked or you can get him stunned. Very nice. Okay. Really nice fight. Everyone does this fight differently, so yeah.
That's one of the beautiful things about games like this, where it's all execution based, is like you can kind of make your own route as long as it works. Like figure out what works best for you. That's one of my favorite part about speed gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. Whilst it is a competition, to like you're competing with other friends and other people in the community. It is about beating your own time and improving yourself. So however you want to do it is kind of really important. There's some fun fights for Ifrit. There's loads of routes because obviously his actions are based on how you fight, and there are like loads of like delay strats that are really fast and kind of do nasty things. But if you get it wrong, it's horrible. So, just to kind of touch roughly on the story, Zach is at this point not a first-class soldier, but he's actually like I think he's like second class or something. But this game is about working his way up through his career to become first class, and becoming the person that we know him to be in 7. So this is kind of like the preamble towards what happens, at least what Cloud reflects upon in FF7. Obviously culminating in that moment, in that kind of incident in Nibelheim. But we're seeing how he got here, how he got there first.
And I think that it's really cool that this was kind of like the first part of Final Fantasy VII, like branching out into like, exploring its own world, because it was already kind of a massive, like, this really lived-in feeling world. And I feel like Crisis Core did a lot to expand upon the stories of the characters that were within it.
It's always nice to see like a world that has interesting backstories and lore kind of like really be improved upon and kind of built upon. Just real quick, the little pod that we got from that Consort showed us about now gave us our Thunder materia, which is obviously really important right now because we have our first mech fight where we can use Thunder to blast it down. You're going to see this type of mob a lot. And you want to just spam your way through Thunder as much as you can. Maybe try and roll to get behind for a crit or two. But mostly Thunder's doing the big work.
Yeah, once we run out of MP here, we just hit Assault Twisters till it dies.
Trying to get behind for those crits as well. So power attack has been learned, by the way. That's a power, or no, not learned, but gained. There was a materia for power attack. Now there are various routes in this game as well. I'd say obviously that when you come to speedrun, people will always say learn the fastest. I don't actually run the fastest route, which is what Jiv Raliam is doing. She's going to be running what's called the high jump route, where you get high jump, a very powerful physical ability very early. I run what's called Vital Slash route, which is you use Vital Slash, which requires power attack. But it's gonna come a little bit later, where materia fusion is a thing, but we'll talk about that when it becomes relevant in the run. Right now, it's just more of the same, kind of like optimizing fights to try and get as much damage, into as small a window as possible, and just kind of taking down the enemies ASAP.
Yeah, I would also just like to say that entirely unrelated to anything, every now and again in the story, like we meet new people and they get added to our DMW, or like wheel, and it pops up a little thing. Like earlier it said Sang has been added to the DMW, and I cannot unsee that as Sang has been added to the DMV and he's just waiting in line for his driver's license. Yeah. We're going to see a lot of people getting their driver's license today, folks.
Oh, yes. Congratulations to all of the new drivers. Commiserations to everyone else on the road.
Listen, Aerith has a motorcycle and she cannot drive it well.
So yeah, again, we still have the curse ring on. So again, the DMW is not coming into play. It will actually be important in places. It can really help if you get like quite opportune rolls. But yeah, so the first mission we went on was just to kind of stop. If you remember the references to the war with Wutai in 7. That was, part of that. We were infiltrating Wutai there. But now we've gone to Angeal's hometown. So Angeal is Zack's mentor. Like he is a first class soldier. But Angeal kind of disappeared at the beginning of chapter 2, and we're going to his hometown to find out what's going on. So that woman we met earlier was Angeal's mother. And Angeal.
Also,
go ahead.
We're in an apple juice factory right now, I believe. Just a very random kind of factory to be stuck in fighting soldiers.
Yeah, so this area has the Benora White, I believe it's called, which is a kind of white and purple looking apple, which is kind of like known for being really nice. think it's the Benora White. I don't know if I'm
I don't remember what it's called, but I would accuse most games of symbolism for having this many apples in them. I don't think that it's symbolism in Crisis Core. I think somebody just really liked apples.
Yeah. There is a very particular scene towards the end, which is very kind of like on the nose with it.
That scene is a little on the nose, yes.
So this is a bit unfortunate with these G fights. So the G assassins, they are kind of their Genesis clones. That's why they're called Gs. And Genesis is the red Sephiroth we were talking about, Sephiroth at home. Yeah, so kind of Thunder is a linear move. It's a linear spell. It hits in one direct like block line forward. When you're fighting against the helicopter thing, you want to kind of like get other enemies either in line with it, so you kind of hit multiple enemies. But the G assassins can run all over the place. If you don't get those lineups, you can kind of like miss a few hits and just ends up causing a bit of an issue. But the assassins fights are always just tricky. Like you don't know how they're going to behave. They're the most like quote unquote random out there, so they're definitely the hardest to deal with, but well done by Givra. As we're kind of reaching the apex of this next kind of chapter, we do have a little introduction to a fun side of Crisis Core, which is the side quests or the mini games.
Yes, the slowest missiles I think that have ever existed.
I mean, I could take these missiles down.
Yeah, like you give me a baseball bat, it's done. Like,
although I think rather than like cutting it in half and severing the wiring and preventing the explosion, I think a baseball bat might.
No, I'm built different. We're good.
Okay, fair enough. I'm huge, dude. Like,
you have no clue, man. You give me a baseball bat and the natty light. These missiles don't know nothing.
So I'm wondering, technically, it is optimal to miss this last one. Yeah, there we go. So if you get all of them, you get like an extra reward. You get gil reward anyway. I think you get like 9. It's 100 gil per rocket, but then you get an extra little like reward. And if you get all 10, it'll be an extra text box you have to like skip through. So just missing one just gives you the maximum money and the least text boxes. It's just here it'll be like, you did this, well done. There you go, and then you have another thing pop up, but yeah, you don't have it.
We'd love to see failing for time's sake.
Oh yes. Now the next fight, Bahamut suddenly shows up. Don't ask why, he just did. This fight is really important. So you get a quick assault twister. We're gonna like dodge and then roll behind him, just behind his like his right leg, and to get these criticals if possible. It's really hard to see. The Bahamut fight is really tricky to get right. Those crits coming into play. You can dodge in the right timing to avoid the pushback from the stomp. Also, you can see him doing his leg stomp as well, rolling and evading that. Very nice. It is quite tricky. He's now out of attack range, it said on the right, which means that now we're going to swap to casting Blizzard, which again is a search attack. It will find the opponent and then just drop. Oh, crikey!
That was really close.
Heal up, yeah. But Bahamut is tricky. There is like a quick kill to him, but it requires like some real precision. Okay, cool. We're going into the ability power bars. Want to get the break. There we go. And then you see the orange numbers there by the powered up assault twister. Quickly using a Soma as well. Haven't really talked about this, but when you're not holding R1 and showing the ability skills, you can see that you've got down there the item menu. You can do L2, R2 to skip between like ethers and Somas. Ethers will give you your MP, Somas will give you your AP. And then yeah, this is like the safest way of playing Bahamut. Just kind of like having to like not go for the quick kill, but just kind of just work on letting him jump away. Yeah. This does change the money route a little bit, but hopefully it should be fine.
Marathon safety, you know. It's also worth mentioning that every single time that Bahamut lands, Givra is going to be guarding, and it's still going to take out like 150 health. Like, it's a little nutso.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Unfortunately, these assault twisters not quite doing the damage just yet, but very close to finishing this fight up. That should be it. There we go.
There we go.
Good job. Force bracelet obtained. Now, that item is not going to be used, but it does note that there are sometimes drops from enemies that we fight, and there is a very important one coming up that if we get it, smiling face emoji. If we don't get it, crying face emoji. You essentially have to hold on to the curse ring for a little bit longer, or if you don't want to lose time with it anyway. So after that mission, Zach's done so well for himself that he's going to go and get himself promoted to Soldier First Class. He's going to go see the Soldier Director, get promoted, which will then unlock his ability to do Materia Fusion. Materia Fusion, okay. It's quite a lot, isn't it? So you get given one blizzard, one fire, and then it kind of gives you, you can use that to kind of create, you know, to give you your ability to like, your tutorial ones, right? But we're actually going to be doing something slightly different. By combining an Assault Twister with Fire Blade, we make ourselves a Fira Blade, and then if you do Fira Blade with Blizzard Blade, you get Thundara Blade. So basically, if you combine 2 of one element, you get the 3rd element. So you got fire, blizzard, thunder, right? If you do 2 of one, you get the other. But this is really important because it allows us to get specific abilities, but also it allows us to get specific upgrades. So you can meld certain materia together to get stat buffs, and this is the way to basically, when it comes to like mid-late game, this is the way to like increase your stats to like, you know, 999 HP and like 255 attack, is to do massive stat buffs. Come on, guys. There we go. So we're going to be using that a lot. We made Thundara Blade nice and early because we've got to fight these guys, and you can decide to use Thunder if you want to get both hits. There you go, very nice. Hitting them both with Thunder. That's the linear nature there of Thunder coming into play. But we're going to see a lot of Materia Fusion throughout, just to ensure that we are kind of like having optimal abilities, but also giving ourselves as many stats as possible.
Yeah, it's going to go by in the blink of an eye. Like the menuing in this speedrun is absolutely nutty.
Yeah, we are doing a little bit of missioning, and that's because missions give rewards. And every now and then there'll be like a few mission chains that are going to be really, really good for us to use. Specifically, there's going to be an item called the keychain that we're going to go and get. This is an elixir, it's a nice pickup. We're going to get a keychain which gives us more accessories to equip, and this is more stats basically. So here's the Thunderblade doing its bang.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah, lots of damage. But yeah, we're going to be doing 3 missions here after speaking to that soldier who's like, I want to become a better soldier. Can you help me? And then you destroy everything for him. And then he's like, thanks, bro.
Can you do that voice all the time?
Just do like the rest of my like commentary. Just like, let's go, man. Yeah, we're going to be getting diamond gloves for this one, and then that gives us attack plus 10 again. So essentially, it's going to be another Cursed Rings stats worth of stats onto our attack, which is going to go over the earrings, which we did have for magic damage, but now we're going to have physical damage. These items that we're picking up, they're the sprint shoes and the power wrist. There's a power wrist. That's why we did this to get the power wrist. Sorry, not the diamond gloves. But the sprint shoes are going to be sold. That's worth like I think 2,500 gil, and that's going to be really nice just for money routing a little bit later. Now, yeah, this fight's really tricky. If you get caught unawares by the flying machine spin attack or cannons, you can just die outright. So you got to be careful. Nice, good.
We're good. These bee saucers are just the worst sometimes.
Yeah, they just run around and just kind of like they'll just shock and hit you, which sucks. Okay, so there's our missions done for the power wrist. That should go over the earrings as well. So we've also got 2 new slots for materia, and you saw the power attack being put onto R1. Now you can use whatever you want. So you got the face buttons R1, R2, are all of our options. Now we're going to go into the shops to grab some stuff, yeah, because she's been using some items, so it's important just to grab some extra items as well. Soma's being really important. That'll be more relevant in a bit because you can start adding items to your fusions to increase the potency of your stat buffs. It's a whole thing.
Absolutely. And now that we have unequipped our curse ring, we can finally talk about the DMW. So basically, you know that meme, let's go gambling. It's that. So we're going to be spinning a slot machine. But it turns out that if you're just happy when you gamble, it rigs it for you. So if you've ever gone to Vegas, just make sure that you're really happy the whole time, because it is affected by a ton of different things like story flags and specifically Zach's mood. You can see underneath the little roller there, it says normal. As I think it's as you do better in combat, it gets better, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
don't
generally,
know if I fully understand the mood system.
Yeah, sorry. There are a variety of ways to increase it. Like, as you say, there are story triggers that do it. Rolling and actually getting the DMW will also improve it as well. And there is also a character that just makes it maximum. So I believe that's Sisney does that. But yeah, there you go, level ups. So these things will just happen. You just will level up. Even though you think it's random, we've been gaining loads of experience by doing all these fights before, taking the ring off, and we will just level up a fair chunk. We're going to go for the chain slash. Okay, cool. This is a thing as well. You get limit breaks whenever you get characters roll. Oh, I thought this leveled up. Let's go. Yeah, you will kind of use the ability to summon. Earlier we were saying that Sung has entered the DMV. He basically, if you get 3 of like a character, you can use their summon ability. Chain slash is Zach's default, but if they come into play, you'll be able to do like big AOE attacks, for example. If you get 3 Angeals, that's really good because you get like big AOE. And actually, there are some fights where you want to use it, not all the time, but there are some fights where it's good. But if you see the SP as well, there's 3,658 SP right now. Gaining SP just spins the DMV. I'm going to call it the DMV now. The DMW. Thanks for that. It spins the DMW.
I'm sorry. It's poisoned my brain and now it's in yours.
It's fine. Don't worry. I appreciate it. I think it's like 10 SP per spin, but like the actual use of SP is in enhanced materia fusion. Yeah, we now have Sisney. She's joined the DMW. The Lucky Stars is the ability that gives you guaranteed crits. She's going to be increased chance to appear for a little while, and also maximizes your mood from the normal to very happy. Unfortunate on that encounter there. It's quite a tricky one to sometimes get that one. Our next fight is going to be against a Genesis clone, but this is where the power attack comes in. We're going to be hopefully getting 1, 2, 3 combos into power attacks. A couple of blizzards until he does his shotgun, roll behind him, and then we're going to go for the assault twister. That's, to be honest, that's very, very fair. But power attack can knock him back and even cause stun. There it is. Very lovely. Break that ability bar in 1. Assault Twister leveling up is really good. So this is perhaps the big part of RNG in this run, and like how fast you can be is based on, that's close, yeah. Is based on how much levels your materia gets. If your materia levels up, you're going to be dealing a lot more damage than you think. Power attack to finish that. Oh, okay. Went for that. In ability power, when they're doing their ability bar, it's guaranteed crit for you. So could have maybe gone for the power attack to finish that fight with a 1,500 hit, but whatever. He's gone down.
Yeah, and again, G-Eraser can stun you, and that is terrifying. That was very good by Shivra, managing to get out of that without taking a death.
Oh, yes. So here's our first big menu, right? We're going to be selling elixirs. We're going to be selling the Force Bracelet and the Sprint Shoes. The Star Hat Pendant and Headband need to stay, if I recall. Okay, they're getting rid of... Oh, I think you can do it with Sprint Shoes as well. We're also going to buy a bunch of materia. Now, we're going to buy a bunch of Libras. This is the important one. Libras, when combined, will give you +2 attack. This is really important. So we're going to do Libra... I think she's doing it a slightly different way, just putting them in certain positions. Now, Materia Fusion, this allows her to kind of get that going. Libra mixed with Blizzard gives you a attack buffed Blizzard. And so we're basically going to be setting up a bunch of attack buffs, and then you can see that now the higher stat has gone on to the other weapons. And Thundara Blade is no longer Magic Plus, it's Attack Plus. So you have a very specific route here in order to kind of get very particular abilities that we need for damage purposes, whilst also maximizing our attack buff by combining it in the right way. So Thunder with attack +2, we got I think Fear Blade with attack +2, and all that kind of stuff. So Barrier with attack +2 as well. Barrier is going to be important a little bit later. But yeah, it's important to know the route that you have. HP plus as well for the other barrier, which is very nice. It's important to know the route that you have because there is very particular combinations that you can do with the materia fusion to kind of get the answers you want. And so we're setting up here with this menu all the materia we want, that when we're going to be doing later fusions is going to be perfectly aligned to what we want. And this is why Fira Blade is so important, because these enemies are weak to fire.
Yeah, again, just running this whole thing with like weakness routes in mind, with the money routing, with combining materia, all of this menuing, it ends up with a really impressive little speed game that is 100% like, if I'm correct, there are no major tricks or like glitches in this game. It is all just down to execution, which in my opinion is a great way to like get started with speedrunning. Like, just, you know, you are equipped with the knowledge that you need to get better and you just work at it. And I love that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree that the essence of speedrunning is just the execution, but obviously glitches are a part of that, and you know, executing glitches is a part of that. But yeah, I think, you know, just playing the game as intended, as fast as you can, is kind of like an easy in for the more skeptical of like the more nuanced sides of speedrunning. So yeah, it's definitely a really good kind of like casual to speed experience for sure.
Yeah. If you've ever played a game and you've just ended it and gone, I really just want to play more of this game, try speedrunning.
Yeah. That's essentially what I did with certain games I love. I just get to play games I enjoy more. I don't know. So this long section is kind of, we've been sent on a mission, and we've actually bumped into Angeal here, and he was talking about why he's kind of like, he disappeared from Shinra, and he's kind of quote unquote defected. And we're basically trying to find answers with Sephiroth at this point. And he's kind of like a little further ahead. We're just trying to figure some things out. Actually, no, it wasn't Angeal we spoke to. We don't see Angeal for a bit. We're speaking with Sephiroth. He was having a flashback to Angeal. And yeah, just trying to find out what happened. Specifically, there's a chap called Hollander that they're chasing down. He is there's Sephiroth. He's a researcher and a scientist for Shinra that kind of went a bit AWOL, and we're just trying to find out where he went and kind of find his research and what's been going on, because something is happening.
Yeah, now we've got to find our evidence, which is just 3 clipboards in a room. Great job, man.
In it too. We got him. We got him.
Columbo over here.
Yeah. One more thing. Yeah. This next section does have some. You notice that there have been some fights that happen. There are some like mandatory fights because again, either areas are too thin for you to run around, and hopefully you don't get hit. That kind of lucky. If they attack earlier, you get knocked back. There's Hollander running away. Now there's a fight coming up, which is probably you do need to fight it. We can skip this and run back and keep following him. This fight here is mandatory. Okay, go for the run-in. I like to do like the roll or like move to the left Fireblade, because you can normally catch a couple of them. But yeah, that was really nice and fast. One of the enemies running away got crit by the Assault Twister and died early, so that was super lovely. And level 9 as well. See, we're leveling up. We're leveling up.
Yeah. And while we're chasing Hollander down, folks, I'd just like to remind everybody that we're currently raising money for Médecins du Monde, Doctors of the World. They do really important work just kind of everywhere. And I have to say, probably my favorite thing that they do in their mission statement is that they support populations by training professionals in each country so that they can be autonomous and provide long-term care. Like, you know, basically they're going out here and they're teaching men to fish so that they can eat for the rest of their lives. But instead of men and fish, it is professionals and medical care. I think that metaphor broke down a little bit, but I think you get the idea.
Yeah, it's a really good cause. So thank you to everyone who's putting the work in. Just picked up a jump materia. The final Libra has been used on that, because obviously we're doing high jump route. The jump will be upgraded to high jump a little later on, and then changed our Fira blade back into a Thundara blade. I would equip jump as well for this next fight, because jump actually it's really good. Like, because of the scaling damage bonus on attacks, you can get like a good 2,000 damage from this. This is a really important fight, by the way, as an aside. It may not feel like it, but there is a potential drop of another power wrist. So if you get it,
yeah, it's going to be this pile machine that we're going to be watching for a drop. Yeah, nice.
You cannot get that, and if you don't get that, you lose a lot of time later. You lose a lot of time later. But yeah, just high jump. Now, high jump is not as strong as jump itself. And also, each of these machines are actually weak to different things. The pile driver is actually weak to ice, and the yellow one's weak to, and the other two are weak to lightning. But yeah, I will use the ice abilities as well, or I'll use like the elemental abilities as well. But yeah, using those kind of like you know, damage boosted jumps and all that kind of stuff, and hoping for crits is like really big as well. Lovely to see this art. This another wonderful piece of artwork coming out as well.
Gorgeous art, my goodness.
It's a classic shot of Zach as well, looking up with the Buster Sword in hand.
I love that the plot of Final Fantasy VII is, hey, so we have this blonde with a lot of trauma. We also stuck somebody else's trauma into him, just as a joke. We thought it was funny.
This guy can fit so much trauma. Yeah. We just met Aerith, by the way, because Aerith, for some reason, has men falling into her kind of like vicinity all the time. 3 to be precise. I don't know why. She just happens to have an affinity for men falling near her.
It's that Cetra gravity field, man.
Yeah.
Sephiroth learned to use it against her. It's tragic.
Oh, nice.
That was bad. I'm sorry.
Nice crit on the sweeper. No, that was cold, but very funny. So. Oh yeah, we got a cutscene as well. Lovely. Hello. Now every now and then it'll play a cutscene. This is bad RNG if you get this. You don't really want to see this. But we're doing a few more missions and actually not continuing because this is where we get the keychain. This previously we did the mission links to get the power wrist. Now we're doing 3 missions to get the keychain. The keychain gives you an extra accessory equipment, as I was mentioning a little earlier. So we can get the other power wrist that we just got. We can equip it. But yeah, it shouldn't take too long. There's a couple more fights. Now, here we go. Assault Twister with a star pendant will make, or 2 star pendants will make high jump. There we go. So at this point, I would do Vital Slash, but this is high jump instead. So now that high jump has been made, we're going to be spending a lot more AP to do a lot more damage. This is where the AP route's really important. And AP in general is a thing that you want to take care of. So buying Somas, having a good stock of Somas is going to be really important as well. Because it costs a lot of AP. I think it's like 43 or something. It's a lot, or is it 33? I can't remember the exact cost. It costs a lot of AP.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It's a good chunk, yes.
Yeah. But it deals so much damage. So this fight here, the Scorpion, again, you can actually run behind it to start the fight behind it and get a full combo into like a finisher. There's a jump and 5,000 damage.
Nice.
Now, it may have turned around there, but that actually wasn't behind because when it jumps to do its like web attack, it actually spins in the air. So what you want to do is actually roll through that, and you'll be technically behind it to do crits. The AM field, get out. There we go. And then you have time to dash back in, do a bit more damage. I mean, almost 3,000 damage for a raw high jump is dirty.
Yeah, and you can see that DMW rolling us some no AP cost. Just very useful and handy.
Oh yeah, if you get that, yeah, you're laughing. And there's a keychain. So a quick equip of that, and off we go to the races. And now, I mean, so my thing with the high jump route, and this isn't a critique of the high jump route, right? I want to make that very clear. High jump is very powerful, insofar as it becomes quite over-centralizing as an ability. You just jump, and it does everything for you. You're immune to damage. It does a lot of damage. It's AoE. It's really good. It's quite over-centralized, which is why I stuck to the Vital Slash route, because I kind of enjoyed a little bit more. You can one-shot that without high jump, but yeah, it's like it's so fast, right? And that's what's really good about it. It's really fast. But it is over-centralizing a little bit in just how good it is.
Yeah, and I think that there's definitely something to be said for just in speedrunning in general. Do what's fun. In the immortal words of Ben Stevens when he was drunk at a GDQ, speedrunning should be fun.
We have our most our real clarity moments when we're hammered, right?
Yeah. I don't know if he remembers that conversation, but I do. That's the important part.
Exactly. But no, it is true. Like, you know, you'll do runs for speed sometimes and pure speed, and you'll do runs because they're enjoyable. There are a bunch of runs that I'm like, I do noticeably inoptimal strats, but I'm like, but I enjoy it. So I don't need to be the fastest on the board to enjoy running the game, you know. Not all the time. There are times when I'll be a tryhard, but
yeah, I definitely haven't run into the problem that I don't submit to leaderboards and there's no proof that I actually run half the games that I do. Definitely not an issue I've had before.
If you're not on the leaderboard, are you really a speedrunner?
Yeah, if a tree falls in the forest and it didn't report it to speedrun.com, did it really?
That is a lovely analogy. I love it. We heard it, but did it? We heard it fall, but did it report it to speedrun.com?
Yeah, the tree might have streamed it live on Twitch, but oh no.
But the VOD's gone. It has 101 hours of highlights.
The tree had to trim its VOD down.
Oh, what a decision.
We're just running through the Midgar slums right now. We got some worms. That's pretty much what's going on. We need to get to that. We need to get to that iconic scene in the playground in Midgar. Pretty much just doing some story stuff right now.
Yeah, I mean, because like Zach has just met Aerith, so kind of like taking her on a date and being nice to her and being kind and really showing the kind of the nice person that Zach is. Zach is a puppy, right? He's just a really happy, positive guy, quite innocent, a little naive, you know, but is just a really nice ray of sunshine, and that's kind of it matches Aerith's, you know, playfulness and her whimsy very, very well. And so they're having an enjoyable time. It puts a lot more backstory because obviously, like, you know, in 7 when Cloud is with her in that very same playground, she says, you know, my first boyfriend, he was called this, and you know the game kind of goes when she says the name Zach, because that's Cloud just like, you know,
he can't process it.
Yeah, he's blanking that one out completely. But yeah, this is, you know, Zach is that original partner she had. And so it's nice to see that. But yeah, after doing all that kind of stuff, we get sent on our way, and the young chap who stole from us revealed why he stole from us. He had the steel materia, which he's given to us now, which is going to come in handy a little bit later. We're not actually going to use steel, but we are going to utilize it with materia fusion for our purposes. That was, again, high jump just being goated, and then Thundara Blade being double goated. Also, we should note that actually we haven't said this, but yeah, when you win fights without taking damage, you actually get bonuses. Like you get HP back and MP back and AP back, and that is really, really important. It's 35 AP, but AP plus 50%, right? So you're able to kind of like keep your like AP up if like you get these damageless fight victories, and then you get a little bit more. It's really handy to kind of keep going, but yeah, I think it's pretty important now. Yeah, I think it's like, what is it? It's 10% per enemy kill without damage. Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. Now we fought Bahamut, and Bahamut was tricky, and now we're gonna fight. I think it's what is it? Not Rage Bahamut.
Bahamut Fury.
Bahamut Fury. Yeah, I was gonna say Rage Bahamut. Bahamut Fury.
He's back and he's mad.
Yeah, he's mad. I'm so mad. He's also really easy. So depending on the first action he takes, on the Vital Slash route, you do jump or Vital Slash depending on the action. But here you're just gonna do jump. But you should be able to get a few hits off, and deal a lot of damage. So we're gonna go in 1, 2, 3, 4, and high jump. And look how much damage is taken already. That was already a quarter of his HP. Didn't do the jump there. Unfortunate timing. 2, 3. Needing to finish these combos. There we go. We're going to get the ability power. And then... Oh, not enough AP! Game, please. There we go. Nice. A much easier fight. A much easier fight.
Yeah, it turns out slapping a bunch of gold on you just makes you heavier and doesn't let you move around.
Yeah, yeah. And how gold armor makes you much weaker. Who'd have thought the scales would be a little bit tougher than gold?
Bahamut Fury never played Minecraft. Am I right, fellow millennials?
You're down with the kids, I can tell.
I'm 26 years old. I was a Minecraft kid.
Oh, right. Okay. You are?
Yes.
Oh, God, I've got a decade on you. Oh, no. All right. Oh, God. The crumbling ruin over here. Jesus. That's me. Okay, well, now that we have met a girl, we're going to go touch some grass and speak with the girl, rather than stay in and play with swords. And I think we're actually going to get taken away from hanging out with our girlfriend, because we're going to go walk up to her, and then someone's going to be like, duty calls. Now, this is a really fun one. And that Angel pops down to have a chat with you and flies away with his wings. Angel has wings now. And that camera angle is actually really, really annoying, because it kind of aims up a weird bit, and you have to kind of swing the camera around to get back into position. But yeah, we're going to go to... we're not going to go to Nibelheim. I can't remember. I can't remember. It's another Heim. Like Modalheim or something. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Modalheim, I think is correct.
Okay, cool. So there was a crash, by the way. We skipped the cutscene, but the helicopter crashed, and we're actually going to... This is where Zach actually meets Cloud for the first time. Medeoheim, that's the one. Yeah, we're going to meet Cloud for the first time. So if you remember in the flashbacks in 7, it turns out that Cloud was there at the incident in Nibelheim the entire time. He was one of the soldiers. There he is right there. So Cloud has joined the party. He has an ability as well that we can do. Meteor Shot, which is a lovely ability. Nice AoE damage if it ever pops up and is relevant. It probably won't be, but it might be. But again, avoiding all the encounters. And hey, Pride, are you a fan of Metal Gear Solid?
Oh, I absolutely love Metal Gear Solid. I have a friend who will taunt me with Metal Gear Solid because the only thing she knows is the parts that make me cry.
Great. We love crying and Metal Gear Solid. Crying's great. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you cry.
I don't know about that one. I do like some Metal Gear.
Yeah. So we are going to have a very, very short stealth section, which isn't as stealthy as you think. But we're going to pick up a couple of really important items here, which is going to be helpful. So this is our version of stealth. Sprinting in open. We're also going to walk for a little bit, but we're mostly sprinting. There we go.
Their special soldier training.
Yeah. And then there we go. That is your stealth section. Solid Snake, eat your heart out.
Zach's the kind of guy to put a blanket over his head, walk down a hallway.
Yeah. and it would work. That's the important thing. So
they know that he can just high jump them. They're not going to question him.
So we were selling all that stuff and the pearl necklace as well, which is worth 4,000. So we sold all that money. We now got 20k. We're going to buy 90 potions. We're going to buy 90 somas. Oh, not enough gil. Okay, needs to buy a little bit less. That'll do. It'll do. We might need to get some more later on to confirm it, but with materia fusion, potions give you... If you have the HP stat on your materia, you can get more HP. So earlier, a barrier was made with HP. And if you do Dispel and Steel, you're going to get Dispel with AP buff. So then you're going to do the Somas to get a AP plus 100%. And then the HP barrier is also going to be made with a is that with a Dispel for AP? Oh, making another. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Making an attack with AP. That is fine. The barrier with HP is going to come into play. There it is. Okay. To give yourself 60% HP. Now, this is how you cap out your stats really early, right? So HP is now being used, AP plus is now being used. You do lose a little bit of attack by equipping this, but this is really, really important to have increased AP. Plus 100 AP is doubling your AP. It doubles the amount of times you can high jump, right?
Yeah,
so,
more spammable attacks is better than just a little higher attack.
Yeah. And speaking of fights, all that is looking really good right now. Color as well. We love color.
Yeah.
So So barrier goes on, and dispel to get rid of his barrier when he does use it. But that's lovely. Nice damage, almost done. Magic defense, and then there's okay. He did magic defense. It's fine. So he'll either do magic defense or defense, and basically you need to use dispel if he uses the one you don't want. But because it was magic, Givra could just go straight in and finish it without worrying.
That was Red Sephiroth, by the way.
Yes.
In case anybody's wondering, we've seen a couple of times his clones. I think that was his real, actual self. Yeah, he's just Sephiroth with a red coat and brown hair.
Yeah, and
sorry, go ahead.
No, you. It's all good.
If you had an older brother who was a teenager in the early 2000s, he thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And I thought that Loveless was a real play for a very long time because my brother would quote it constantly.
The pressure, that's annoying. That's also a stun. So Fear Blade is really good for the Griffins. You can see how much damage it does. Weakened, lots of damage. You just want to spam your way through this. Pressure's tough though. You do want to jump if there's pressure. 777, another level up.
Really, really bad stun there, but we pull it out. We're good.
It's really tricky. Like, there's a lot of time was spent on trying to find the perfect fight for that particular Griffin because of how pressure is utilized. There are ways to avoid it, but we're trying to do real fast damage, good damage fast rather. There's so many things that the Griffin reacted to that was really hard to find the optimal fight. So that fight really is just do what you feel rather than this is the way to beat it. I remember watching, remember watching Dessa root it for ages back in the day, and just took a long time to kind of figure out a genuinely good fight. Speaking of, cool things, Angeal had wings earlier, and he's kind of now been slowly, so basically this is talking about how soldiers who are infused with with Marco power and all those kind of things, and Genova cells eventually break down, right? And this is the true form of soldier. It's the people who become soldiers will eventually break down and kind of become monsters like this. This is what Sephiroth talked about in the Nibelheim flashback, but this is Angeal's true form. And this is good. Is he going to go straight into the second one? No, he's not. He can sometimes go straight into a second ability bar if the damage is right. There it is. And then that should be a finish. Okay, nice.
Very nice. Don't play with Genova cells, kids. You'll get a stomach on your tummy. It does a lot of weird stuff. But sometimes you can clone yourself and make a ton of clones. So that's pretty cool.
I think Givra heard you.
I was about to say that's a very well-timed laugh.
Really good timing
for a not good joke.
So it's time for the mandatory beach episode. This is where the game changed up hugely, and this is actually where physical becomes even better than it already is. Now that we have... Well, we've got to do the beach episode first. High Jump's going to just wreck this. Yeah, good job. Nice. Thank you for coming. Whee! So yeah, essentially Zach's on holiday, and he gets attacked by divers, and you want to kill the divers because that's how you respond to people. That's how you respond to a diver when you see one in the wild. If they're not in the water where they should be,
they're out of their natural habitat. They're an invasive species at that point.
Yeah. So Angeal actually gave Zach the Buster Sword. Zach's also now grown his hair long because he's really cool. So the Buster Sword has a load of different properties. It's got this whole microcosm of stats you can upgrade by actually mastering the Buster Sword in a variety of ways, defending, killing enemies, winning battles, all that kind of stuff, which we're not going to see that much of. Well, we're not going to see anything of it. But specifically, the Buster Sword has the Buster Stance, where you can basically go into a Buster Stance, and then every single attack you do, every single physical attack you do in Buster Stance is as if you had done the 4-hit combo for the maximum damage multiplier. So rather than just doing 1, 2, 3, 4 and then doing high jump, you Buster Stance and you high jump and you get maximum combo. It's really,
we're
really
gonna be maxing out our damage pretty soon here.
Yeah. So obviously that was just 2,900 damage just for using high jump. Those enemies have low enough HP that they just died, as you saw. But yeah, using Buster Stance. The thing with Buster Stance, it costs AP to go into Buster Stance. There it is, 5,000 damage in Buster Stance, 2 hit dead. Good. So yeah, it does cost more AP to do it, which again, this is even more important that we have a AP plus to ensure that we get as much AP as possible.
I would like to point out how funny it is that, like, you know, this game, you get mail from different characters. It's a nice thing of, like, they're trying to talk to you and you, like, learn more about them. It also really is a funny image for Zach's phone to just be blowing up mid-mission of, like, you got an email from Cloud, you got email from Cloud, you got email from Cloud. Like, dude,
I'm busy. I'm really busy. But yeah, I mean, man's popular. Man's popular.
I mean, look at him. He's got long hair.
Yeah, yeah. I wish I did have long hair once. I wish I still had it. I got rid of it and I'm sad. I didn't appreciate it when I had it.
Yeah.
Long hair is just great.
The grass is always greener. The hair is always longer.
Yeah.
Well, it's not always longer once you cut it. Anyway. We're just demolishing people, yeah.
See, all these materia level ups, if they had gone on to high jump, you know? Barrier's level 3 now. I don't care. Please give it to high jump. Okay, so the general's tank. Buster Stance, high jump. What a game. There we go. It is just that, it's just that effective. It's just that good. There we go. Get behind. There we go. You want to be getting those crits where possible. And also, what's really nice is when you get things like this, right? When you get your limit breaks, when they lock in, you actually get a regen to HP and MP and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's really good when you actually do get the DMW work in your favor. Cloud's around here being sick somewhere. Oh yeah, this is my favorite minigame. I remember this one. Hopefully Givra does it the noble way. Cool. Good.
Nice.
So the mission is, or the mini game is, stop the enemies reaching the line. Protect the line. Hold the line. Oh no, an enemy unit has breached the perimeter. Oh no.
What are we gonna do?
What can possibly be done about this?
Well, while we have a second here, I would just like to say that we've raised 363,000 euros for doctors around the world, and that has put us over a level where the activities of one healthcare advice and referral center will have their funding for an entire year off of that. That's an incredible amount of money. And folks, we are steadily pushing our way towards our next goal of 430,000 euros, where we can fund 2 of those centers for a year. I think that we can do it. ! Donate in the chat.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for everything that you've done. Also, there are really cool shirts, and 10 euros from every shirt sale goes towards the charity as well. There's one thing I do want to point out about this mini game is Zach's response when it's over. What? Check this out. Oh, so many got through. Hollander, you'll pay for this. Zach, you did nothing. You stood there. That is your fault. That is your fault. Okay, so we're going to be fighting a prototype of the Guard Scorpion. We saw some other Scorpions, but this is the actual Guard Scorpion, right? This is before it becomes a menace in 7. It's a menace in Crisis Core. No AP cost. Let's go!
You know what that means.
9999999.
Max damage!
So the reason I like Vital Slash, right? Vital Slash is... Oh, lovely. Vital Slash is a guarantee... Oh, I level up again. Vital Slash is a guaranteed crit. It's power attack, but it's a guaranteed crit. So you don't need to be in... You don't need to be behind the person or the enemy to use it, and you'll hit. But you won't hit for 99999 with it. You'll hit for like 8k. But you don't. But it's just nice to see a crit. You know, you feel good.
We like those big numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. Number big equals good. Okay, so now, what chapter is this now? 8?
8 or 9. It's in that realm.
Oh no. It might be 7 actually, because 8 is the beginning of Nibelheim. 9 is then what happens after Intense Finale. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. So jump. Good job. Now they turned around there. That will a regular jump will kill if they turn around. If they don't turn around, high jump will kill regardless. So that wasn't any time saved for that for them turning around. Before we go to Nibelheim, we want to hang out with our girlfriend a little bit. She's a flower seller, and what a lovely thing Zach offers to do, but to make a wagon for her to sell flowers with. So she can take her flowers around in a nice little wagon. So we're going to go and grab some materials by like stealing wheels off cars and like finding wood. And there are like side quests. This game very much works in like, you know how like some games will have like a default version of a thing, but then you do more effort. If you put extra effort in, you can get better versions. You know how like in 7 you get like when you're doing the cross-dressing segment where you want to try and like make yourself look as good as possible for Don Corneo. You either get like the nice tiara or the digestive or the silky dress or the satin dress, depending on how you go about it. There are like other wagons you can make by doing missions and doing all that kind of stuff to get the best rapport with Aerith. But we're just going to get the crappy wooden the crappy wooden wagon because it's the story mandatory one.
Left my Honda Civic parked for 5 minutes. Some guy turned it into a wagon for his girlfriend. Can't have anything in Midgar.
No. It was a Honda Civic, though. Are you really missing anything? I don't know.
Yeah, fair. It'll run without the wheels.
Apart from a mode of transportation.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so this is just, there's no combat in this chapter, it's just help Aerith, and then off you go to Nibelheim. Obviously, this is a marathon run, so, you know, there's things happen, you're not resetting. Getting a sub-1 finish on this chapter is like, that's the time that if you're like pushing for the fast, if you're pushing for like the sub-120 kind of thing, like a sub-1 hour here is a really, really good time for like, you know, resets and speed and like proper PB attempts.
Yeah, it has been mentioned that because this is a remake of the PSP original that is meant to tie into the remake of Final Fantasy VII, just kind of in general. It has a couple of like changes there. I kind of hope that means that they'll actually resolve Genesis's story. Because as far as I remember, they didn't do anything with him. They like teased that Genesis was going to come back at some point, and then it's just like, he didn't. He got busy.
I have a lot I can mention about this. I'm not sure it's a space to have a rebirth stress because there was, I mean, they told this story for a reason, right? They remade this game and brought it in line with remakes, animations, and like style and all that kind of stuff. They didn't change anything narratively of this game. They just kind of brought the mechanics in line. And I'm sitting there being like, this is an important part of the history, so they're going to do something with it. And then, not yet. I'm hoping that the third one will kind of do a lot more of that because like the first game remake also talked a lot about like Deep Ground and did like a lot of the Deep Ground Dirge of Cerberus stuff because like Deep Ground in this game as well actually at the very end Vice shows up and all the Deep Ground stuff was kind of like mentioned and teased in like parts of remake, which is really exciting, right? And really embellishing and building upon the story was kind of like what I was excited for. And so I was hoping that there'd be a little bit of Genesis as well in Rebirth, but or at least hinting at it. But didn't get my Genesis hints.
Yeah.
I mean, as like edgy and emo as he is, Genesis is pretty cool in terms of like what he kind of adds to like this kind of like trio of heroes, right? Because there are 3 fallen heroes: Genesis, Sephiroth, and Angeal. We know Sephiroth's fall as a hero; it's documented wildly in all of the thing. But like Genesis and Angeal have a lot less time. Angeal very much is kind of like this reflection point for Zack specifically, obviously being the inheritor of the Buster Sword. But Genesis is kind of like this reflection of Sephiroth in a way, and how because Sephiroth had his own fall, and Genesis fell into it in like a different way. So there's this interesting parallel between the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it definitely, as much as I make fun of Red Sephiroth, I think that it definitely adds something to Sephiroth's story in general, of like, it recontextualizes it to he knows where he's heading, and that's why he's so upset about it. That like he knows what's coming for him.
As an aside, we're going to get a little bit more HP and do a couple more changes here just to ensure that we have as much HP as possible. We're good on stats really, but the HP is just a nice little handy one. So now we're actually in Nibelheim, and this is kind of like the build up to the finale of the game. So we're kind of pretty decked out. And this is where narratively this game starts to really tug at the heartstrings, because like at the beginning of this game, you know what's going to happen to Zack if you played 7. If you haven't, you don't know what's happening, but that's going to be a lovely surprise for you. But it really starts to really lean into that, like where people are talking with Zack. I very much think that this is a heartbreaking story, because you're seeing him go through his career, build up to become soldier first, fall in love, make friends, make all these connections, only knowing how it's going to end, Like you go into it with that cursed knowledge, if you will. And so the reality of the character that is Zack hurts a lot more when you kind of think about kind of what he went through to get there,
Yeah, absolutely. And then you delete the leader in 4 hits with a jump slash, and you forget about it for a little while.
Yeah, it's such a powerful move, man.
I never got the cowboy outfit for Tifa. I'm going to be honest, even in the original.
I don't get it.
So weird. Why?
I mean, well, I guess everyone needs a little fan service every now and then. I mean, whatever.
Whose fantasy is a person with cowboy hat? You know what? I live in the South, and I've met them before.
Yeah, she's also precarious. I don't want to get into this conversation. She's... Yeah, I mean, this was 5 years ago to how we know, all the characters. I'll leave it there.
She no longer wears cowboy hats.
Yeah, that's what you need to know. I think what's really interesting about this segment, though, and I do feel like as a kind of like critique to Crisis Core's narrative, I do like the narrative in Crisis Core, like across the board. I think it's cool. I do feel like this was really their chance to like tell so much more about this segment. They had such a good chance to like really flesh this out, like fully, like, really break down the Nibelheim section. And I feel like they kind of, they did a bit, but not really to the amount they could have,
Yeah, they very much played it safe, I feel.
Yeah, they gave us like very clean context for a bunch of situations, but they didn't really like explore the ramifications of that, There's a little sad moment here where like he gets a call from Aerith, and he's like, yeah, I'll be home soon, it's fine. And Aerith is now going to be in his mind as so the DMW will like lean a little bit more into her, obviously because he's thinking of her. But we're going to go check out the Shinra Mansion, and this will be a quick one. Again,
iconic scenes.
Oh yeah. Just, I mean, the thing is, it is nice. It was nice even on the PSP version to see these scenes in 3D, right? That was like a big part of it. So Jivrod's not going to go for the Vital Slash. There's a room where you kind of like have to, you don't really need it because of high jump. On the Vital Slash routes, it's kind of more important. But there's a Vital Slash which is maxed out and also gives you attack plus 15 in the safe. Normally the safe where you get Odin, and you have to fight that boss that's like physical and magical halves. Can't remember his name. Anyway, but in order to figure it out, you got to look at 3 rooms. Then you can guess the 4th for like how many like floating enemies there are, how many chairs there are, how many like how much food there is, all that kind of stuff. It's like a very basic like puzzle. But it is skipped because high jump not really needing it.
I believe we're about to head into the Sephiroth boss gauntlet now, correct?
Yes. It's a pretty fun fight. Going for the Deathclaw kills. Now, this is fair. You can run away from Deathclaws, but like if they have one attack where they kind of like jump, they'll do like a lunge forward to your position, and that just that just kills you, or like, you know, stops you from running away, and it's really annoying. So if you have space, I mean, like, I personally would go for that because of the space. But barrier's level 4. Oh, I mean, it's lucky, but it's not helping. Like, it doesn't. We're not going to use it. It's there for stats. You know. Again, if high jump was leveling up, if high jump was level 4, like, I'd be on the ceiling.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kind of one of those RNG elements to this game that you've been talking about.
Yeah, it's like, it's nice because it's like, oh man, that's really funny, because getting materia upgrades as a whole is lucky, right? Because you have to roll 2 of the same digits. It's like getting a level up, but that genuinely is random. Like, the level ups, again, I say, are influenced by experience. You know, if you do gain experience, which is an invisible like amount, you still level up. But materia is a bit different, where it is just random. You just don't need 3 of an item. If you get 3 of like 1 to 6, you actually get 2 level ups of a materia, which has happened to me once on Vital Slash, and it never happened again. But so the Sephiroth boss fight is 2 phases, and so Draw Slash is going to start by going for the barrier. Okay, nice. Okay, that's fair. So barrier obviously reduces damage taken. But what it also does, it reduces damage taken. But one thing that you can do to mitigate damage is Buster Stance not only increases the damage you deal, but it also kind of gives you guaranteed guard. So you kind of like are guarding whilst you're in Buster Stance. Heartless Angel, this is fun. Okay, we got through it.
All good. Okay.
Yeah, so Heartless Angel does what it always does, and reduces you to 1 HP, so, yeah. Now, this is actually a fun fight. You can lose in 2 ways. You can lose by losing all your HP and being pushed back to the edge. So you need to take him down before he pushes you back. He's slowly walking forward, kind of thing, and you need to stop that.
Yeah, I believe in Shivra's PB, she took a death here by Sephiroth just has 1 attack that I think can just absolutely dumpster you.
Oh, no.
I think it's this.
Got no AP and no Somas. Endure active, but that's only going to stop knockback. Please give us no AP cost. Draw Slash!
Ooh. Let's go gambling! Level up!
This is a real shame in terms of like having no AP, but that's fine. We're going to slowly get there.
Thank you for a really good tense fight.
There we go. Cool.
Nice. Another level up.
A couple of Soma purchases would be really, really nice, just to kind of mitigate any kind of instance where like no AP doesn't come into play. Now, speaking of actually like fights, I know that one of Jivra's incentives was to do the Minerva super boss, which is, she won't do it on this file because you need to do all of the missions. You need to do literally every other mission, and the final mission you unlock is fighting Minerva. And yeah, she's got like a lot of HP.
We were pretty close to that last I checked.
I haven't actually looked at the incentive amounts right now. Hopefully it has been met. Yes. So yeah, this is now a 5-year break between what happened earlier. We've just skipped five years now. So this is the escape from Nibelheim and the eventual leaving of Zack just before Midgar, where Cloud would then crack on straight away to go join Avalanche. Or there's like a little bit of time before he joins Avalanche, but that's kind of the whole thing. Hello, lads. Hey, no.
I love that their attack is like they're called dorky faces, and their attack's called dorky brat. It's so good. What lovely little fellas.
So there is money in one, and then a Shinra outfit in the other. No money required.
Il est complètement tel l'intégralité du potager et que du coup on est obligé de le porter sur nos épaules parce qu'il est
deck out Cloud in there. Outfits and off we go. So yeah, we're going to be escaping Nibelheim. This is it's kind of like a mini game, sort of. And essentially the Shinra soldiers are going to try and drag Cloud away, so you've got to just get through this onslaught of enemies ASAP. And essentially, you want to be as close to this edge as you see there. Shiva is running towards like the edge of the thing, so she's as close as possible to the soldier because she's got to go and check on Cloud.
Activating combat mode.
Yeah, and also respawns are a thing. There are only so many enemies on the screen, right? And whenever you kill one, and there's a space, one will be coming in. If you kill all of them at the same time, the next 4 are all going to spawn at the same time because the spawn timers are kind of like set. So only 3 was killed there, right? So 3 come back, and then 1 will come back in just a bit. So yeah, if you don't kill them all at the exact same time, you kind of have like an offset fight. That's actually perfect timing for that to showcase itself, funnily enough. No, I'm not going to lie to you. I've just noticed something. I thought you had to take the soldier outfit back to Cloud. I could have sworn. Oh no, I could have sworn I did, or did I not? I can't remember anymore. Am I being silly?
We both might be.
Because he's now wearing the soldier outfit. I could have sworn he was wearing the soldier outfit when he's being dragged. Unless that's just 1 second.
The white knee pads, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna have a look at my PB to see if I'm not being an absolute like silly. I just don't remember now. Bear with me. You hold down comms. I'm gonna go and check that.
Absolutely.
To make sure I'm not losing my mind.
Yeah, so we're moving into the end of the game here. Again, we're pretty much just gonna keep on trucking with our high jump. This is like a really... It's very funny how speedrunning, sometimes we forget the emotional core of our games. I remember recently I was doing a showcase for a community marathon for Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And I was like, you know what? We're going to let this cutscene play because it's very sad, and made myself cry live on mic, which certainly was a choice of mine. But like, again, like Bowie said earlier, a beautiful part of this game that it's just like we know what's going to happen. Like as long as you know anything about Final Fantasy VII, I feel like just through cultural osmosis, you know it, I know it. This guy's been throwing up death flags the whole game. He's the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed optimist in a world of, you know, eco-terrorists and awful nonsense. So, you know, just kind of slowly working your way down, and then we're at the beach. It's pretty nice.
I did check. I did just in my PB. I did get the outfit and leave as well, so I'm not just an idiot. I just forgot. Don't worry. Yeah, it's like when I remember playing this game for the first time on the PSP, and I had an emotional reset when it came to the end. Like I booed my eyes out. It was just brutal. It's a really like tough thing to come into terms with. We're not going to see the ending, obviously, because it's a speedrun and we're just going to like go through it. But like, there's this bit where like Zach asks, "Would you say I became a hero?" And the most heartbreaking thing of that question is the answer is no.
Yeah.
He didn't. I mean, he was a hero to some, maybe, but like he was just a soldier who was killed by his own company. Like he didn't really achieve anything. He didn't really save anyone, you know. Not really, you know. And maybe you can argue that like post death, you know, he did a lot of stuff within the live stream to kind of like support Aerith and Cloud, and you know, he did that later in life. But like, you know, for the purposes of his life, you know, the saddest thing is that he was just another casualty of corporate greed and war.
Yeah.
And it's a really kind of, I know, sorry to getting really kind of like downer on you for a bit,
No,
but it was,
good.
but it genuinely was one of those things. I was like, damn, no, he's not. He just is a casualty, and it's a real shame.
Final Fantasy VII is a good story. Hot take: Final Fantasy VII, well written. I know that not a lot of people feel this way. It's definitely not one of the most prevailing Final Fantasy games of all time. Final Fantasy VII, very good. Has a lot of very good things to say, and like visual design too. Like, I think that my favorite part about this game is that you can see on these pause screens that as Zack visually ages, he looks more and more tired. Like he just looks like he's getting more and more done with things. It's a very, very nice like visual like his eyes are a little like less wide, and his smile's a little less pronounced. Like it's good.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of coming to terms with it all, and I mean, sure, you can argue that he's becoming more bold as well, because like in his age, because he learns a lot from Angeal, but like he also kind of like loses a lot. Yeah, and it's very well written into the DNA of many parts of this game. I think Crisis Core is like a stronger part of the canon of 7 personally. Not that the story as a whole in itself is like incredibly is like stronger in any way. It's just that it thematically builds upon a bunch of stuff in like a nice way. I should mention that now the high jump is gone. High jump was combined with a very special materia. A chest was opened to get a shop option, which allows you to buy materia that increases your DMW chances of getting a certain limit break. If you combine that with the high jump, it becomes Assault Twister Plus, which is an increased and more powerful version of the original Assault Twister at the beginning of the game, which is very, very powerful. And if it levels up, it's disgusting. Hopefully, we see it level up. Yeah,
that bread and butter skill just coming right back, right at the end.
Yeah, and because of the Buster Sword, allowing you to get the maximum damage bonus by going into Buster Stance, you get up to 3 hits of like 5, 6, 7,000 damage, which puts the damage, which puts the total damage you're dealing well over the 10,000 cap, which is normally, the quad 9, You're able to do a lot more damage with it, and also if you get behind an enemy when they run away, big crits.
Now Hollander is paying for all those tanks that we didn't kill.
And he's now got.
Told him that you would.
He's got a little wing, and he's also broken. Lucky stars. Guaranteed crit. That's where you go for it. Level 21, just as I said. So yeah, that's chapter 9, and we're going into the finale now. So I should mention that whilst we were escaping from Nibelheim, Zach did bump into Cisne again. And Cisne was talking about the fact that, she's been told she's on a mission from the Turks to hunt Zach down, but she can't bring herself to do it. She's like, run, go, I can only stall so long. If I see you again, I have to kill you kind of thing. But I'm going to let you go. But I will chase you. This is your chance to get away, kind of thing. Which is kind of like Cisne. Obviously, I mean, people argue that Cisne loves Zack, and all that kind of stuff. But like, that was why I guess that it was nice to see her in Rebirth. To be honest. Spoilers.
Yeah, it's a very Fox and the Hound situation. Of get away.
Yeah, exactly. I have to do this kind of thing. I don't want to, but if you stay, you'll force me to. So this finale is kind of a showdown with Genesis. We need to grab 6 materia, the goddess materias. What is it? Light and heaven, earth. I don't know, good, evil, all those kind of things. Like a few particular materia that are going to go into a system that allows us to go to the heart of this little cave and fight our final boss. Evade the encounter. Good. So there's actually a secret dungeon at the end of this game that it takes place in here. If you kind of like, you'll see these like this materia hanging from the ceilings, right? This pure materia. The ones that have light on under it, you can fight enemies. If you fight all of the enemies, it slowly unlocks the ability to get to. There's like at the very back on the right. If you've seen FF7, when you get to the end and you're fighting Genova, Genova Complete, there's like that red like heart looking thing. It's actually in the back of that cave. Or at least it looks similar to that thing at the end of Genova Complete, where it kind of like warps you to a different part of this dungeon. There's like a whole like prison thing going on here with like loads of big enemies and stuff, like King Behemoth and stuff.
Love a post-game dungeon. Shoutouts to specifically the Game Boy Advance port of Final Fantasy IV. That added a complete dungeon to the end that no other port has done for whatever reason.
Yeah, GBA FF4 is like quite a people like it.
By far my favorite version, but I'm a little biased.
Yeah.
I love that. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah.
I love that we have this big, door and this big locking mechanism, and the keys to it are scattered around in bright yellow chests.
Yeah.
Great security system, guys. Hope you went home early and talked to your children.
Level 22. Okay, we're getting an extra level in here.
Nice.
Okay, ran out of AP again. There's the same. Okay, so Tri-Thundaga can just kill you. If you want to be guarding when Tri-Thundaga happens. But if you aren't guarding for Tri-Thundaga, you will perish. So you need to kind of like time your attacks well. The unfortunate thing is that if you are a little bit too delayed in using your ability, you will come out of Buster Stance. So you have to kind of like, this is where jump, if you still have it, is kind of nice because you can use it to evade Tri-Thundaga. Yeah, so this is, again, the final boss. There's two phases to this. First off, we're going to be fighting, in true Final Fantasy fashion, a massive amalgamated demon of multiple things. So this is Genesis' avatar. He's got a big sword. That sword has a materia on it, and that's what we have to destroy. Now, the sword has 3 angles. Another level up, bloody hell. Now, one of them is a crit angle, and the other 2 are not. So, ideally, what you want to do is, if you're attacking one and you're not getting crits, you want to change your angle to find the crit angle. There's the left and the right side of the materia, and then there's the guard side of the sword. Healing water is lovely because you get over HP. You can see he's got more than max HP right now, which is really, really, really lovely. And healing wave can also be used in order to restore yourself if you need it. But a caveat to using your limit break is that it actually removes the crit spot or changes the crit spot. So it's actually a really weird thing.
Also, if anybody doubts that this game was inspired by Kingdom Hearts, look at this boss. Like, this is the most Kingdom Hearts boss I've ever seen in my life.
Barrier's mastered. Wow. That's so strange, man. Okay, so the Blizzaga is going to be coming out in a bit. He's going to go into an ability where he's going to start channeling. This is interesting. Oh, I was going to say, yeah. The damage was didn't hit half, so didn't go into the ability. Hopefully, going to be doing more damage in the second phase then. So there's the crit spot. Lovely. Okay.
Nice.
So should be able to finish this if everything goes well. Plenty of over AP, so not worrying about that right now. Even more over AP, 700 and 6,000 HP. Blizzaga leveled up now. Great. This is the DMW has been so kind.
I think that this has been every materia except for the one we've been using.
Yeah, I mean, because like the damage increases, the damage you deal increases when you level up your materia. So, regular jump leveled up. So this would be dealing like 8,000 on the final hit if it was like level 2. It's such a massive difference. It genuinely is. No AP cost when the enemy is away and we can't hit him. Great.
Yeah. Nice. The DMW has jokes.
Yeah.
Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it.
Oh, didn't quite get it. It's fine. It won't kill you. It just costs time. Power attack has grown strong. What the hell, dude? Oh no. Right, final boss fight then is one final fight against Genesis, properly this time. So there is a few ways you can do this. Vital Slash into Assault Vista, because you want to hit him from behind, obviously, because that's a guaranteed crit. He's got a lot of scary moves. He's got like a bunch of homing moves. When his blade is glowing, his attacks heal him as well. There's a final crit there. He's not got too much HP in this form. It's just that he is a bit of an arse when it comes to like running away and healing himself and all that kind of stuff. Power attack has grown strong. What on earth is happening? That's level 4 now. I mean, Shivra is being very, obviously in the middle of a marathon run, she's being composed. I would be fuming. I would be so angry.
How many levels would every other materia have to get for you to throw the controller?
I don't know. I mean, I draft a strongly worded email to my MP, I think. dear member of Parliament for my constituency, what the F?
Dear government, this happened to me in Final Fantasy VII reunion, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII reunion. Fix it. I did.
Oh, now it levels up. Did you see that? Did you see that?
That is the most perfect way to end a very good run by Shifra.
I should have said time was coming up.
130.10 is not bad from what I have seen.
No, it's really, really good time.
That is quite good.
Just quickly, there is one more fight, but obviously it's not part of the run. It's the slow bit where Zack, perishes, and it's sad, so we don't want to see it. Massive GGs to Jivra. It's a wonderful run, really well executed, and a nice showcase. So thank you very much to her for doing this run. Pride, thank you so much for joining me on comms as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. It's been a fantastic time.
No worries. Well, I think the next run is coming up. We're going to go back to it for a bit. We've got Patrick's Power Box coming up next by RA Stats. But yeah. And I think if we're going back, did the incentive get met to do the Minerva fight?
I think the incentive did get met.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. It got met. Fantastic.
Cool. So we'll be here for a little bit longer. But
yeah, I'm looking forward to this because I haven't seen it. It's not part of the speedrun that I did research on.
No, it's not. No. So the Minerva fight is, again, you need to do all of the other missions in the game to unlock it. So we're not going to see her do all of that, but we're going to just load a file with the fight. Now, the game is broken, right? There's so many, I say broken as in like overpowered. You can do so many great things to like massively overpower yourself and make yourself really, really strong to do things. So there's a move called Costly Punch. There's like Gill Throw, all those kinds of things that deal like massive damage. You can get Genji armor or Genji equipment accessories to increase your maximum damage from 9,000 to 99,000. And then we're basically going to be hitting that cap. But the enemy has like 5 million HP or something like that, so we have to throw like 500 500 attacks or something. So the fight's about 5 minutes if you don't get hit. But yeah, I think she'll pretty much one-shot you if she'll one-shot you if you get caught slacking.
All right, looks like we are ready to get it started. I'm excited for this.
It's a good fight. It's a good fight. It's a really fun fight, but it is a little bit like you either get blown up or you blow them up. So it's kind of all or nothing. But I'm really glad this incentive got met. Let's see Jivra take down the super boss.
I think she's giving her own preamble right now.
Here we go. So, yeah, so she's got a variety of really, really strong moves that will kind of like pretty much knock you down. It depends. I'm not sure exactly on Jivra's setup just yet. She didn't do like a materia check and equipment check. But my assumption is Gill Toss or Costly Punch is going to be the move to use. But there is Minerva. Minerva does show up in the final cutscene where like Genesis is like, this is the goddess that Genesis is talking about. Oh, here we go. Okay, Gill Toss dealing 83,000 per throw.
The power of capitalism.
Money. Yeah, you see, you've got like 80,000 HP as well. Oh, it's 10 million. Sorry, not 5 million.
Oh my goodness.
It's a lot of damage. It's the best way to deal max. I did it with Costly Punch, not Gill Toss, but that's only one hit of it. So
yeah.
Auto life is also currently on, just in case you do take a death. It's going to quickly revive you. Ability power should be nice. Get that done. There we go. Lovely. See, everyone says money can't buy happiness. I'll say it certainly helps in like lessening your problems.
It makes me pretty happy when I can throw coins at somebody and they explode.
Guaranteed crit! Guaranteed crit!
Baby!
That's such an... The DMW has been so lovely today. Like, I would piss the DMW.
It gave us some jokes, but right at the end it was like, nah, but for... Oh.
But auto life is fine. We've got one survival. This is the thing. Like if you get caught once, you're down. It's that tricky. Okay, another one. Another auto. Oh. No AP cost. Lovely.
I love the animation of him pulling money out of his pocket. It's such a charming move.
Oh, he missed. I feel like if you miss with your money, you should get a discount.
You get a refund. Yeah.
Almost down. Only 1.3 mil to go. Endure. Lovely. We're not going to get knocked back, but still takes damage. So the Buster Sword proficiency is at 81% here. As you get higher up in the percentage, you get really cool effects for the Buster Sword. Like you get barrier stripping, defense mitigate, defense ignore, all that kind of stuff. Really powerful. The Buster Sword is a dirty ability weapon. Yo, Chocobo mode kicks it. Let's go. For the fans.
Let's go.
GG's. Nice quick fight.
That was amazing. I love that.
But yeah, it just showcases how powerful you can be, and if you just kind of it would be lovely to see Givra's equipment and materia set here, just to show you what it looks like, because you can do a lot of combining materia using SP to get big things. Please show it off. It'd be lovely if you did. If they haven't got time, they haven't got time. But yeah, the accessory build and materia fusion route is a big part of that. But now we're done. I think we can probably say our goodbyes now, Pride.
Yep. Thank you all so much for having me. Thank you so much for SpeeDons. This has been a lovely time, but you can also catch me again tomorrow for Okami HD, a game that I actually do run. So we're going to have a ton of fun on that. Thank you so much, Bowie, for joining me. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we hop off?
Yeah, just a thanks again for watching. GG's to Givra for a wonderful run. Make sure to give her a follow if you enjoyed the run. Yeah, take care. Enjoy the rest of SpeeDons. That's me done for the event, and I hope you enjoy Okami HD when Pride's on it, because it's going to be a good. That is a game. That's a video game.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really, really good. Take care, all. Have a great day or great evening.
Bonjour Sacha. Maintenant qu'on te voit, ça va
Ça y
bien.
est. Ah oui,
et rebonjour Anne.
On a eu énormément de dons qui réclamaient le dessin. En tout cas, ils sont là pour snipe le dessin, donc pas pour mettre la pression.
C'est la dispute là, alors voyons voir.
Je suis contente, c'est agréable de faire une run d'1h30. Voilà, j'ai pu faire ce que je voulais.
Magnifique. Bravo Ad, bravo. J'imagine que Givra viendra également apposer sa signature sur l'œuvre.
Bien évidemment.
Avant qu'il soit envoyé. Trop bien, félicitations.
On reconnaît le héros de Dragon Quest.
Félicitations à la runneuse, incroyable run que j'ai eu le temps de suivre, d'écouter, puisque voilà, c'était tranquille.
Trop bien. Est-ce que c'était ton clap de fin? Ou tu reviens demain?
Mais non, je reviens demain matin encore plus tôt.
Ah, yes, le plaisir.
Voilà, et demain, ce sera le stress intense, car c'est des runs entre 15 et 20 minutes, dont la plus courte, voilà, on a un puzzle bobble à 13 minutes, voilà, du rush, de la panique, des mains qui tremblent. Donc voilà, puzzle bobble demain matin à 6h30, quelque chose comme ça. Ensuite, on a Cololine et juste après Animal Well, et ça va être trop bien.
Ça va être génial. Pense à peut-être faire aller dire bonjour au kiné pour faire des petits étirements.
C'est fait hier, c'est bon.
Magnifique.
Parfait, merci beaucoup.
Encore bravo, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Ad, s'il vous plaît.
Ad qui fait partie de cette team avec les autres dessinateurs et dessinatrices.
Et oui, on a quand même un paquet de personnes talentueuses sur ce speedon. Donc on a la team des artistes avec Ad, avec Zo, avec Toutank, avec Nio. Et qui est-ce que j'ai oublié? Je vais me faire tuer. Slam Meta, bien sûr, qui était en face de moi hier, absolument. On a également le collectif Résonance qui a fait un album avec des compositions inédites, libres de droit, qui sont inspirées des jeux qui passent pendant tout ce week-end de marathon. Point d'exclamation. album pour pouvoir vous procurer ce banger. Et alors, il n'y a pas le hit planétaire Super Mario avec des cartes sur l'album Résonance,
En même temps, je n'ai pas donné mon autorisation.
il y a une track Super Mario Kart avec potentiellement ma voix dessus. Donc, je vous invite évidemment.
Qu'est-ce que Jarmou ne sait pas faire?
Non mais voilà, je fais le bait pour que les gens prennent l'album et après on se dit ah ouais Jarmou et tout, et puis en fait ils découvrent qu'il y a une foultitude de morceaux absolument extraordinaires. Dans le chat, on me demande s'il y a Mario Mousse. Alors malheureusement non. Mais...
Jarmou qui run, runneuse de talent, commentatrice exceptionnelle, ambianceuse, génie, et maintenant chanteuse. Mais qu'est-ce que tu ne sais pas faire?
Écoute. Je cherche, je ne
On va lire des dons pendant ce temps-là,
ouais,
si tu veux, le
ça,
temps que
je continue de chercher.
Parce qu'on a eu un don notamment de 500 €.
500 €.
Et il n'y a pas de nom, pas de commentaire, rien du tout. Donc, merci beaucoup. Merci
je ne sais pas dormir
pour,
à Speedon, c'est vrai.
C'est vrai que peut-être le sommeil te manque. Yari qui avait donné 200 € qui dit « Laissez-nous tomber dans les fleurs pour lutter contre l'ultra-capitalisme de la Shinra ». Merci beaucoup. Un don de 10 € de Selkea qui dit « Petit dos au réveil avant de revenir dans la salle pour tantôt balancer nos meilleurs ouais et vroom 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 et augmenter la représentation belge. Donnez !» C'est Fikura qui a donné 10 € et qui dit du coup le meilleur chiffre c'est celui au barbecue où Zach, Cloud, Sephiroth, Genesis, Angel. Pourquoi pas. Et un don de 50 € de Amy qui dit bourrez des dons pour Minerve et avec A de dessin, donne et achète. Un grand merci pour tout le monde pour ce beau week-end. 10 € de Dragavenir, pardon. Petit don dans la salle, levé à 6 h pour être sûr de ne pas louper Crisis Core et pour tenir jusqu'à 5 h pour la fin de Hades. À l'aide, mais super événement nonobstant, premier Speedon IRL et ça valait totalement le déplacement depuis Reading à côté de Londres. Il y a des gens qui font le déplacement et ça fait plaisir. Merci à tous et toutes pour cet événement exceptionnel. Breath of the Wild, meilleur Zelda, donne plus achète, strictement inférieur au nombre d'ambianceurs heureuses en direct, c'est plus 1.
Je serais quand même curieuse de savoir, tiens, envoyez-nous des dons avec ça, de savoir qui est la personne qui a fait le plus de kilomètres pour se déplacer dans la salle, dans le public. Envoyez-nous ça dans vos messages.
Il gagnera
avec vos dons.
Respect.
Notre respect absolu. Balambière a donné 20 € pour Bakamita et je dis oui. Merci pour ce speedon, vous êtes top as always.
Parce que du coup, il y a l'incentive qui est presque à 75%.
75%, on a dit que c'était la Belgium suprématie. Concentre-toi, Chacha, s'il te plaît.
Si tu veux, un 7 et un 5.
Ah, voilà. Mais c'est pour très bientôt. Donc oui, on est à 3 794 € actuellement sur les 5 000 réclamés. Nous avons Limou qui donne 30 € qui dit merci pour cet événement complètement apolitique, évidemment. Et vive la diversité, merci aux ambiances heureuses et aux runnereuses. Nopsis donne 15 balles, merci à tous et toutes pour cet événement. Vas-y, continue, parce que là, il y a Béboul qui est un peu lourd sur ma chest, comment dire, en wallon.
Il y a 100 € de Pingron Jaune qui dit faites vos temps, faites vos achats et faites vos dons. Voilà, donc je pense que c'est quelque chose de très important, effectivement. Donc de Drosera qui a donné 100 € également. Achète le t-shirt, c'est fait. Faire un don, c'est fait. Remercier toutes les personnes qui permettent cet événement et leur dire qu'elles sont formidables. C'est en cours. Vraiment, merci, cœur sur vous et c'est eux qui en ont besoin de nous.
On a Debbie Zou qui a donné 10 € en disant je connais pas les Final Fantasy, mais vraiment, j'espère qu'Aeris réalisera son rêve de devenir fleuriste. Elle mérite tellement d'y arriver.
Merci beaucoup. 50 € de Kelelio qui dit toujours un plaisir de passer un super week-end devant Speedon. Voilà, merci à toi.
Merci. Poséidon donne 10 € en disant bon anniversaire Pollux, 30 ans en honneur de Speedon 5, donc bourrez les dons.
Si vous avez des messages à faire passer, n'hésitez pas à le faire pendant les dons, on les lira. On avait eu une demande en mariage, il me semble, une année.
J'ai des opinions, mais heureusement si ça c'est bien fini.
Mais après, plutôt les anniversaires, les fêtes.
Les anniversaires, c'est très bien. Les voitures mal garées, ça marche aussi, évidemment.
Bien évidemment.
Anna Newmay donne à 200 € avec plus petit que 3. Un don anonyme de 1 € pour la team 1 €. Laxi donne 20 €. J'ai pas entendu, ça dort dans la salle ? Ah, ça fait plaisir. On se prépare un samedi exceptionnel.
Ouais, là, il va y avoir que des bangers de toute façon.
Non, mais là, en plus, c'est bien. Là, j'ai bu le café. Je suis ready pour le trombone dans une heure. Ça va être incroyable.
Pour vous dire un peu ce qui vous attend là pour la suite du programme. Donc, il va y avoir la run de Patrick's Parabox qui va être runée par Rastat. Ensuite, nous allons avoir du Little Kitty Big City, un joli petit chat. Ensuite, un autre main event, le trombone champ, évidemment, avec Maman et Nimelia. Et ensuite, on repartira sur les bangers avec Super Castlevania 4, AM2R, donc Another et Metroid 2 Remake, et Spirou, et oui, Spirou, pas Spirou, hein, pas le dragon, non, Spirou,
parce que, et oui, un marathon n'est pas un marathon sans
jeu infogramme.
Un jeu infogramme. Voilà, on connaît, on se souvient évidemment, ça va être fantastique, sachant que, en plus, petite info interne, mais Doute qui runnera Spirou, à World Record il y a 3 jours. Donc là, l'échauffement est complet. Vous ne voulez pas rater ça. Et je pense que ça peut l'applaudir, évidemment.
Oui, bien sûr.
Dans le public, bien sûr.
Mais gardez-en pour le moment venu, parce que franchement, ça va être incroyable. J'ai un don d'un certain Tonyob, je sais pas si qui a dit, je comptais mettre 1 euro par heure cumulé sur Ghostlandia, mais on a été trop fort, alors j'en mets un peu plus. Voilà.
Bravo.
Merci à toi.
Bravo la team de Ghostlandia, évidemment. Toki la chauve-souris donne 50 € en disant courage à Had pour le dessin. Le dessin a été fait bien sûr et c'était fantastique. Zélia donne 50 €. Goda donne 50 €. Bravo à tout le staff et vive FF7, plus petit que 3.
Pastèque Haché qui a donné 100 €. Des bisous aux copains sur place tout au long du week-end et merci pour cet événement fabuleux. Que ça ne s'arrête jamais, please. On va s'arrêter quand même. Merci Speedon, merci MV, merci Mestin du Nom, merci aux runners, ambianceurs, bénévoles, prod qui rendent ça possible, cœur sur vous, PS, le meilleur Zelda, c'est Toilette Princesse, bien sûr, Fight Me, personne va te toucher, je suis avec toi. Voilà.
La bagarre, alors que Zelda CDI existe.
Et on n'écoute pas la racaille Ocarina of Time, mais Majora's Mask qui ne sont pas là.
Ah ouais,
voilà.
ok, Sarko, quoi, ça parle de racaille, quoi. Ah ouais, génial. Ok, Sanzero donne 20 € en disant donne. Decaps donne 50 € en disant on peut bourrer une fois 1000 dons, on peut bourrer 1000 fois un don, mais bourrer les dons. José, Happy Star qui donne 20 € pour Médecins sans frontières, pour Médecins du Monde, enfin, pour Speedon, concentrez-vous.
Il a eu 0 sur 20.
Il a eu 0 sur 20. Pour le dessin, mais
après,
merci pour les 20 balles, bien
après,
sûr.
peu importe, hein, vous pouvez même dire à une autre association, ça ira quand même un Médecin du Monde, mais voilà.
Oui, de toute manière, Van donne 50 € en disant Crazy Score, j'ai tellement chialé à la fin, et Brico Lesbo qui donne 13,12 € en disant vroom, vroom, vroom.
Le Chevalier Dick qui a donné 200 € et qui a dit un petit mot pour dire à quel point les gens qui font cet event sont fabuleux, plus petits que 3 et spécial.
Bonsoir, ça va
à la tribu dans la salle. Ça va la tribu? Il y a eu
incroyable. Alors que nous avons eu une apparition shiny de Dame. Wise Kitsune donne 10 € en disant Activating Donation Mode. Merci beaucoup.
Voilà, Axo qui a donné 5 € et qui a dit bravo à Givra Liriam pour ce speedrun. J'adore ce jeu et je sais à quel point les combats sont durs et endurants sans les niveaux de tous les combats sautés. Donc énorme GG, je me régale. Plus petit que 7, parce que FF7 t'as capté. Tu vois.
Ouais, absolument. Alors,
pas à nous dire aussi.
Nous avons Anonyme donne 50 €, FF7 plus petit que 3, Chibikamo donne 2 €. Le réveil sur du Final Fantasy, quel plaisir. Premier don du jour, bonne journée et courage à tous. Cluster donne 10 €. Allez, go 400K avant le réveil du vieux monsieur. Ouais, c'est vrai là, parce que MV il est parti réviser les strats pour les commentaires qu'il lui reste à faire. J'espère qu'il a trouvé le sommeil un petit peu, mais donc faites-lui la surprise qui se réveille sur les 400K là. Ça
serait
quand même bien plaisir, hein, n'est-ce pas?
En tout cas, les gens en tout cas font ça. Un don de 100 € de Dax qui dit pour le seul qui m'a fait pleurer, PS, Zach, supérieur à Cloud.
Poil de patate donne 10 €, une asso engagée, des ambianceurs ambiancés, des commentateurs précis, des speedrunners à la frame près, un public magique. Manque plus que les dons, alors bourrez.
Il y avait un autre Pollux qui fête ses 30 ans, visiblement, puisque 10 € de Artadin, qui dit bourrer les dons et joyeux anniversaire à Pollux qui fête ses 30 ans et qui a choisi d'assister à Speedon pour fêter ça. Pollux, est-ce que tu es là?
Peut-être c'est le même Pollux, mais juste il a plusieurs amis.
Il est là. Ah, il est là.
You guys have plusieurs copains.
Joyeux anniversaire.
Bravo. Joyeux anniversaire, Pollux.
Voilà.
C'est beau. Ah, ça chante dans le public.
Joyeux anniversaire.
Bravo. Et filet plein de dons pour Speedon. Et bravo, Pollux.
Joyeux anniversaire. Maintenant, il faut faire les dons pour mettre s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Bravo. Tandis que Kael a donné 100 € en disant bourre les dons speed, les jeux c'est speedon, ça rend heureux. Ah écoute, c'est un peu le speedrun des poèmes, c'est très vrai, c'est très vrai.
Faites-nous des poèmes comme ça nous fait plaisir.
Mais moi je voulais des chansons quoi, on va avoir l'incentive du karaoké là, il manque à peu près 1000 balles.
Écoute, tu sais quoi, on est en créneau d'ambiançage, nous tous les deux, vers 17h à peu près.
À peu près,
on
ouais.
compte sur vous pour nous faire chanter.
Voilà, envoyez des remixes de chansons là parce que vraiment, je vais m'échauffer la voix. Ça va être extraordinaire. On a hâte de donner 5 €. Merci aux renheureuses commentatrices et ambianceuses de me maintenir éveillée depuis jeudi.
Il reste moins de 1000 € à récupérer, donc 875 € pour être exact précis, pour le karaoké sur Bakamitai. Donc c'est plus qu'imminent.
Il faut absolument bourrer cette incentive. Vous ne voulez pas rater Trombone Champ. Alors vraiment, je vous le dis, allez faire vos petites emplettes, vos courses, prenez vos médocs, hydratez-vous, prenez la gourde, etc. Comme ça, vous êtes prêts.
J'ai un don de 100 € de Ilric Méry qui me dit « Joueur de Mario Kart depuis plus de 30 ans, j'ai appris des trucs hier soir. Bravo Jarmou, trop deck d'avoir raté Mario All-Star. »
Mais il y aura les rediffs pour ça. Merci évidemment à toute la team de la régie, les bénévoles à modération et le montage et les CM qui font en sorte que les VOD sont déjà dispo sur YouTube.
C'est vrai ça.
Bah ouais, ça se met au fur et à mesure. Je vais continuer mon lobbying tant que je suis là, mais on vous rappelle que, je vais même pas dire faites vos temps, mais on rappelle que l'incentive de Hollow Knight est toujours en cours et que vous pouvez choisir quel ambianceur ou ambianceuse va dire tous les titres de Zot au moment du Panthéon 5. Donc voilà, faites en sorte que j'y aille. J'ai un compte à régler.
Oui, alors en plus c'est Damdam qui est en tête. Et je suis pas sûr que Damdam est vraiment.
Damdam n'a pas fait Hollow Knight, je pense pas. Je pense pas qu'elle l'ait terminé.
Je sais pas, je pense que non.
Mais en même temps, c'est pour ça qu'elle le ferait de façon tout à fait extraordinaire. Mais voilà, bref, faites ça pour moi, ce sera très cool.
Si vous ne faites pas pour vous, faites-le pour Jarmou.
Faites-le pour moi.
Et sur ce,
faites-le pour Zot.
Je crois que j'ai entendu que c'était prêt. On va laisser la main à Rastat pour Patrick Paradox. Voilà.
Et je vous dis, on se dit on se retrouve tout à l'heure.
Oui. Appuyez sur votre bouton, les gars.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the English language restream of SpeeDons 5 here on the Games Done Quick channel. My name is Zalkithmind and my other commentator.
Hello, my name is Ahmed. I'm so excited to be here with Cell.
Yeah, we are here with Patrick's Parabox. This is a super mind-bending puzzle game, and I am so excited to see Stats just break this game in half. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the things he's going to be doing, but do not worry, he is going to be taking some levels a little bit slower to give you a chance to be able to follow along, because otherwise, if he was doing this at world record pace, you probably would have trouble following along. We would have trouble following along, and we both have played this game.
Yes, trust me, it will be very appreciated for Razza to be slowing down in certain places. But for the basic mechanics of this game, this is a Sokoban style puzzle game. So would you like to explain to the audience what exactly the word Sokoban means in this context?
So a Sokoban puzzle game is one where it comes from an old game called Sokoban, where you pushed blocks around a warehouse. I believe it quite literally means warehouse in Japanese, but the basic principle is you need to push boxes into certain places in order to complete a level. In the case of Patrick's Parabox, not only do you have to push boxes into a certain spot, but you also have to get your little character into the correct spot. If you jam it up against a wall, you can't move it. You have to be able to get around and behind it.
So these first few levels are really basic examples of exactly the Sokoban style form of puzzles, but with a bit of a twist already. You're able to go inside of certain boxes that you push, depending on where openings are. So long as you are able to push them, you can. You will keep pushing them until the box hits a wall, in which case you will either go inside of it or it will just stop moving. And you can see that some of the required places where you put some of these blocks are in other blocks themselves, and so you can already see a bit of a twist on the entire genre happening, but that will just be expanded upon further and further. Yeah, that's the intro world.
Yeah,
that was already like mind breaking for me when I first played it.
I agree. Rastat is going to be doing 162 levels total across 18 worlds. This is a slightly different route than if you were to watch the any % world record, and that's just from Rastat's own preference as to the levels he wants to do.
Yeah. The specific route that Stat's taking here, he's definitely focusing more on showing off all of the really cool stuff about this game rather than like trying to beat the game as fast as possible. Obviously, he's going as fast as he can with that as well, but it's very nice the route that he's taking to allow people to see all that there is to see with this game. So again, in these first few basic levels, we can just see more of the same mechanics we've been seeing already, but just stacked on top of each other over and over again. There's going to be multiple layers deep, but then there's this level in which the box that you push is also the level that you're in, and so as you can see, Rastats is like sitting down to explain something like that, which I do appreciate because that gives us time to explain it. And just being able to go in and out of the own box that you're already in is something that I definitely struggled with the first time that I played this.
That level casually was an absolute mind bender when I played it.
Oh, 100%. And could you believe that it gets even more confusing the more you play this game?
The complexity is just going to keep going up and up and up the longer we go.
And thankfully, this game is really forgiving when it comes to certain mechanics. If you like mess up in any way, shape, or form, you can just undo any specific action, or you can just restart the level from scratch. There's no like punishing system. You can literally just solve all the puzzles at your own pace. Right here is another mechanic that's pretty much similar to the mechanics we've been seeing, except you can see that the boxes that you're pushing around have no walls. And so, again, like normal boxes, as long as you can push them, you will. But the moment that they hit a wall, you'll just go inside of them instead, which allows for more complicated puzzle solving than you would think happens in this game. But it's still built on a lot of mechanics we've already seen. And
This is World 3. World 3, known as Empty. Again, that reference to the walls being like that, where you can push around all of that. This level also broke my brain when I first encountered it. But as you can tell, Restats actually exited out into the world menu there in order to skip level 7. He's not going to do every single one. And in fact, we're already on to the next world, Eat. And so in this one, the boxes contain slots and they can absorb or eat the other boxes around them. So things are going to get pretty wild here. I also...
and more often than not, just being able to push one box into another is not only like possible, but it's also going to be required for whatever the solution for the puzzle is. One of my favorites one is being able to eat 4 boxes stacked on top of each other back to back. I think that's a very good way of explaining the mechanic, a very good visual demonstration. This is also a really good visual demonstration of the mechanic right here. Is being able to have multiple boxes absorbed at once, including the box you end up in at the end of the level. And this game is incredibly expansive. I do just want to point out that the 100% category for this game is significantly longer than that of the any percent run. And even with Rastats doing some extra levels that the any percent run doesn't do, the any percent world record is like 17 minutes. But this is one of the bonus ones.
I'll explain this one here quickly. This is an aside level. So the hashtags equal a wall. The P is the player. B is a block, and the 2s are boxes. So you need to move the block into the box via one input and then out via another. I don't know, honestly, how Restats is able to solve this one, but you know, he's just too good at the game.
And so this as I was saying, this game is incredibly expansive. Even with all the extra puzzles that Rastats is doing, you're not even going to see half of what this game has to offer, because the 100% run of this game is 1 hour and 7 minutes world record, and the 80% run in this game has a world record of 17 minutes. So you can pretty much see how big of a difference is between any percent and 100% of this game. This game has so much content, and in my opinion, is probably one of the best designed puzzle games I've ever played.
It's certainly a very unique Sokoban puzzle game. As someone who has played a lot of Sokobans, it's one of my favorite puzzle genres. This
and
one
has
is
even designed one yourself.
And yes, I've made a Sokoban game myself. It's very complex, very Inception-y, and it's a whole new way of thinking compared to most Sokobans. But it's very, very cool.
Yeah. So this series of levels that we're going through is called Reference, and actually I struggled, I think, the most with this specific mechanic. I do not know why. But this is also just a gimmick level, I would say.
I'm going to give a slight motion sickness warning for this one because we are going to be infinitely zooming in and out.
Yeah. I do enjoy a good gimmick level that is just us zooming in repeatedly in order to give the player a little bit more of a challenge.
All right, this is Swap. There is one puzzle in this world, except as you can see here, Rasas is like moving in and out of these things and pushing things around to swap them around. Very complex, makes it look so simple.
Mm-hmm. And now we have center. Could you believe that involves putting things to the center, such as we see here? So yeah, as you can see, whenever you pull a box out of another box, like we're seeing right here, it will, of course, fill up the entire box to the right of it. But if you push it back in, it won't go back to the spot that it was at. It will instead go to whatever the centerpiece of the box is right now. It will go into the middle column and the middle row. And so that mechanic is pretty much the whole basis for these kinds of puzzles that we're going to be seeing here in this world, hence why the world is called Center.
And very helpful because, as I noted at the very beginning, when a block is up against a wall, you are unable to push it in the opposite direction. So if the wall is at the bottom of it, you can't push it up because you can't get under it. And so being able to push it out of a block and then push it back in it recenters it essentially for you. As the world says, it's its center. And by centering it, then you have freedom to move it. That, I believe, is the center world done.
That was fast. That was so fast.
So fast. We're on to clone now. And so here we have the clone box, and when you enter it, it instantly teleports you into the original box. Any block entering or leaving a clone box also enters or leaves the original box. So it's sort of it doubles it, essentially, but it's also sort of a teleport mechanic in a way. It's not. It does. Not quite a.
But let it be known that if you enter the original box, it does not lead you to the clone box. So you have to be careful with some of the movements here. But as you can see, Ras, that's
there we go.
Ras does it with ease. This was also a mechanic that I definitely struggled with a lot when I first played this. It made sense to me intrinsically what I was supposed to do, but it's also a matter of just like, how am I able to execute this? Especially with something like this. I enjoy that level so much, actually. I think it's really cool.
It's very cool, but also definitely very challenging.
Yeah,
we're gonna see
and also
some level.
with this kind of wait, go ahead. Go ahead. Before I continue.
I was gonna say we're not quite there yet, but in the clone world, we're gonna see some levels where they are where there's a wall blocking them off, and so this is where that clone mechanic, that teleportation feature, is extremely important because that's what allows you to get to the other side of that wall that is blocking you.
Yeah, and this level in particular kind of combines a mechanic we've already seen in which like the level that you're in is also the box that you are pushing around, but then you're also combining that with the clone mechanic, and so it's so like you're a clone at the same time, but you're like not a clone. You know, I try not to think about it too hard.
Don't think too hard. Please do not injure yourselves trying to comprehend these things fully. Play the game. That's my recommendation. If you want to understand these things in detail, just go play the game. It is phenomenal. It's fantastic. And I don't believe it's that expensive. I don't recall it being a particularly expensive game either.
I will check exactly right now.
Awesome. either way, if you love puzzle games, you love indie, especially indie puzzle games,
it's $20.
Go get this game. $20. It is absolutely worth that $20 USD.
I would say so. Yes.
There's so much content in it. This is another bonus level that Restream is doing, where we've got essentially 4 individual areas and having to like interconnect everything together. I don't fully understand how he did that level, but it's just incredible, and a choice again of Restream to do it to just showcase how many really cool things are in this game. But now we're in the transfer world. We're about halfway through the 18 worlds now. I think this is world 9 if my count is correct.
Yeah, transfer world kind of focuses on the mechanic in which you essentially have to transfer yourself from one box to another by essentially closing out the spaces between the 2 boxes so that you don't accidentally push them from one way to another. They're essentially forcing the game is essentially forcing you to trap yourself in order to solve the puzzle,
which can be very scary when you're playing this casually, because you're so used to the thought of don't trap a block against a wall, don't trap a block against a wall. And so the idea of needing to trap yourself can be quite stressful, but
yes. And as you can see there, like the game essentially will treat you leaving a block as if you were pushing it, unless there's of course a wall in front of it. Like instead of going through like the one block row that was in when moving from like the green block to the blue block, the game will just push the block forward and push you out of the block. So that kind of enforces the idea of like you need to be able to trap yourself in order to solve this puzzle, which, as I said, is definitely scary when you're playing it for the first time.
All right, this is one of the longer worlds with 14 puzzles required in order to sit it. But Restream is just zooming through. He's going so fast that I'm trying to keep track of what number level we're on, and I can't.
Oh, look at that. Infinite. Look at that.
Hey,
I just
we have
saw an
another
infinite
level.
symbol.
Those are fun to look at. They're a little scary to do for the first time.
It's true.
We're also getting some of those mechanics too of transferring and
combining with the clone mechanic too.
Clone mechanic. So I was just, what was happening?
Yeah, this is a lot. Even for people who know what they're talking about, this is a lot.
There's a lot happening.
Yeah, being able to combine the clone mechanic with the transfer mechanic is actually a really nice thing. This is another bonus level that we're doing right here. And this, once again, it mostly is combining the excuse me. This is mostly combining a lot of the previous mechanics that we've seen, but then specifying it with the transfer mechanic right here. And the game, for example, right there kind of like forces you to use the center mechanic, except this is a 4x4, and so it doesn't really center anything. It goes into the second to top row. And so being able to move that around and try to essentially pseudo center whatever you're going through. Ras has to do with these.
Yeah, and now we're in the world open, which these puzzles by comparison look, in fact, very open compared to most of the ones we have seen so far.
True.
The name explains it.
They're mainly open only because at least as you can see, one of the areas in any box you're in is going to be like completely wide open. Oh, look at this.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen this level before. This is very trippy. I do see from...
I've definitely seen this level before, but I always forget how to solve it.
I see from Restream's notes that he's doing 2 bonus levels here in this world for us.
Yeah. There's a lot of Patrick's on screen right now. My goodness.
There's a lot of Patrick's.
Yeah, it's like you're solving the boxes within the boxes, and they all have Patrick in them. But then you also have to, they're all kind of prone to each other, and they're all I'm trying not. Okay, so we're gonna go to flip. So as you can see here, you are able to have a new flip mechanic. This is kind of similar to the mechanic that we were introduced to before of just having the world that you're in also be the box you push around, except it's flipped. And so whatever way you walk in the box that you're like currently in, like the outer box, that's the opposite way that Patrick is walking in the inner box, as you can see here. And then of course combining it with the transfer mechanic right here. And so being able to manipulate your boxes in a way that like makes sense when you're seeing yourself move in a smaller box but flipped is something that you never really get used to when it comes to this game.
This is essentially just memory, realistically, as Restats just knows the solution.
Oh, look at that, a clone and then a flipped clone and then going out and then back in and then going into the clone and then back out of the clone and then using the transfer mechanic. We're combining so many mechanics.
There's so many mechanics going on. And yes, we indeed. That was very Wii energy, that last level.
It was.
All right, I guess that is taking some explaining here on this level of what he's doing, because we've got flip, but we've also got like level within level, as you can see around the level. It's the infinite level stuff going on. Like this is
we have two flips, and one of them is a clone, and then we put the flip into the other flip, and then we leave. This is as you can tell. The more you start to explain stuff about this game, exactly all the mechanics that are being put on top of each other, the more confusing it can get, even for commentators. So this is Cycle. I actually really like Cycle. It's essentially, imagine like a train, and you're just all the boxes that you're pushing are just going on a track the whole time. Typically, you can't break this chain. It'll just keep going in a circle over and over again, leading from one smaller box to the next. This is going to be a common theme pretty much throughout the entire world here. Just moving all these boxes from one end to the next, to the next, to the next. Being able to cycle through all of them, as the name implies. It's also just a really satisfying. I love this level. It's so satisfying to play.
And it also, compared to some of the other mechanics we've seen so far, this one actually feels kind of straightforward. Like it kind of makes sense. We're just kind of cycling through them until we get the one we need next. It is still a little bit mind confusing, but I promise it makes a little more sense than some of them.
Oh, definitely.
This one, though, looks like there's two different cycles occurring. Sometimes all you can do is just go wee with this game. It's.
I will say it's 4 a.m. here in the United States. It's 10 a.m. over there in France right now. This is an amazing run to wake up to, I will say.
And so much energy from them over there. They're just having fun. Also, okay, we're just cycling through things inside the box by pushing. Okay. Oh, that's a cool level. That's a pretty level. I like that one.
That's a pretty level. I love the mechanic so much when it's presented in like the open space where you can just keep pushing the boxes within each other.
All right, now we have player.
I also love this mechanic so much.
This mechanic is fun.
So imagine, do you ever ask yourself, like, what if Patrick became the box? So that's exactly what's happening right now. We have to make Patrick eat the boxes that he's pushing. But of course, that also comes with a bit of a caveat in that Patrick will continue to just push the boxes unless, of course, he meets a wall. In which case, he can use that to push the boxes that he has within himself out of himself, or just eat new boxes altogether. And so each and every level, we're going to have a different form of Patrick that he can eat all of these different types of boxes. And there's not like a requirement that says like how much. He doesn't need to be like a complete Patrick in order to finish a level or anything as long as it's still following the rules of the level. I absolutely love this because it's like, it's Patrick's Parabox, but now Patrick is the box. And so...
It's kind of like another really famous Sokoban, you know, Bubzia.
Exactly. You don't, we tend not to think about it too hard, especially with this level in which Patrick is the box, but he's also filled with boxes, and he needs to move. He's moving boxes within himself, in order to like have it leave his system. Because then he needs to enter the box. There's a lot of boxes in this game.
If you haven't figured it out yet, this game is very Inception-y in its level design. Just gotta roll with it. That's kind of how you gotta handle Inception stuff.
It's also kind of combining the cycle mechanic too, because he's cycling the boxes within himself. And that's a lot of space within Patrick. Patrick is now within Patrick.
Oh, and Patrick is, like, once again inside of Patrick.
Inside of Patrick, yeah. And now he's inside of a box that's inside of Patrick.
Infinite Patricks. We have another bonus level here.
No, there's a sad Patrick.
We have two Patricks, and the one Patrick is sad. Oh, no.
We don't want a sad Patrick. So this Patrick will essentially, like, mimic whatever you're doing. But of course he's in a different position, and so with that being said, you are able to manipulate Sad Patrick in a way that allows him to be more of an ally to you.
And now we have the world possess.
Yeah, now we have to question who is the real Patrick. Is Patrick even a box at all? Is he within us? Is he the level
I hope you're ready
itself?
for an existential crisis, because this level will probably give you this world will probably give you one.
And this will all be on the test, so write this down.
Yes, there will be a test at the end of this. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so essentially, as the name implies, Patrick can switch his consciousness between different boxes. And so it's a question of, is one of these boxes the original Patrick, or was Patrick all the boxes? It's Patrick a sentient, like an omniscient god-like creature? I don't know, but it does leave for some really cool puzzle solving, including something like this, in which you have to push boxes within the possessed Patrick and then possess the Patrick.
You know, chat has a good point. This is suddenly a horror game. You know, that is definitely one way to look at it. But then again, all the good puzzles in life are horrifying.
That's true. Very true.
Existential here, late night.
Yeah. So as you can see, Patrick had to push that box within to himself and then possess the box that went into himself. But then again, the box just ends up being him instead of the box he goes into. So if you think about it, he's not really going inside himself at all. Anyway, boxes within boxes.
Another bonus level.
Yes, another bonus level is very nice. Essentially, all of those boxes need to have like a box requirement on top of them, and so you just have to stack all of the boxes on top of each other in order for it to go through. And now we're getting real existential here.
We have wall, where Patrick is just casually going to rearrange bits of the level. It's fine. Patrick is wall, I guess.
Patrick is wall. So Patrick is not only the boxes, he can also be any box at any given moment, but he's also the walls of the levels themselves. He's also the structures of the boxes. Maybe Patrick is just the universe at large. Maybe he's like anything and everything he wants to be. Is Patrick God?
I don't think we're qualified to make that assessment. But we are definitely, I see some out of bounds emotes in chat. That is a very valid response. Where we are now breaking the definitions of the game. And we're also now, this is the third to last world, Infinite Exit, which, Oz, do you know what that means? Because I don't.
I've played this game and I don't know what it means. So essentially, this is the void. This is the first time we've seen the void. Technically, you can access the void at any given moment, but this is the void. Essentially, by having a box go into the void and out and it ends up have like an infinity symbol on it, it doesn't really change much of the box's mechanics outside of the fact that like it has an infinity symbol on it, as you can see. Now that box is out, it becomes like an infinite box. But it really doesn't change much of the actual physical mechanics. It's just that now we have a void that we have to worry about. Patrick, might I say, is not the void. At no point is he ever the void. And so that's one thing Patrick is not.
We have found one thing that Patrick is not. Okay.
Yes. So yeah. You can leave a infinite, like if an infinite box is essentially something that you can leave, as you can see right here, because Patrick is within the infinite box right now. But essentially, when a box becomes infinite, you can't go inside of it. That's literally the only difference when it comes to like the infinite boxes. You can stack infinities on top of each other, and so a box can become double infinite or triple infinite. And that's mostly in terms of just how many times it has entered or exited the void. But it doesn't really change much. Like, it doesn't become different after you go through one infinity or two. It just
I have a question. What on earth is triple infinite? I think.
Yeah, and so
what?
You're gonna see it that the boxes will end up having like 2 infinite symbols, 3 infinite symbols, 4. Like it just the infinities can stack on top of each other. You know, it's like, you know, when you're trying to insult someone on the playground and you're like, you know, you use the word infinite and then you use double infinity, like, you know, you're just trying to, like, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Here's a clone mechanic. We're going to put a clone into itself and then we're going to go into the clone. And so
we're now an infinite enter. Welcome to the second to last world.
Yes. Now we're like in the void, but also within the box within the void. Because you entered the clone, but then the clone led you to like a real box that already had something in it. And so so yeah, that's like another form of infinity right there, or the 3 dimension, as people tend to call it. There's a lot of different dimensions we're going to here. But yeah, that's pretty much what that. Yeah, are you all tracking? I think we're tracking, right? I think the audience understands.
Absolutely. I think chat understands perfectly.
Yeah.
I definitely understand perfectly as someone who has played this game. Yes, for sure.
Yes. That's the long and short of it is like if a box becomes infinite, you cannot enter the box, and you're going to see a box can become double or triple infinite. That doesn't change it. You just can't enter it. You can exit it, but you just can't enter it. You're going to be able to move it around like a regular box. And then there's the 3rd dimension. Or the 3 dimension, in which essentially you put a clone within to itself and then enter the clone, and that'll lead you to the 3 dimension. And sometimes a box exists within the 3 dimension, as you can see, and you can manipulate it like that. And so this final level, we're actually just going to be combining most of the mechanics that we've seen up until this point, including trying to get into the 3 dimensions. And so, as you can see here, here's the clone mechanic combined with the train mechanic that I mentioned earlier by putting the cycle mechanic that we saw earlier. Also just basic Sokoban movements and puzzle, and of course combined with the infinity mechanic and the introduced 3-dimension mechanic. And now multi-infinites. I told you, you can have multiple infinities. And this is definitely a level where we're going to see that.
7 levels left.
7 levels left.
Hang in there, chat.
There, now we have double infinity. Don't worry about it.
Totally normal.
It just happens when like an infinite level leaves into the void and then becomes double infinity. As one does.
Yeah.
What's so hard to understand about that? Yeah. I love this game so much.
Good. But it's very hard to explain to the casual viewer. Again, best advice I have for you is to just get the game and play it for yourself. And I promise it will like make more sense once you've actually played it.
It is. And what's funny is that I like to think that I'm actually explaining it pretty well. It's just that even when you try to explain it well, it is still immensely confusing. And so I feel like sometimes I feel like I don't even understand what I'm saying when I'm commentating these things.
I like the answer Chad is coming up with. Patrick is saving space and time from ripping apart. You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's reality. Yeah, for sure.
See triple infinity. I told you. You take triple infinity.
I doubt it.
Leave it double infinite, and then yeah, exactly. Oh, and that's the other basic mechanic. And so, like, if it's like something with triple infinity or triple 3-dimension right here, you essentially need to try and have like the double infinity leave the triple infinity, and then the single infinity leave the double infinity. And right here, the final level, we're gonna stack several infinities. How many is this? 8 infinities?
Something like that.
8 3-dimensions. Clone. And one more time.
Incredible run.
That was really good.
That was very good. So clean. Restless makes this look extremely easy.
Yeah.
Seriously, check out the game. Oh, we're zooming out. We get to be reminded of all the worlds we've been through. Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, again, this is a great game. It's $20 on Steam. What you saw was more like a showcase representation of all the really cool mechanics that this game has to offer while still going fast. It does a lot of extra stuff that the any % run doesn't do, but at the same time, it doesn't do a lot of stuff that 100% run does. So you have a lot more to discover.
There's a lot to learn about this game, for sure. But that has been us commentating this run. I've been Selkoothmind. You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Selkoothmind. Just want to give a shout out to GDQ for having me to get to commentate 3 runs this event. It's been a wonderful experience.
Yes. Give some love to Sel. This is her last run for the SpeeDons English Restream, and she's done amazing work. Me, on the other hand, this is my first run, and my next run is coming up right after this for Little Kitty Big City. So stay tuned for that. I'll be right back.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames médecins, pour les 10 €. Je le fais seulement grâce à l'argent gagné avec toutes ces boîtes de Doliprane vendues ce matin. Snake, 150 €. Patrick, 20 €. J'entends mon prénom en boucle, ça veut dire que j'ai le temps de donner.
Demande de 500 balles.
Je suis évidemment d'accord avec cette affirmation. Emerina, 150 €. Merci à tous les organisateurs, Renaud et tous les honneurs et tous ceux qui sont dans l'ombre pour nous faire vivre un event de cette qualité-là. Un petit ouais à la guilde comparaison. Et Speedself, le runner Trackmania d'hier qui a donné 73 €, comme promis, un don d'équivalent aux 73 discounts de la fin de Trackmania commence ici. Toutes les personnes impliquées dans ce gâteau de fou.
Ces engagements moraux sont respectés. Un fonds de 100 € de avec des encore un événement de 500. Merci au renard Castel, à l'officiel et au commissions, surtout à mettre cette essentiel. Macro, je te parle de 100 € qui se prend pour l'événement. C'est incroyable, il y a des messages que